I still want more to... As Wang Hao opened his eyes, he was greeted by a voice so sultry it sent shivers down his spine. The speaker of these audacious words was none other than Bai Qianqian, the campus goddess he had longed for. At that moment, Bai Qianqian knelt on the bed, clad in a revealing white camisole dress, her expression one of desperate urgency as she gazed at him. In the past, Wang Hao would have acted without hesitation, but now, a sense of dread washed over him. For the past month, Bai Qianqian had been like a ravenous little wildcat, relentlessly demanding more from him each day. At this rate, Wang Hao feared he might truly perish, but he felt hollow inside, as if he had been utterly drained. A month prior, he had participated in a game called with the campus goddess, isolated from the world and without internet. How long can you endure? Initially, he had been enticed by the promise of substantial rewards, envisioning a future of leisure and comfort. However, he never imagined that the goddess confined with him would indeed be Bai Qianqian, the universally recognized beauty of their university. Wang Hao had once been among her many admirers. It seemed that no male student on campus had escaped the allure of pursuing Bai Qianqian. Wang Hao was no exception. He had even penned a love letter to her, only for Bai Qianqian to read it aloud before the entire class, subjecting him to a humiliating rebuke. From that moment on, he had dismissed any hopes of being her devoted admirer. Yet, unexpectedly, this game had led to an ironic twist of fate, confining him and Bai Qianqian in the same room. Whether it was for the enticing rewards or some other reason, Bai Qianqian's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation once they were trapped together. Not only did she not disdain him, but she also exhibited an astonishingly proactive approach. Thus, on the very first day of isolation, all that was destined to occur did indeed transpire. Wang Hao, being a normal man, could hardly suppress his desires when confronted with the campus goddess he adored, especially in the confines of a small dark room. How could he possibly resist, particularly when she was so overtly eager? Consequently, from that day onward, he and Bai Qianqian indulged in unabashed escapades. With no internet in the room, their options were limited, leaving only such activities to occupy their time. Bai Qianqian's creativity in their encounters left Wang Hao utterly astounded. During that period, he felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of bliss, reveling in an unrestrained existence. Yet, it wasn't long before he began to falter, as he realized Bai Qianqian was akin to a machine, never appearing fatigued. Each day, the moment he opened his eyes, she would descend upon him, varying her demands incessantly. Thus, for the majority of the past month, Wang Hao found himself sleeping to recuperate his strength. The remaining time was spent exercising in bed. Over the month, his muscles had noticeably grown. Please let this end. I want to quit this game. I can't take it anymore. Wang Hao shook his head vehemently. He genuinely could not endure another day. Even oxen plowing fields did not labor with such intensity. No way, it's only been a month, and we haven't even claimed the prize yet. Besides, would you truly want to end this game? You must realize that once we leave this room, I will be the exalted goddess, while you won't even have the right to carry my shoes. Bai Qianqian climbed onto him from behind, her delicate arm encircling his neck, while her other hand reached around to caress his chin. Feeling her softness against his back, Wang Hao trembled once more, especially upon hearing her earlier remark, "You don't even have the right to carry my shoes." He felt a surge of anger. So what if she was the high and mighty goddess? She was still beneath him. He had once perceived her as aloof and untouchable, only to discover she was an insatiable temptress. The image of the aloof goddess, the pure deity, had been irrevocably shattered in Wang Hao's mind. If it weren't for the emptiness within him, he would have relished the opportunity to put her in her place once more. Yet, now he could only fantasize, for the consequences could be dire. Wang Hao forcefully pushed Bai Qianqian's arm away, quickly leaping from the bed to press the end-game button by the door. At that moment, a flicker of disappointment crossed Bai Qianqian's face, but she refrained from speaking further. "I'm sorry." Wang Hao sat at the edge of the bed, casting an apologetic glance at Bai Qianqian. After all, he had inadvertently robbed her of the chance to win $1 million in prize money. There were no fewer than 100 participants in this game, and only those who persevered to the end would receive the reward. Having only lasted a month, they were now certainly out of contention for the prize. It's all right, perhaps others have already succumbed and ended their games. In truth, you performed quite well, Bai Qianqian remarked, appraising Wang Hao's physique with evident satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's lips twitched in irritation. Quite well. Initially, he had been a veritable Casanova. If this was merely considered quite well, there surely wouldn't be many who could impress her. Thus, a silence enveloped them. Wang Hao, feeling utterly bored, surveyed the sparse furnishings of the room. There were no windows, the walls surrounded them on all sides, with only a single door. The decor was exceedingly monotonous, just a large, soft bed, a wardrobe, a chair, and a bathroom. Aside from that, the room held nothing else. The wardrobe contained the essentials for survival: compressed biscuits, canned food, and purified water, which Wang Hao was on the verge of gagging from. The dim lighting of the room, coupled with its cramped dimensions, barely 20 square meters, created an oppressive atmosphere. Frankly speaking, had it not been for Bai Qianqian's presence, he might not have lasted a week. At last, it was over to hell with the prize money, simply wanted to escape. Time ticked by, yet no sound emerged from beyond the walls. The heavy iron door remained steadfastly closed. This door was designed to be opened from the outside, lacking even a doorknob on the inside. Gradually, Wang Hao began to sense that something was amiss. He pressed the end-game button repeatedly and pounded on the door, but no response came from outside. It felt as though they had been forgotten. Initially, it had been promised that pressing the end-game button would allow them to conclude the game at will. Why was there no one attending to them now? Was something happening outside? Or had they been imprisoned? Chapter 2. What we were doing in the room seemed as though it was being broadcasted live. Is anyone there? Hurry and let us out, Wang Hao shouted while vigorously kicking the door. The heavy iron door echoed with loud clangs, a sound powerful enough to be heard outside. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, there was no response from beyond. Damn it. Wang Hao couldn't help but curse. This did not feel like a game. It was a genuine imprisonment. If he remained confined in this dim, narrow basement, he would surely go insane. Even with Bai Qianqian's company, it would not be sustainable for long. The previous month had been bearable because he knew he could end the game and leave at any moment, bolstered by the promise of a 1,000,000 yuan prize. But now, under these conditions of confinement, he doubted he could last even a single day. Wang Hao began to suspect that this so-called game, along with its lucrative prize, was likely a scam designed solely to imprison them. But why? Was this merely a wealthy individual's cruel joke? Were they experimenting on them, testing the limits of human nature? If that were the case, it was quite possible that hidden cameras were installed in the room, and everything they did might be broadcasted live, akin to the Truman Show. The thought sent Wang Hao into a spiral of panic. He quickly began searching the room for any concealed cameras. That don't panic. It's possible the staff just went for a meal. They might come back and let us out soon, Bai Qianqian said, trying to calm him down upon noticing his agitation. Impossible. This is a scam. We are being held captive. I assure you. There must be hidden cameras in this room. That we need to find them, Wang Hao insisted, scouring every corner for evidence. Hidden cameras. Bai Qianqian's expression shifted at his words. If there are, then everything we've been doing in this room for the past month might have been streamed live. Wang Hao's mouth twitched involuntarily at the thought. He recalled the unsavory videos he had once stumbled upon on dubious websites, never imagining he would one day find himself as the protagonist in such a scenario. This.it can't be true. I haven't even told my parents about participating in this game, that if they were to witness a live broadcast, then, Bai Qianqian's voice trailed off, her face turning pale, a stark white. Let us hope none of our classmates see it. Otherwise, we have no face to return to school. Wang Hao's lips twitched again. This was truly absurd, participating in a prize-winning game only to be imprisoned and possibly broadcasted. If it were just minor personal flaws being exposed, it wouldn't be too damaging. But the thought of their intimate moments being aired daily was mortifying. After scouring the room for what felt like an eternity, Wang Hao finally discovered a pinhole camera hidden beneath the wall socket opposite the bed. The positioning was almost too clear for comfort. Damn it. Wang Hao stared at the concealed camera, unable to hold back his expletives. This confirmed it. There was indeed a hidden camera, strategically placed for optimal viewing. It was undeniable that they were being broadcasted live. How could he face anyone again? He might as well end it all. With a sorrowful expression, Wang Hao lamented. Bai Qianqian quickly grasped his arm, offering reassurance. Don't lose hope. Such imagery certainly can't be publicly streamed. We are probably just being secretly filmed. Just secretly filmed? How generous of you. Wang Hao retorted, his lips twitching again. What can we do? It's already happened. Besides, if they're recording us, that's on them. We have nothing to fear. We merely engaged in what any man and woman would naturally enjoy. Bai Qianqian proclaimed with conviction. Surprised by her nonchalance, Wang Hao contemplated her words and found some truth in them. Who among men and women does not take pleasure in such activities? It was merely that society preferred to maintain a facade of propriety. Let us set aside the issue of being filmed for now. The priority is to find a way out of here. The presence of hidden cameras only confirmed their captivity. Clearly, this so-called prize game was a ruse. Wang Hao attempted to open the door from within, but it was futile. The door was evidently locked from outside, lacking a handle on the inside and swinging inward. He would have to either kick down the entire frame or dismantle the door, both of which were impractical. Searching the room yielded only a can opener as a tool. He tried to wedge the can opener into the door's crevice, hoping to pry it open, but the tool bent while the door remained steadfast. Perhaps we should just enjoy ourselves while we can, Bai Qianqian suggested, wrapping her arms around Wang Hao from behind, her hands gliding across his chest. Stop it. We need to devise a plan to escape. Once we get out, there will be plenty of time for pleasure, Wang Hao protested, pulling away from her grasp. Having faced death once, he understood the value of life and was determined not to squander it again. With the can opener in hand, Wang Hao began to chip away at the wall beside him. Fortunately, the wall was not particularly sturdy, likely due to moisture, the plaster crumbling under his efforts. He quickly removed a sizable chunk, igniting a flicker of excitement within him, reminiscent of the Shawshank Redemption. If one could tunnel through prison walls to escape, surely he could breach this wall. Just as he was making headway, a dense white mist suddenly poured into the room from above. Accompanied by a peculiar odor, the mist rushed into his mouth and nose. By the time Wang Hao realized what was happening, the room was engulfed in the white haze. He felt his head grow heavy, a wave of drowsiness washing over him, compelling him to sleep. Turning to check on Bai Qianqian, he found her unconscious on the bed. Having succumbed to the fog, he stumbled towards her, collapsing onto the bed beside her. His eyelids grew too heavy to lift, and his body felt leaden, immobilized. Wang Hao lay there, staring at Bai Qianqian's exquisite, flawless face until he too succumbed to unconsciousness, one hand resting upon her chest. Chapter 3. This is the Devil's Swamp. Time passed, though how long was uncertain, as if he had slept for an eternity in a boundless abyss, only to slowly awaken. Wake up! A booted foot kicked Wang Hao's side, jarring him from his confusion. He opened his eyes to see a tall girl standing before him, the very boot that had kicked him adorning her foot. Wang Hao had never seen this girl before. She wore a form-fitting black armor that accentuated her figure perfectly, giving her an air of elegance and strength, albeit with a rather unimpressive chest. Her long, straight legs stood before him, and as he gazed upward, he met the gaze of a stunningly beautiful yet aloof face. This girl, reminiscent of a warrior maiden, towered over him, her hair styled high atop her head, exuding both beauty and authority. Wang Hao was momentarily entranced. Get up already, stop dawdling, the warrior maiden commanded, delivering another kick, this time to his arm. She then surveyed the others, addressing them. The game has only just begun. If you wish to survive, you must muster your spirits. At her words, Wang Hao scrambled to his feet, glancing around at his surroundings. To his astonishment, he found himself in a dark, damp cave, the air thick with a musty odor. Where is this? He instinctively inquired. The others in the cave turned their gazes towards the warrior maiden. There were about a dozen people, most of whom shared Wang Hao's bewilderment. Only the warrior maiden seemed well informed about their situation. This is the Devil's Swamp. Since you have been brought here, it means you are all players in this realm. However, I must caution you. Do not treat this as a mere game. If you die here, there will be no opportunity for a second chance at life. She stated coldly. I didn't even sign up for this game. I have no idea how I ended up here. I refuse to participate any longer. I want to go back, a boy exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously as he stood and headed for the cave's exit. However, just a few steps out, a crimson tentacle emerged from the cave's ceiling, ensnaring the boy tightly. He shrieked in terror, struggling desperately against the tentacle's grip, but it was futile. He was swiftly pulled upward into the AIRS. The boy was on the verge of being ensnared by the tentacle that loomed overhead. The valiant warrior, a beautiful maiden, sprang into action. With a swift motion, she unsheathed the long blade embedded in the exterior of her armor and severed the crimson appendage with a single stroke. Instantly, the boy tumbled to the ground, liberated from the grip of the tentacle, which writhed and thrashed violently on the floor. Wang Hao, upon catching sight of the ghastly tentacle, which was a vivid scarlet and bristling with sharp spines, felt a chill run down his spine merely from its appearance. We must flee. The demons have discovered our location. We must escape this place at once. the warrior called out, urging everyone to follow her as she hastily made her way toward the opposite end of the cave. The boy, now thoroughly frightened, scrambled to his feet and pursued her, no longer daring to stray from the group. Meanwhile, the others inside the cave hesitated, but suddenly, several tentacles emerged from the various openings above, reaching out toward Wang Hao and his companions. This sight nearly terrified Wang Hao to death. He quickly rolled away from the tentacles' attack and then bolted in the direction the warrior had taken. Observing the unfolding chaos, the others also began to flee. Some even unsheathed their long blades from the exterior of their armor, but it was at that moment Wang Hao realized he too was clad in such black armor. Or rather, everyone was. However, he found no weapon affixed to his own armor. "Behind you," shouted a red-haired boy as he dashed past Wang Hao. Quickly, Wang Hao reached behind him and discovered a long blade strapped to his back. Without hesitation, he drew the sword and continued his frantic escape. As he exited the cave, he caught a glimpse of several individuals already ensnared by the tentacles. Those who fell victim to such creatures faced a fate worse than death. A sight that was utterly horrifying. In the end, fewer than half of the dozen individuals managed to escape the cave. Wang Hao surveyed his surroundings and realized he was in a valley, with a great river flowing before him. The water appeared to be a deep crimson, resembling blood itself. Alongside the blood-red river stood dozens of armored men and women, either crouching or standing at the riverbank. Among them was the very warrior who had saved him. They regarded Wang Hao and the others with a mocking gaze, akin to seasoned soldiers appraising fresh recruits, their expressions tinged with disdain. "What in the world is this place? Wasn't I just imprisoned in a basement with the school beauty? How did I end up in such a wretched location?" the red-haired boy exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. Clearly, he too had participated in the twisted game that promised a school beauty for those who could endure. "Bro, were you also imprisoned with the school beauty?" a burly boy nearby could not help but inquire. Of course, it was the school beauty from Peking University, Bai Qianqian. "I held out for a month, damn it, and was still waiting to collect my prize, only to find myself here. The organizers must be frauds," the red-haired boy retorted angrily. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao turned to the red-haired boy, for he too had been confined with Bai Qianqian. How could it be that this boy had also been with her? Was it possible that Bai Qianqian had some form of doppelganger? "What nonsense are you spouting? Qianqian has been with me. We lived in the same room for a month. How could she possibly be with you?" The burly boy glared at the red-haired boy, clearly agitated. The latter stood there, momentarily stunned, as Wang Hao sensed something was amiss. It was evident that all three of them, Wang Hao, the red-haired boy, and the burly boy, were confined with Bai Qianqian. Yet, there was only one Bai Qianqian. How could there be three? The expressions on the other two boys' faces also indicated confusion, suggesting that they too had been locked in the same room with her. Could it be that the game had assigned each participant their own version of Bai Qianqian? The troubling fact was that Bai Qianqian had not appeared here, not even one of her. Chapter 4. We were treated as breeding stallions. Just then, as Wang Hao and the red-haired boy exchanged bewildered glances, a masked man seated by the riverbank suddenly stood up. He first called for everyone's attention before addressing Wang Hao and the others. "How you arrived here is of little consequence. What matters is how you will survive in this place. Yang Ning should have already informed you." The masked man gestured toward the warrior beside him and continued. "This is the demon swamp, rife with peril at every turn. The most lethal threat, as you have witnessed, is that of the demons. I trust you have experienced their terror firsthand. Now, I require everyone to muster their courage and prepare for battle." "Battle? We don't even know how we got here, let alone what to fight for. Who are you, anyway?" the burly boy retorted, visibly dissatisfied. "My name is Lin Xiao, and from this moment onward, I am your commander," he stated coldly. "I expect you all to obey my orders, fight as one, and refrain from questioning me further." Lin Xiao's gaze bore into the burly boy, laden with an unmistakable threat. His companions, standing in solidarity with him, regarded the burly boy with hostile expressions. It was clear that Lin Xiao's group had arrived here prior to Wang Hao and the others, and thus possessed a greater understanding of their dire situation. The burly boy, recognizing the numerical advantage of Lin Xiao's group, refrained from challenging him further. Nevertheless, the atmosphere was palpably tense. A gathering of complete strangers in a terrifying unknown realm left little room for trust. It was a minor miracle if no one stabbed another in the back. "Now, everyone, follow my commands, draw your weapons, and prepare for battle. The next wave of demons is imminent." Lin Xiao surveyed the group, issuing orders. The urgency of the situation rendered his commands unnecessary, as everyone had already grasped their weapons tightly. In such a perilous place, lacking a means of defense instilled a profound sense of vulnerability. Wang Hao clutched his long blade firmly while examining the towering cliffs on either side of the canyon. The sheer cliffs appeared to lean ominously inward, as if they might crush them at any moment. Creating a suffocating sense of pressure, the relentless flow of the blood-red river further intensified the feeling of being trapped in a hellish nightmare. Scattered along the riverbed were numerous corpses, all clad in black armor, clearly indicating that they were not the first victims in this horrific locale, nor would they be the last. Hey, you participated in that Endure with a School Beauty game too, right? The red-haired boy suddenly leaned in closer to Wang Hao, speaking in hushed tones. Yes, Wang Hao replied, glancing at him with a stoic expression. Was the School Beauty you were imprisoned with also by Qianqian? The red-haired boy asked, instinctively glancing at the burly boy, wary of inciting his ire. Yes, Wang Hao answered tersely, unable to suppress a frown. In such a dangerous environment, he had little desire to engage in pointless discussions. Indeed, the red-haired boy murmured, swallowing hard before continuing. We've all been duped. That was not the real School Beauty. It was merely a robotic imitation of her. I thought it seemed too artificial, entirely lacking in authenticity to a robot. Are you suggesting that the Bai Qianqian we were confined with was a machine? Wang Hao's expression shifted, as this revelation was beyond his wildest imagination. The Bai Qianqian he had been with had appeared so lifelike, so utterly convincing. Yes, a robot, and possibly more than one. That we've been reduced to breeding stallions. For God's sake, the red-haired boy cursed vehemently. Breeding stallions? What do you mean? Wang Hao asked, perplexed. That don't you know? They're creating life. These robotic imitations possess artificial wombs, allowing them to conceive if they receive male sperm. Just imagine one day discovering you have numerous illegitimate children. That's quite the revelation. The red-haired boy exaggerated dramatically. Fortunately, I've never walked the conventional path, so I should be safe from leaving my mark, remarked another boy from the back, seemingly relieved. Bro, those robotic imitations can conceive through any means, the red-haired boy replied with a sigh, raising his hands in resignation. Who told you that? Wang Hao furrowed his brow, unable to accept this absurdity. Surely, even with advanced technology, such feats were implausible. Besides, with so many individuals already in the quarantine zone, what purpose would there be in creating life? Believe me, this is all true. The red-haired boy insisted with conviction. Everyone, pay attention at that moment. Lin Xiao suddenly called out, and then he gazed upstream into the canyon, his expression grave as he declared, the demon tide has arrived. His words echoed. Everyone turned their attention towards the canyon's upper reaches. It was then that Wang Hao also caught sight of it. A vast horde of creatures, entirely covered in black fur, surged down from upstream like a relentless tide. The sight sent shivers down Wang Hao's spine. Everyone, follow me, Lin Xiao shouted, raising his arm, then charged towards the monstrous beings with his long blade in hand. The beautiful warrior and the others followed suit. A fierce aura surrounding the group. Only Wang Hao stood frozen in place, contemplating fleeing. What awaited them was certain death. Only a fool would charge headlong into such peril before the front line could even reach the black-furred creatures. Several enormous white, gelatinous monsters suddenly rolled down from the cliffs on either side. These white, bulbous entities appeared even more terrifying, covered in writhing tentacles. Upon crashing into the mass of black-furred creatures, they began voraciously devouring them, as if their entire bodies were lined with mouths. One particularly massive white creature rolled directly into the throng of Lin Xiao's group, swallowing several individuals in an instant, including Lin Xiao himself. Witnessing this, Wang Hao immediately turned on his heel and fled downstream. It was just the beginning, and the commander was already down. Who would dare to press forward now? Chapter 5. Apologies. I prefer to eat alone. Wang Hao sprinted downstream, quickly distancing himself from the black-furred creatures and the white gelatinous monsters. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao's group had been engulfed by the chaos, and it was evident that their chances of survival were slim to none. Ultimately, only the beautiful warrior named Yang Ning, along with the red-haired individual and a burly boy, pursued Wang Hao's fleeing figure. Why are you running? After catching up, Yang Ning questioned Wang Hao, a hint of irritation in her voice. If I don't run, am I supposed to wait for death? Besides, aren't you running as well? Wang Hao retorted, annoyance lacing his tone. Yang Ning had no counter-argument and merely pouted, quickening her pace to overtake him. At that moment, the red-haired boy also caught up, gasping for breath. Hey, if I don't make it, can you go to Beiqing District? Group 13, Room 216, and find a man named Mr. Liao. Please tell not to mention the so-called demons and those terrifying monsters. All of this was entirely foreign to him, with no record of it in the original owner's memories. I suspect we are ensnared in a virtual realm. Perhaps only death could usher us back to the real world. What do you think? Yang Ning suddenly inquired. A virtual realm. Wang Hao furrowed his brow and responded, Are you suggesting that everything we perceive is, in fact, an illusion? Precisely. Otherwise, how could such things exist in the real world? It defies all logic, Yang Ning remarked, spreading her hands in exasperation. So, does that mean those who have perished have truly returned to reality? Wang Hao murmured to himself, then turned to Yang Ning and asked, What do you propose we do? Perhaps you should kill me? Or, may I borrow your knife for a moment? Yang Ning extended her hand. Instinctively, Wang Hao handed her the knife, but then, reflexively, he snatched it back. No, wait, he shook his head, recalling her earlier words. Once one dies here, there is no opportunity for a new life. That was merely conjecture. Yang Ning spoke candidly, yet her gaze was evasive. Something felt amiss. This situation was far from straightforward. Wang Hao couldn't help but shake his head. Then he looked at Yang Ning and said, If you truly desire to die, I can assist you. Very well. Then, Yang Ning declared, closing her eyes and lifting her chin, exposing her fair, slender neck entirely to Wang Hao. He brought the blade towards her neck, the edge pressing against her skin. Yang Ning's eyelashes fluttered momentarily. Yet she showed no sign of retreat. Wang Hao hesitated briefly before turning the blade around and offering her the hilt instead. He merely wished to gauge her reaction. To truly harm such a beautiful girl was beyond his resolve. In a swift motion, Yang Ning seized the long knife, pointing its tip at Wang Hao. Faced with this sudden turn of events, he instinctively took several steps back. Fortunately, Yang Ning did not attack him. Instead, she struggled to rise from the ground and retreated towards the cave's entrance, the knife still aimed at him, revealing her profound distrust. I believe you have misunderstood me, Miss Yang. I have no intentions of harming you, Wang Hao said, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. However, Yang Ning remained unconvinced, her silence punctuated by a wary glare directed at him as she backed away into the cave's mouth. Perhaps my earlier performance with that burly fellow was too convincing, leading her to doubt me entirely. Yet, outside the cave lurked those red-haired monsters. Surely, they were far more terrifying than I, just as Wang Hao contemplated warning her. Yang Ning suddenly froze, her gaze lifted in horror towards the cave's opening. With a primal roar, the earlier red-haired creature leapt from the cliff, pouncing directly at Yang Ning. She barely had time to react. Thrusting the knife towards the beast, the blade pierced its body, but the creature's massive form overwhelmed her, pinning her to the ground. Fortunately, she had struck a vital spot. The beast convulsed a few times before falling still. Otherwise, being crushed by such a formidable creature could have spelled her doom. Watching Yang Ning trapped beneath the creature's carcass, Wang Hao leisurely emerged from the cave, crouching down to observe the struggling girl. She was desperately trying to extricate herself from the monstrous weight, but its sheer bulk rendered her efforts futile. This presented Wang Hao with a classic opportunity to be the hero, yet he hesitated to assist her immediately. Instead, he picked up a stone the size of a brick. He weighed it in his hands, finding it quite heavy. What are you planning to do? Yang Ning's eyes widened in terror upon seeing the stone. You just said we were in a virtual realm, right? That only death could return us to reality. So allow me to lend you a hand, Wang Hao said, rising to his feet. Wait, that was merely a guess. Yang Ning exclaimed, panic rising in her voice. Perfect. Then I shall use you for an experiment to validate your theory, Wang Hao declared as he prepared to strike her with the stone. Just then, a commotion erupted from the cliff behind him. Turning around, he saw several white, gelatinous creatures tumbling down the rocks, while a horde of dreadful black-haired monsters surged toward them like a tidal wave. In an instant, terror gripped Wang Hao, and he discarded the stone, fleeing with wild abandon. At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with Yang Ning, who remained pinned beneath the beast's body. The black-haired monsters soon engulfed her, devouring the red-haired creature's carcass in a frenzy, leaving no trace behind. He could hear Yang Ning's agonizing screams echoing behind him, but he dared not look back, running for his life. Yet, he had barely made it a distance when a massive white gelatinous creature crashed upon him, its tendrils ensnaring him in an instant. Overwhelmed by a suffocating sensation, he quickly lost consciousness, drifting into oblivion. Chapter 7. The last players standing. Am I dead? After an indeterminate period, Wang Hao finally regained consciousness. His memories lingered on the moment he was consumed by the white gelatinous creature, leading his first instinct to believe he had perished. However, upon opening his eyes, he was met with blinding white light. A sterile room, and a figure in a white coat speaking to him, though their words were distant and indistinct. The man in the white coat gently slapped his cheek, and the voice gradually became clearer. "Hey, wake up. How are you feeling?" "I feel that as though I have already died." Wang Hao shook his head, feeling dizzy, and attempted to move his body, which felt stiff and rigid, as if he had been lifeless for an eternity before suddenly reviving. "Rest assured, this is not hell. You have recovered." The man in the white coat smiled as Wang Hao began to speak. "Where am I?" Wang Hao asked, surveying his surroundings, feeling as though he were in a hospital room. "Clad in a patient gown. This is a medical facility. You have been here for 2 days," the man in the white coat replied, extending his hand. "Congratulations." "What?" Wang Hao instinctively shook his hand, utterly perplexed as to what he was being congratulated for. At that moment, a woman in a professional suit entered, also extending her hand to Wang Hao. "Congratulations, Mr. Wang. You are the last player standing in our simulation game, and you have won $1 million in prize money, which has already been credited to your account. Please check. Is this for real?" Upon hearing he had won $1 million, Wang Hao felt a surge of excitement, bordering on disbelief. Yet, reflecting on his previous experience in that so-called demon swamp, he realized he had indeed been the last one standing. If that place was genuinely a simulation game, then he was, without a doubt, the final player. However, the problem was that he had never signed up for this so-called simulation game. He had entered a game about enduring in a room with a campus bell, devoid of internet, and completely isolated. Could it be that that game was also virtual? This was simply unfathomable. How could a virtual game feel so real? The vividness of it all, especially the sensation of death, still haunted him. Wang Hao hastily checked his phone, discovering that his account balance had indeed increased by $1 million. "Mr. Wang, do you have any questions?" The woman in the professional suit inquired politely, a smile gracing her face. "No, none at all." Wang Hao, clearly overwhelmed by the unexpected fortune, shook his head instinctively and struggled to rise from the bed. All he wished was to return home, fearing that the $1 million might somehow vanish. "Please take care, Mr. Wang." The woman in the professional suit assisted him out of the medical room, guiding him to a sofa in the lobby and offering him a glass of water. The service exceedingly attentive. By the way, I distinctly recall participating in the game about enduring with a campus bell, didn't I? After taking a sip of water, Wang Hao finally regained his composure and curiously asked the woman. "Indeed, you entered the game about enduring with a campus bell in isolation and without internet. However, you failed in that game, which automatically transitioned you into the second simulation of the Demon Swamp survival game." The woman clad in a professional skirt suit maintained a smile on her face as she patiently answered his queries. "Is it not necessary to seek my consent for this? How was I unaware that failing the first game would lead directly into the second?" Wang Hao could not help but furrow his brow. In his view, such matters ought to require his approval, wouldn't they? "Mr. Wang, you may not have scrutinized the contract closely. It clearly states that upon the failure of the first game, one will proceed to the second. Moreover, your performance in the second game was commendable, earning you a reward of $1 million. I trust you are not regretting your participation in our company's event." The woman in the professional attire regarded Wang Hao with a cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao lost any desire to probe further, primarily out of fear that the $1 million reward might be retracted. As for the contract, it was a lengthy document spanning over 10 pages. Who would read every single word? "Well, I have one final question." Wang Hao pondered for a moment and inquired. "In the game where you provided me with a school beauty, was the person who was imprisoned with me in the basement actually real?" "Mr. Wang, please be careful with your wording. That time, you were merely isolated in a room, not imprisoned. Imprisonment is a criminal offense. You know?" The woman continued to smile as she reminded Wang Hao. "All right, let us call it isolation then." Wang Hao shrugged. "I simply wish to know if that by Qianqian who was with me was truly real." "Apologies, Mr. Wang, but that is a company secret. Additionally, our contract contains a confidentiality agreement that I hope you will not disclose our company's secrets, as doing so would entail corresponding legal liabilities, including but not limited to substantial compensation." The woman's face remained adorned with a friendly smile, yet her words bore an unmistakable threat. Wang Hao realized that there were certainly some unspeakable secrets at play here, much like what Red Hair had mentioned. They might even be involved in creating life. However, he was reluctant to delve deeper, well aware of the adage that curiosity killed the cat. Besides, he had already achieved his goal of securing 1 million. With this sum, he could comfortably retire after graduating from university. That said, his month of isolation with Bai Qianqian had been quite enjoyable, and he found himself somewhat nostalgic for those days of being thoroughly exhausted each day. Even if that Bai Qianqian was merely a robot, should the company ever release a bionic version of Bai Qianqian, he would undoubtedly invest a fortune to acquire one. After all, he had never contemplated marriage or fatherhood. Purchasing a female robot would be a simple and permanent solution. Chapter 8. After school, in the grove inside the medical room of Miracle Company, a man lay weakly on a pristine hospital bed. Tubes inserted throughout his body. Yang Ning, accompanied by 2 doctors in white coats, stood by, their expressions grave as they observed the man on the bed. That moment, one of the doctors spoke, a hint of regret in his voice. "I am sorry, Miss Yang. We have failed that I understand." Yang Ning nodded and took a deep breath. "Thank you, Professor Su. It is what I ought to do." Professor Su smiled and replied, "Actually, there is a piece of good news." "Good news?" Upon hearing those words, Yang Ning immediately furrowed her brow. She then turned to Professor Su, her expression unfriendly. "My father is gravely ill, with little time left, and you dare tell me there is good news? I hope you truly have something positive to share." "Apologies, Miss Yang. I recognize that at this critical juncture, I should not use good news to describe a situation, but for us, this truly is a positive development." "What good news?" Yang Ning raised an eyebrow. "Among those who participated in this experiment, aside from you, one other person has also returned alive, and his cerebral potential has been directly developed to 36%, surpassing yours by 3%. This may lead to significant breakthroughs in our research," Professor Su stated with a hint of excitement. "Another person survived? Could it be him?" A flicker of barely concealed anger flashed in Yang Ning's eyes. "Miss Yang, regarding Commander Yang, you must make a decision now. I fear he may not survive the night." This moment, another doctor interjected, offering a reminder. "I understand. Please leave me alone with my father for a while," Yang Ning said as she pulled up a chair and sat beside the hospital bed. Professor Su and the other doctor discreetly exited the medical room. The Beijing University campus. Wang Hao stood in the bustling playground, absorbing the vitality and youth of university life. Unable to contain himself, he spread his arms wide and closed his eyes, as if embracing a new beginning. It was truly beyond his wildest dreams to return to his university days, and to possess a fortune of 1 million during this time. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming surge of confidence, even contemplating pursuing a romantic relationship with the campus beauty. After all, in this world, wealth afforded one the liberty to act as one pleased. In his previous life, he toiled endlessly, only to meet an untimely demise after being struck by a luxury car while delivering food. He had thought that his life as a beast of burden had come to an end. But upon awakening, he discovered he had traversed into this parallel world, akin to Earth, where the owner of this body also bore the name Wang Hao. However, in this realm, technology was far more advanced, and humanity had reached its apocalypse over 30 years ago. Consequently, towering walls were erected around the city, completely isolating it from the outside world. Thus, this city was referred to as the isolation zone. As for what transpired beyond those walls, Wang Hao is unaware, having been confined within the isolation zone since birth. Rumors suggested that a virus engineered by humans had precipitated this disaster, while others claimed it was an alien invasion. In any case, the inhabitants of the isolation zone found themselves trapped within the towering walls, with no means of escape. Furthermore, due to severe corruption within the isolation zone's government, capitalists and bureaucrats colluded, continuously exploiting the populace, resulting in an ever-widening wealth gap. The privileged indulged in extravagance, while the common folk were reduced to mere laborers, living in darkness. Wang Hao recognized this reality, which was why he sought to participate in that game to amass a fortune, allowing him to retire comfortably after graduation. After all, his university graduation merely transitioned him from an ordinary cog to a higher-tier cog. He would never truly transcend social classes in his past life. Marriage and parenthood shackled him with a mortgage, preventing him from resting easy. This time around, he had no intention of becoming a beast of burden, laboring tirelessly to generate wealth for others. Now, he felt invincible, with no vulnerabilities to exploit. Amidst the throng, Wang Hao's eyes landed on Bai Qianqian. Though she was some distance away, for reasons unknown, he could see her face clearly. particularly as he gazed upon those alluring lips he had kissed countless times. Excitement surged within him. The scenes from that dimly lit room began to replay in his mind. He had witnessed many facets of Bai Qianqian there, yet he understood that she was not the genuine article. Nevertheless, the Bai Qianqian-like robot was remarkably lifelike. Regrettably, that model had yet to be released. Otherwise, he would have made every effort to acquire one at that moment. Bai Qianqian passed by Wang Hao, flanked by several other girls, not sparing him a single glance, which clearly indicated that they had never shared any meaningful interaction. The only connection seemed to be that the original owner of this body had once penned a love letter to Bai Qianqian, only to have it read aloud in front of the entire class, leading to his utter humiliation. This had resulted in the original owner becoming reclusive, struggling to lift his head for an extended period. Well, since I have inherited this body, I might as well help him regain a bit of dignity. Wang Hao mused, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. He then quickly approached Bai Qianqian, tapping her shoulder. Bai Qianqian, I need to speak with you. What is it? Another love letter? She regarded Wang Hao with a disdainful expression. You should take a look in the mirror and see if you are worthy of me. That depends on how you define worthy. Wang Hao replied with a chuckle. Really, Wang Hao, are you trying to flirt with me? Bai Qianqian retorted with a cold laugh. What kind of lewd words are those? Do you think this is about breeding? Wang Hao, one of the girls accompanying Bai Qianqian, widened her eyes in shock. He doesn't seem like a stallion to me. Another bespectacled girl chimed in innocently. That's an odd thing to say. Bai Qianqian is not a mare, one of the girls teased. These women had certainly picked up some unsavory language, speaking so brazenly. She may not be a mare, but she is a cat in heat. Wang Hao sneered. What did you just say? Bai Qianqian's anger flared at his words. The other girls quickly fell silent, sensing the brewing tension. Angry, are we? Wang Hao chuckled lightly. I wasn't referring to you. That I merely saw a girl who looks exactly like you and wanted to ask if you have a twin sister or something. What do you mean by that? Bai Qianqian's expression darkened as she grasped the implication. Wang Hao smirked meaningfully. You know exactly what I mean. This evening after school, I will be waiting for you in the small grove behind the playground. If you don't come, I fear your secret may not remain hidden for long. What secret? Qianqian, is he threatening you? The bespectacled girl and her friends quickly gathered around in curiosity. Who knows? He might be a lunatic. Just ignore him, Bai Qianqian replied with a hint of impatience. However, as she gazed at Wang Hao's retreating figure, her expression became quite complex. This was because she indeed harbored a secret, and she felt that this secret had likely been discovered by Wang Hao. Chapter 9. Come on, just this once? At 7:45 in the evening, in the small grove behind the school playground, Wang Hao had arrived 10 minutes early, seated on a long bench beside the bluestone path, leisurely smoking a cigarette. Occasionally, sounds of amorous encounters echoed from within the woods. This place was a favorite haunt for young couples. Many would sneak into the grove after school in the evenings. Over time, it had earned the moniker the Grove of Passion. Typically, single men and women would not venture here. Yet, Wang Hao had deliberately invited Bai Qianqian to such a location, truly wanted to see if she would come. If she did, it would indicate that the secret held significant importance for her, at which point Wang Hao could demand anything from her. However, if she did not show up, that would be another matter entirely. Time ticked by, and soon it was 8 o'clock. During this interval, several couples passed by Wang Hao, heading deeper into the grove. Yet, Bai Qianqian never made an appearance. This left Wang Hao somewhat disappointed. He surmised that she would likely not come. Consequently, he stood up to leave, abandoning the idea of coercing Bai Qianqian. Just as he emerged from the woods, he was surprised to see Bai Qianqian standing by the playground outside the grove. From her demeanor, it was evident that she had been waiting there for quite some time. That I thought you weren't coming. Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing Bai Qianqian. What do you want? Bai Qianqian crossed her arms, her expression cold as she regarded Wang Hao. Let's go into the grove to talk. It's too crowded here, Wang Hao suggested, turning to head into the thicket. Right here is fine. Bai Qianqian insisted firmly, giving Wang Hao a glare. That I don't want to sneak into the grove with you. Very well, Wang Hao replied awkwardly with a smile. Actually, it's nothing much. I recently encountered a female robot that looks exactly like you. Produced by Miracle Company. I thought I should inform you, as this constitutes a violation of your portrait rights, which is illegal. You could sue them. After saying this, Wang Hao observed the change in Bai Qianqian's expression. While she was trying hard to maintain her composure, it was evident that her face had paled significantly. As it turned out, she had indeed sold her portrait rights to Miracle Company. Wang Hao couldn't help but smirk inwardly. The exalted school beauty had sold her likeness to be used as a model for a female robot. Even the voice was likely Bai Qianqian's. She probably sold the voice package as well. This can't be true. Stop spouting nonsense. Bai Qianqian's first reaction was to deny it, rather than consider pursuing the company infringing on her portrait rights. This only solidified Wang Hao's conviction that Miracle Company had certainly acquired her rights. I'm not joking. I have seen it with my own eyes and even tried it out. It's very realistic and quite effective, Wang Hao said, spreading his hands in a gesture of sincerity. Then, he looked at Bai Qianqian in surprise. You didn't actually sell your portrait rights to them, did you? They used it to create a female robot for adult products, and even the voice is yours. You. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian became furious, but found herself at a loss for words as she glared at Wang Hao. What do you mean, you? Wang Hao retorted, somewhat irritated. Now that I hold your secret, you'd better be polite. What do you want? Bai Qianqian frowned, looking at Wang Hao with evident annoyance. What do I want? Wang Hao sneered. Do you remember how you humiliated me back then? You read the love letter I wrote for you in front of the whole class, and said I was a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Didn't you think that was excessive? Are you still holding a grudge? Bai Qianqian replied, a hint of regret in her voice. I shouldn't have done that. Did I apologize? Is that enough? Bai Qianqian appeared indifferent. Wang Hao scoffed. If apologies were effective, what would we need the police for? What do you want from me then? Just say it. Bai Qianqian stomped her foot, displaying a somewhat petulant demeanor. What do I want? Don't you know? Wang Hao said, brazenly appraising Bai Qianqian from head to toe. Her alluring long legs, slender waist, ample bosom, stunning face, and those delicately sensual red lips, especially as she bit her lower lip, looking wronged, made it hard to resist the urge to cherish her. It must be said, this woman was truly exquisite. Her figure and appearance were impeccable. She was undoubtedly the epitome of a campus beauty, and no wonder Miracle Company would invest heavily to acquire her portrait rights. All right, follow me. Wang Hao mused to himself when Bai Qianqian suddenly gritted her teeth and pulled him into the grove. That as darkness fell. Once they entered the woods, it became even dimmer, making it difficult to discern each other's expressions. However, such obscurity often emboldened people. Come on, just this once. You must promise not to divulge my affairs, Bai Qianqian insisted. Okay, I promise, Wang Hao nodded eagerly. Then let's proceed. Bai Qianqian closed her eyes as she spoke. Gulp. Wang Hao couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of Bai Qianqian in this state. He leaned in, eagerly scrutinizing the contours of her face and those enticing lips. Her breathing began to quicken. Bang! Suddenly, Wang Hao playfully tapped Bai Qianqian's forehead. What are you doing? Bai Qianqian yelped in surprise, rubbing her forehead while glaring at Wang Hao in irritation. I was just teasing you. I don't want anything to happen between us in the woods. Wang Hao chuckled lightly. Honestly, I don't think you'd be better than the female robot. Those things have many tricks up their sleeves. What do you mean by that? Bai Qianqian glared at Wang Hao furiously. She felt insulted. How could she, a living person, be inferior to a robot? Nothing much. I just find you uninteresting, Wang Hao shrugged, though this statement was insincere. After all, what man could remain indifferent when a campus beauty like Bai Qianqian stood before him? Eyes closed, and at his mercy, he merely feared that Bai Qianqian might retaliate by reporting him. After all, in this place, rape was punishable by being sent to a desolate land, akin to a death sentence. Wang Hao had just come into a fortune of 1 million and hadn't begun to enjoy it. He certainly didn't want to be the one to perish in a flower bed. Thus, he forcefully suppressed his impulses. Chapter 10. Be my girlfriend, and I will help you keep your secret. Men, after all, tend to lean towards rationality. Yet, Wang Hao's ability to maintain his composure under such circumstances demonstrated his strong willpower. In that dimly lit grove, with the alluring Bai Qianqian standing before him, eyes closed and yielding, such temptation was not something an ordinary man could withstand. Naturally, Wang Hao remained cautious. After all, a woman like Bai Qianqian could do anything. Once a relationship was established, she could easily turn the tables on him. Wang Hao had no desire to take that risk. However, teasing her was certainly within bounds. So what do you really want? Just to humiliate me? Bai Qianqian's icy gaze bore into Wang Hao. If that were the case, then your goal has been achieved, she retorted coldly. No, my goal is far from accomplished. Wang Hao shook his head, eyeing Bai Qianqian up and down. Let's start with those legs. You. Bai Qianqian's face flushed with shame and anger, but realizing Wang Hao held power over her, she reluctantly complied. As she lifted her skirt to reveal her smooth, delicate, long legs. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Despite having explored countless times in that dim room before, seeing those slender, straight legs again stirred his heart. What are you doing? Wang Hao could not contain himself and reached out. Startling by Qian Qian as she quickly backed away. Calm down. I just wanted to compare the feel of you against the robot, Wang Hao said with a smirk. From now on, you will be my girlfriend as a form of punishment. What? Bai Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you joking? Be your girlfriend? In your dreams. Don't be nervous. It's just pretending. After all, you humiliated me in front of the entire class, leaving me utterly embarrassed. Now, having you pretend to be my girlfriend is just a way for me to regain a bit of face, nothing more. Wang Hao explained, spreading his hands. Just pretending? Nothing else. Bai Qianqian regarded Wang Hao skeptically. Of course. Wang Hao shrugged and remarked, to be honest, even if you desire something else now, I wouldn't dare. What if you accuse me of assault? Just so you know, Bai Qianqian coldly snorted. Then it settled. You will be my boyfriend for a month, and I shall keep your secret. Seems fair, doesn't it? Wang Hao said, spreading his hands. Fairness indeed, but don't think you can take advantage of me later. Bai Qianqian replied, her expression one of wariness. Rest assured, I will not exploit you. We have no substantive romantic relationship, just a facade. Wang Hao assured her earnestly that as long as Bai Qianqian agreed and publicly declared them a couple, their relationship would be deemed legitimate and lawful. By that point, even if something were to occur between them, she would no longer be able to accuse him, or so he thought. However, Bai Qianqian appeared unaware of this ulterior motive, believing it to be merely a pretense of a romantic relationship, which is why she ultimately acquiesced. Upon exiting the grove, Wang Hao immediately took her hand, but predictably, Bai Qianqian instinctively recoiled. What are you doing? We agreed it was just an act. Is it truly an act? Couples hold hands when they walk together, don't they? You wouldn't even pretend? Wang Hao looked at her, somewhat exasperated. Very well then. Bai Qianqian inhaled deeply. It was evident that she was quite resistant, but she ultimately gritted her teeth and consented. Thus, hand in hand, Wang Hao and Bai Qianqian emerged from the grove. Upon reaching the playground, Bai Qianqian quickly freed her hand from his grasp, and they parted ways, each returning to their respective dormitories. See you tomorrow, darling, Wang Hao called, blowing her a kiss. Bai Qianqian hurriedly turned away, anxious about being seen by others. Unbeknownst to her, a few girls, including the bespectacled one, were hiding not far away, observing the scene with astonishment. Why is Qianqian in the grove with Wang Hao? They couldn't have. The bespectacled girl exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. They're holding hands, so they must have. Oh no. Qianqian actually let that guy take advantage of her that moment. Despite being quite far from the girls, Wang Hao inexplicably overheard their conversation. Furthermore, upon exiting the grove, he had noticed their presence almost immediately. Why did it feel as if his senses, both hearing and sight, had sharpened? Puzzled, he scrutinized his body and then shook his head. Back in his empty dormitory, his roommates were absent, as it was Friday, and they had all gone to internet cafes for an all-nighter. Relishing the solitude, Wang Hao collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. After an indeterminate time, he awoke abruptly from a dream about the demon swamp. Recalling the red-haired individual from the virtual game, it struck him that the red-haired boy had asked him to deliver a message. Logically, once the game concluded, the boy should have returned to the real world, negating the need for any message delivery. Nevertheless, driven by curiosity, Wang Hao decided to visit the place the boy had mentioned, primarily to seek out someone who had also participated in that game and inquire about its particulars. Although he had won $1 million in prize money, he remained entirely uninformed about the game itself. The dawn broke, yet the sky remained shrouded in a gray haze, a perpetual state for the quarantine zone. Due to severe environmental pollution, the sun had been obscured for years, at least according to the memories of its previous inhabitants. Donning a jacket, Wang Hao stepped outside and coincidentally encountered 3 of his returning roommates. They exchanged brief greetings. Wang Hao had always been somewhat reclusive, resulting in limited interaction with them. Even his absence for over a month had gone unnoticed. Upon leaving the campus, Wang Hao rented a bicycle and rode towards the 13th group in the North District. Although the residential area was a distance from the school district, it was still relatively close. The journey was lined with unmanned public buses heading towards the factory district, where workers queued along the roadside to board buses bound for a lifetime of toil. Observing these laborers, Wang Hao envisioned a life of relentless drudgery akin to theirs. Chapter 11. The woman in the wheelchair in this technological era. While many jobs have been supplanted by machines, human labor remains irreplaceable in the quarantine zone. Securing a position in a factory is considered quite fortunate, as opportunities for ordinary workers have dwindled significantly with advancing technology. Rumor has it that the quarantine zone government recently passed a law imposing land taxes. Everyone residing in the quarantine zone must pay taxes. One wonders if soon breathing air will incur a cost. Many struggling to survive have resorted to selling blood, organs, or even themselves to wealthy individuals as pets. Of course, these transactions currently occur in secrecy, unprotected by law, thus remaining hidden from the public eye. However, there are whispers of impending legislation that may legalize organ trafficking. The outcry from the populace, though loud, is likely in vain. 20 minutes later, Wang Hao arrived at the 13th group residential area. The building appeared old, with few residents remaining, and the entire complex bore a dilapidated look. He took the creaky elevator to the 21st floor and located apartment 216. Just as he was about to knock, the door swung open, revealing a burly man who seemed to have been waiting for him, having timed his action perfectly. "Who are you looking for?" The imposing figure looked anything but welcoming, exuding an air of menace. "Hello, may I ask if this is Mr. Liao?" Wang Hao inquired, somewhat apprehensively. "You're looking for Mr. Liao." The burly man furrowed his brow, then gestured, "Come in." He stepped aside to allow Wang Hao entry. Though hesitant, Wang Hao ultimately stepped inside. The man shut the door behind him and turned toward the inner room. Wang Hao scanned the area, noting that the interior appeared substantially newer than the exterior, clearly having been recently renovated. The room was quite spacious, albeit somewhat dim due to its poor orientation. At that moment, a faint noise emanated from the inner room, and Wang Hao turned to see the burly man pushing a wheelchair into the living area. Seated in the wheelchair was a woman with short hair, clad in a white dress. Her pallid complexion suggested a fragile state of health. "Did you come looking for me?" The woman smiled at Wang Hao. I am looking for Mr. Liao," he stammered, visibly at a loss. "That would be me. Mr. Liao is my name. I am Liao as my surname, and Mr. as my given name," the woman replied with a smile. Wang Hao was taken aback, momentarily speechless. It was akin to seeking someone named Wang Girl, only to find a man asserting, "I am Wang, and my given name is Girl." It was utterly confounding. "Who sent you to find me?" Mr. Liao inquired first. "A boy with red hair. I participated in the same game as him," Wang Hao explained, scratching the back of his head. At that moment, he began to question why he had ventured here, especially since the red-haired boy had barely managed to convey any message. A boy with red hair. Mr. Liao frowned and glanced back at the burly man, evidently seeking confirmation. The man shook his head in resignation, indicating he was unaware. "Can you describe the game you participated in?" Mr. Liao scrutinized Wang Hao. Wang Hao rubbed the back of his neck. "Initially, we joined a game where the objective was to see how long one could endure in a room cut off from the internet and the outside world. But eventually, we were transported into a virtual game world they referred to as the Demon Swamp, where I encountered the red-haired boy. Yeah, Mr. Liao, and the burly man's expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing this name. Suddenly, Mr. Liao signaled to the burly man, who promptly approached Wang Hao. Instinctively, Wang Hao took a step back, sensing the tension. The burly man pulled out his phone, gestured for Wang Hao to hand over his device. Realizing the request, Wang Hao reluctantly complied, offering his phone. The burly man took it into the inner room. Unsure of what was transpiring, Wang Hao looked to Mr. Liao for reassurance. "Do not worry. He is merely disabling the listening function on your phone. Given your participation in the game organized by the Miracle Company, your device is likely under surveillance." "What?" Wang Hao gasped, startled. "There is no need for alarm. Each of our phones is equipped with monitoring software. It not only eavesdrops on every word you utter, but can even detect your innermost thoughts," Mr. Liao explained calmly. Mr. Liao chuckled lightly, expressing disbelief. "This is impossible, isn't it?" Naturally, Wang Hao was skeptical. The idea of not only monitoring phone calls but also detecting thoughts within one's mind was utterly absurd. It was indeed hard to fathom, but upon deeper reflection, one might notice a curious phenomenon. Have you ever thought of something, and then, quite unexpectedly, found yourself scrolling through videos related to that very thought on your mobile app? Mr. Liao regarded Wang Hao with a knowing gaze, then provided an example. "For instance, when you wish to reward yourself, you might frequently encounter live streams featuring alluring women." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, upon reconsideration, perhaps there was some truth to it. It was quite simple. When one desires a reward, hormones surge rapidly, elevating the heart rate to a specific frequency, all of which can be monitored by a smartphone. Mr. Liao stated matter-of-factly. Wang Hao, listening to these provocative assertions while observing Mr. Liao's pristine and attractive visage, found himself lost in fanciful thoughts. For example, "At this very moment, your hormones are on the rise," Mr. Liao suddenly remarked, looking at Wang Hao with a suggestive expression. This, Wang Hao was taken aback, his face breaking into an awkward smile that it was akin to committing a shameful act and being caught in the act, utterly mortifying. Chapter 12. Humanity is the greatest resource. At that moment, a burly man emerged from the back room, holding Wang Hao's phone. However, instead of returning it, he positioned himself behind Mr. Liao, his gaze towards Wang Hao decidedly unfriendly. Wang Hao hastily diverted the conversation, saying, "Mr. Liao, let us discuss our Jie instead. He mentioned that if he were to pass, I should find you and convey a message. However, he never had the chance to specify what that message was before he perished in the game. So I remain in the dark regarding his intentions." Mr. Liao inhaled deeply and replied, "Jie went to investigate the inner workings of the Miracle Company. The message he wanted you to relay likely pertains to them. Please recount your experiences since participating in that game. Hasn't Jie mentioned anything to you?" Wang Hao countered, primarily inquiring about Jie's whereabouts. He was reluctant to divulge too much about the Miracle Company, fearing repercussions for breaching the confidentiality of the contract he had signed. Jie has yet to return. It seems his fate is rather grim, Mr. Liao remarked, shaking his head. Surely that's not the case? Participating in a game can't lead to fatalities, can it? Wang Hao gazed incredulously at him. Those individuals, a few lives lost are hardly significant, and do you truly believe you were merely participating in a game? It was undoubtedly a covert experiment, and you have all become unwitting guinea pigs. Mr. Liao sneered coldly at a covert experiment. Wang Hao gasped at this revelation, involuntarily recalling the words of the red-haired individual. Could it be that the Miracle Company was indeed engaged in human creation? Yet, even if they were, was it necessary to resort to such extreme measures? Of course, this is merely speculation. While we have gleaned some insights into the Miracle Company, the specifics must be assessed in conjunction with your experiences. Mr. Liao said, gesturing for Wang Hao to share his account. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Hao relayed the events, particularly Jie's theory regarding the company's human creation endeavors. Are you suggesting that all participants were confined in a room with the same woman, and that she was quite insistent? Mr. Liao inquired, furrowing his brow at Wang Hao's words. Indeed, I believe that aside from the female players, all the men were likely imprisoned with by Qianqian, who has admitted to selling her likeness to the Miracle Company. Thus, I suspect they were all female robots. Wang Hao explained, shrugging his shoulders. It's probable that there is more than one female robot. Mr. Liao replied, contemplating if they intended to create humans, it would be far simpler to acquire your sperm directly. I surmise those female robots are merely for data collection, and they likely rotate daily. After all, once you've exhausted yourselves, you would be none the wiser upon falling asleep. They rotate daily? Wang Hao was once again taken aback. Yet, upon reflection, if those robots were all crafted from the same mold, he might not even notice the change. Precisely, Mr. Liao nodded. Those female robots are likely just for data collection. The sperm you donated over the past month would suffice for them to create numerous individuals. Have you ever pondered the possibility of suddenly discovering many illegitimate children in the future? But why would they create so many? It seems there are already enough people in the isolation zone. And resources are scarce, Wang Hao questioned, perplexed. That is true for the average individual. However, 80% of resources are controlled by 20% of the populace. Therefore, those at the top have never lacked for resources. And to them, humans are the most valuable resource, Mr. Liao remarked with a cynical laugh. Humans are the most valuable resource. This notion further reshaped Wang Hao's understanding. Indeed, Mr. Liao affirmed, consider what those in power lack most. They possess wealth and women, indulging in excess. Yet they share one commonality with us, mortality. Furthermore, most of them are aging, making life itself their most prized possession. To extend life, the most effective methods are blood and organ transplants. The legislation for organ trade and transplantation is on the verge of passing, and once it does, the market demand will be immense. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was rendered utterly speechless. He finally grasped why the Miracle Company sought to create humans. It was to fulfill a need among the elite. Where there is demand, there is a market, and this was a colossal market, hence the emergence of this business. They would fabricate humans in advance, only to later sell their organs and blood. It was nothing short of inhumane. Wang Hao was completely astounded. Even as someone who had witnessed the darker aspects of humanity, he found it impossible to accept such a reality. Creating humans is merely the first step, Mr. Liao continued with a smirk. Next, they will likely employ various drugs to accelerate the growth of these artificial humans, akin to administering antibiotics and enzyme preparations to pigs. After all, Spending 10 or 20 years nurturing a person only to harvest their organs is an excessively lengthy process. Gulp. Wang Hao could not suppress a swallow at this point. Merely hearing such revelations left him feeling uneasy, as though he too were one of those engineered beings destined for organ extraction. What then was the purpose of the subsequent simulation games? Wang Hao hastily shifted the topic, determined to address another pressing matter. You must have seen the first news report from the isolation zone this morning? Mr. Liao countered with a question. I did. Wang Hao nodded. The commander of the Great Wall Defense Force, Yang Rongguang, passed away due to illness at 12:30 this morning, and people are mourning his loss. But what does this have to do with ordinary individuals like us? It is of little concern to the average person, but it bears great significance for those of you who participated in that game, Mr. Liao replied, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully. If I am not mistaken, the virtual realm referred to as the Demon Swamp exists within Commander Yang's body. This represents an advanced therapeutic method. What? Within his body? How is that even possible? Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this some sort of jest? Chapter 13. Are you revolutionaries? I know this is difficult to accept, but you must trust that current technology has indeed reached this level, Mr. Liao stated earnestly, locking eyes with Wang Hao. According to our information, the Miracle Company has recently made significant breakthroughs in nanotechnology and digital life sciences. Although they have yet to announce these advancements, we have reason to believe they have successfully integrated nanotechnology with digital life, enabling the transfer of human consciousness into a microscopic universe. Wang Hao felt as though he were hearing a fantastical tale. He was aware of digital life sciences, which had previously circulated online, claiming the ability to transmit human consciousness into robotic brains, thereby achieving a form of immortality. Yet, despite the passage of years, no one had genuinely attained immortality through such means. As for nanotechnology, it essentially involved creating tiny robotic entities to enter the human body to eradicate viruses. Wait, does this imply that the two technologies combined allow for the transfer of human consciousness into nanobots? Wang Hao gazed at Mr. Liao in shock. The so-called microscopic universe is, in essence, the realm of microorganisms. For the microorganisms residing within the human body, the body itself is akin to a universe. Thus, this world is also referred to as the microscopic universe. Mr. Liao elaborated on what constitutes the microscopic universe. He further added, conversely, that if a macroscopic universe exists, then we are all living within the belly of a giant. Of course, this perspective is merely from our vantage point, which is why our world is also termed the intuitive universe. Akin to different dimensions of space, this was the first time Wang Hao had encountered such a notion, yet upon contemplation, he found it rather plausible. The so-called virtual world we enter is essentially our consciousness being transmitted into nanobots, subsequently entering the body of Commander Yang, correct? Wang Hao inquired, gazing at Mr. Liao. He began to believe, though it still felt utterly incredible. Indeed, Mr. Liao nodded and remarked. As for the monsters you encountered in the Demon Swamp, they should be the viruses or cancer cells within his body, which you cannot possibly fend off. Moreover, once the nanobots infiltrate a human body, the host immune cells will also attack you. Those white, fleshy ball-like creatures you mentioned are likely the white blood cells of the human body. Wait, does that swirling river of blood represent the blood vessels within the body? Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as though his worldview had been entirely overturned. It should merely be capillaries. Otherwise, what you observe would not be a river of blood, but rather a sea of blood. Mr. Liao mused thoughtfully. However, it is peculiar that they have yet to develop a method to facilitate the back-and-forth transition of consciousness between the microscopic and intuitive universes. Thus, once an individual is sent into the microscopic universe, their consciousness can never return to the intuitive universe. They will only perish there, their consciousness disintegrating into oblivion. As Mr. Liao spoke, he regarded Wang Hao with a curious and incredulous gaze, asking, "How on earth did you manage to return? Why are you still able to exist in the intuitive universe?" "I have no idea," Wang Hao replied with a helpless shrug. "When I awoke again, I found myself lying in their medical room." "This is utterly astonishing." Mr. Liao shook his head, then inquired with intrigue, "I believe there must be something extraordinary about you. Otherwise, you should have perished in the microscopic universe." "Something extraordinary?" Wang Hao pondered momentarily. The only aspect that set him apart might be that he was not from this world, but had traversed here from the 21st century. Could this be related? "You should exercise caution. I suspect they would be more interested in the secrets you possess than I am. Not allow them to treat you as a lab rat for experimentation," Mr. Liao cautioned Wang Hao. This surely cannot be the case, Wang Hao responded, though despite his words, Mr. Liao's warning instilled a sense of fear within him. After all, ordinary individuals like him, devoid of parents or significant relatives, could very well be subjected to sinister fates, let alone being captured for experimentation. In the quarantine zone, there is nothing one could imagine that they would not dare to undertake. If you seek to safeguard yourself, you might consider joining us. Mr. Liao suddenly stated, fixing his gaze upon Wang Hao. Join you? Wang Hao, there is no way around it. Bai Qianqian possesses an innate ability to draw attention wherever she goes, attracting a multitude of gazes. Now that she is with Wang Hao, her allure has seemingly doubled. After all, people are inherently drawn to gossip. Why did you order so many dishes? Bai Qianqian inquired, eyeing the table laden with food. Unable to suppress a frown. It's nothing, just eat. Wang Hao replied nonchalantly with a smile. You can't possibly be thinking of pursuing me, can you? Bai Qianqian immediately became wary. What a lovely notion you have. Wang Hao chuckled softly. Initially, he had ordered a banquet for himself, but upon encountering Bai Qianqian, he decided to share, knowing he could not finish it all. Little did he know, Bai Qianqian misinterpreted his intentions. Isn't that for the best? Bai Qianqian remarked, her concern alleviated by Wang Hao's attitude. Throughout the meal, Wang Hao indulged heartily, seemingly oblivious to Bai Qianqian's presence. Meanwhile, their classmates whispered amongst themselves, speculating about the pair. With rumors swirling, some even claiming Bai Qianqian was pregnant. The words struck Bai Qianqian like a thunderclap, leaving her furious, her face darkening with anger. Wang Hao, you spread these rumors, didn't you? What are you trying to accomplish? She glared at him through gritted teeth. Don't wrongfully accuse me. I haven't told anyone anything. Wang Hao hastily clarified. He then glanced at the nearby bespectacled girl and her friends, adding, but your friends did see us last night when we left the woods. You mean Xiao Yu and the others? Bai Qianqian shook her head. Even if they saw us, they wouldn't spread rumors. Well, I can't explain how it got out, but the fact that we were in the woods together is already common knowledge. Wang Hao replied, shrugging. Who said we were in the woods? Bai Qianqian's irritation flared, her cheeks flushing red. Whether we were or not is irrelevant. What matters is that everyone believes we were. Wang Hao grinned mischievously. You? Bai Qianqian was left speechless with anger. Wang Hao, we need to talk. Just then, a swaggering young man approached. His name was Song Ming, a wealthy heir known for his domineering presence at school, where few dared to confront him. Moreover, he was one of Bai Qianqian's suitors. It was evident that Song Ming had come to confront Wang Hao about the rumors. Their classmates gathered around, eager to witness the unfolding drama. This is it. Wang Hao is in for it now, they murmured, anticipating Song Ming's retribution. He deserves it. Let's see how Song Ming deals with him. Speak your mind, Wang Hao said, patting his slightly distended belly, unconcerned. He didn't even glance at Song Ming. Unlike others, he held no fear of the wealthy heir. After all, we all have but one life. Who cares who you are? Chapter 15. Without a word, he draws his blade. Song Ming stepped closer, leaning over the table. Adopting a condescending posture as he addressed Wang Hao, let me give you some advice. Keep your distance from Qianqian. It was a blatant threat. The two sycophants behind Song Ming glared menacingly at Wang Hao. However, Wang Hao stood his ground, a smile playing on his lips as he glanced at Bai Qianqian. She is my girlfriend. What do you mean by keeping my distance? Your girlfriend? You ought to take a good look in the mirror. Do you really think you deserve her? Song Ming scoffed. Whether I deserve her or not is debatable, but you certainly do not, Wang Hao replied, shaking his head. What did you just say? Song Ming's anger flared. As the esteemed heir of the Song family, he was accustomed to female admiration, yet he had always held a fondness for Bai Qianqian. After pursuing her for so long without success, Wang Hao's words struck a nerve. And he became furious. His two lackeys appeared ready to pounce on Wang Hao. In response, Wang Hao quickly grabbed a bottle from the table, shattering it and gripping the jagged glass tightly, prepared to defend himself. His mindset was simple. He could accept the consequences of his actions, but he refused to be killed. After all, whether his assailants faced repercussions from the law was another matter entirely. Thus, anyone who dared to approach would face dire consequences. What are you all doing? This is school. Are you looking to brawl? At that critical moment, Bai Qianqian intervened, stepping in front of Wang Hao, and what he said is true. I am indeed his girlfriend. What? You're with him? Song Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept the reality. He was the heir of the Song family, handsome, well-connected, and wealthy beyond measure. Even the school authorities bowed to his family's influence. How could he possibly lose to someone like Wang Hao? Indeed, we are together now, so you should abandon any hopes, Bai Qianqian asserted defiantly, raising her chin. Her protective stance in front of Wang Hao stirred a sense of gratitude within him. All right, Wang Hao, just you wait. Meet me at the school gate tonight. If you're a man, don't hide behind a woman. Song Ming, his eyes filled with rage, issued a final warning before storming off with his minions. The surrounding diners regarded Wang Hao with pitying expressions that it's over for him. He's crossed Song Ming, and he won't know how he met his end. Indeed, the Song family wielded considerable power in the North District. Capable of making someone vanish without a trace, I fear Wang Hao may well disappear. Listening to the murmurs, Bai Qianqian suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. She quickly turned to Wang Hao. You mustn't leave school after class. The Song family truly possesses that kind of influence. Don't worry. No matter how powerful he is, he's still just an ordinary person. He's not a cat with 9 lives. Wang Hao replied with a cold smirk. This sense of urgency only fueled his resolve. Upon returning to his dormitory, Wang Hao retrieved a bone knife he had purchased shortly after arriving in this world. Preparing for the unpredictable nature of his surroundings. As dusk fell, he donned a sweatshirt with a large pocket, concealing the knife within while keeping his hands poised for a swift draw. He was ready and even felt a thrill of anticipation. Upon exiting the school gates, Wang Hao spotted Song Ming and his entourage, which had grown to 7 or 8 members, including a tattooed man. As Song Ming's group noticed Wang Hao, they beckoned him over. Numerous classmates gathered nearby, eager to witness the confrontation. The shadows beneath the trees appeared even darker, yet Wang Hao approached without trepidation. Just then, Bai Qianqian sprinted up from behind, clutching his shirt. What are you doing? I told you not to leave the school. Her concern for Wang Hao is evident. What? Are you worried about me? Don't forget, we are merely pretending to be a couple. Don't take it too seriously. Wang Hao teased, leaning closer to whisper in her ear. You're mistaken. I just don't want you to get hurt because of me. Ultimately, Song Ming is bothering you because of me. Please return to school. I'll handle him, Bai Qianqian urged, pulling Wang Hao back towards the campus. Meanwhile, Song Ming's group was already advancing toward them. Seeing them approach, Wang Hao instinctively embraced Bai Qianqian tightly, causing her to feel the hardness of his abdomen. Step aside. I don't want you to get splattered with blood, he warned, releasing her and marching toward Song Ming's crew. Gripping the knife firmly in his pocket, Wang Hao resolved to target Song Ming first. Aiming for a swift, fatal strike, the remaining adversaries would be dealt with as they came, like a game of chance. Just as Wang Hao prepared to unsheath the knife and unleash chaos, a figure suddenly dashed across the street, stabbing Song Ming without warning. The shocking turn of events startled everyone, particularly those closest to Song Ming, who recoiled in fear, retreating in a panic. In truth, these individuals were merely bullies, relying on their numbers to intimidate. When faced with real danger, they were not so brave after all. The incident commenced with an individual surging from behind and delivering a swift blow to Song Ming, without uttering a single word before brandishing a knife. Who would not be terrified upon witnessing such a scene? To be candid, even Wang Hao found himself somewhat startled. However, his predominant feeling was one of incredulity, just as he was about to wield his own knife. An unexpected figure akin to Chang Yaojin emerged, striking Song Ming with a blade. Wang Hao nearly withdrew the boning knife from his pocket. Upon witnessing Song Ming being stabbed, he realized that retrieving the knife was no longer an option, and thus he reluctantly returned it to his pocket. Chapter 16. The law enforcers arrive at that moment. The onlookers were all taken aback, gazing at the wounded Song Ming, yet the most incredulous among them was undoubtedly Song Ming himself. He turned around, his face reflecting disbelief as he stared at the man behind him. This individual had an unremarkable appearance and appeared somewhat disheveled. However, Song Ming could not fathom when he might have incurred the wrath of such a person. The crux of the matter was that this man dared to attack him. How dare you stab me? Do you even know who I am? Song Ming gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in his back, and managed to utter the words. The seemingly unremarkable man remained silent, merely grinning before decisively withdrawing the fruit knife embedded in Song Ming's back and proceeding to estate. Wang Hao shrugged and remarked, Song Ming is a wealthy second-generation heir, arrogant and overbearing, bullying others at will. Therefore, it is hardly surprising that someone would target him. The female law enforcement officer pressed on. Have you ever considered killing him? Well, yes and no. Wang Hao chuckled. If I were to say no, you surely wouldn't believe me. So let us say yes, but merely as a fleeting thought. That's not illegal, is it? Not illegal, but it indicates you had a motive to kill him. The female officer gazed deeply at Wang Hao. Indeed, I concede that point. However, I reckon many others might share such motives. So what does that imply? Have I become a suspect? Wang Hao couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the situation. Song Ming had been murdered in broad daylight, the culprit apprehended, And yet they were trying to implicate him. Did they genuinely believe that because the victim was a wealthy heir, several others must be dragged into the fray? You lacked direct suspicion of murder, yet you were suspected of hiring a hitman. Zhang Jinping observed Wang Hao, his tone laden with significance. The killer has confessed that you paid him to eliminate Song Ming. What? Wang Hao was taken aback by this revelation. He suddenly wondered if Mr. Liao was conspiring against him. However, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. If the intent was to harm him, there was no need to send someone to extricate him from trouble, especially by murdering Song Ming to frame him. That would be a superfluous act. Moreover, he didn't even know that man. Wang Hao quickly realized he was being duped. Officer Zhang, as a law enforcement official, I sincerely hope you refrain from making baseless accusations and conjectures that I could sue you for that, Wang Hao stated earnestly, fixing his gaze on Zhang Jinping. So, do you deny any connection with the killer? Zhang Jinping furrowed his brow, looking at Wang Hao. He hadn't expected Wang Hao to see through the ruse so easily. Of course not. Wang Hao spread his hands. I don't even know that fellow. I was startled by the whole affair. Besides, my altercation with Song Ming was merely verbal. Was it necessary to hire someone to kill him? And even if it came to that, it would be others hiring a hitman to kill me. Not the other way around. But you possess the means now. Recently, you participated in that game organized by Miracle Corporation and won a prize of 1 million. Did you not? Zhang Jinping observed Wang Hao. Just because one has the means, does it imply they will hire a killer? Do the wealthy hire assassins on a daily basis? Wang Hao was nearly amused by their insistence that 1 million was still sitting in his account, untouched, as he hadn't even considered spending it. Besides, how could a person of his modest means ever justify spending 1 million on hiring a hitman? That was ludicrous. Ultimately, Wang Hao revealed his account balance, leaving the two interrogating officers speechless. Their approach had been mere speculation and manipulation, hoping to extract some evidence from Wang Hao. After all, the deceased was the scion of the Song family. If they could unearth more suspects, it would ease their burden. In essence, the lives of the wealthy were deemed far more precious. If they only apprehended one murderer, it would be difficult to explain. In the eyes of the affluent, ordinary lives were cheap. Needing several to equate to one of their OWN. It is needless to say how they valued the lives of the common folk. Ultimately, with no solid evidence linking Wang Hao to the crime, the officers had no choice but to release him. As Wang Hao stepped out of the law enforcement bureau, a black sedan abruptly blocked his path. Two burly men exited the vehicle, flanking him. Wang Hao turned to glance at the car, where the window rolled down. A man with slicked back hair sat in the back seat, not even bothering to look at him, merely tilting his head. Get in. I'll take you back to school. Wang Hao glanced back at the law enforcement bureau. The officers had turned their heads, feigning ignorance. Clearly, the man in the car held significant status, observing the two imposing figures. Wang Hao decided against resistance, especially as he was unarmed. He entered the vehicle, and the two muscular men followed suit before the car sped off towards the Peking University campus. The slick-haired man continued to crack open 2 walnuts in his hands, producing a jarring sound intermittently. You know who I am, right? After a while, the man finally spoke to a member of the Song family. Wang Hao replied, puzzled. This was, after all, quite evident. Chapter 18. This was not an accident. The slick-haired man continued to crack the walnuts, gazing out the window. I am Song Ming's uncle, Song Qingyang. Considering the reputation of our conglomerate, they specifically sent me to gather information from you that if my elder brother had come, you wouldn't have walked out of the law enforcement bureau alive. What? Would he dare kill me in the law enforcement bureau? Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle softly, finding it childish. Song Qingyang turned to look at Wang Hao, his face betraying disdain. Even if he killed you in the law enforcement bureau, those officers would only cover it up. Do you genuinely think they're upholding the law? Wang Hao was left speechless, fully aware that the man spoke the truth. Now, tell me, what exactly transpired between you and Song Ming? I believe you wouldn't hire someone to kill him, but his death is undoubtedly connected to you. After saying this, Song Qingyang turned his gaze back to the window. He always maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Yet there was an unsettling sense of control he exerted over Wang Hao. Instinctively, Wang Hao felt this man was not simple. Thus, he chose not to withhold information, directly relaying the cause of his conflict with Song Ming. After all, this was nothing that couldn't be shared, especially since many classmates had witnessed it. Even if he remained silent, the Song family would eventually learn. After listening, Song Qingyang nodded. Song Ming indeed behaved that way. He has been spoiled by his family since childhood, of which we are all aware. Nevertheless, regardless of his behavior, he did not deserve to die, isn't that so? After a moment, Song Qingyang suddenly turned to Wang Hao. Certainly, Wang Hao nodded. However, With his behavior, it was only a matter of time before he met his end. This was the truth. If it were merely a conflict, it wouldn't have escalated to murder. However, if Song Ming sought to retaliate against him, the stakes would be entirely different. Wang Hao had been prepared to confront Song Ming with a knife, but fate intervened. Moreover, there were likely many who wished to see Song Ming dead, especially given his history of bullying others at the university. Song Qingyang observed Wang Hao and shook his head. It seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Song Ming was indeed arrogant and made many enemies, but tell me, who dares to truly move against him? Simply because he is a member of the Song family. Now that a member of the Song family had been killed, it was no longer a matter of one life lost. How complicated can it be? Do you intend to eliminate everyone at Peking University to accompany him in death? Wang Hao scoffed. Your Song family may be wealthy and powerful, but you are still mere mortals. Each with only one life. A single stab would suffice to end it. Would it not? Not quite. Song Qingyang shook his head. We do not wish to escalate matters, but with a member of the Song family deceased, an explanation is required. The murderer had no prior conflict with Song Ming, so he must have been instigated by someone. I need to uncover who is orchestrating this behind the scenes. Then you should ask the killer. Wang Hao replied, shrugging. That fellow is reckless. Even the law enforcement officers may struggle to extract information from him. Hence, I sought you out. I believe you might know something. Song Qingyang regarded Wang Hao. I don't know. Wang Hao firmly shook his head. He had no intention of betraying Mr. Liao, who had helped him out of a tight spot, arguably even eliminating Song Ming for him. Therefore, there was no way he would divulge his identity. Don't be hasty in making decisions. Even if you don't consider your own welfare, you must think of your little girlfriend. Song Qingyang remarked meaningfully. What have you done to Bai Qianqian? Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's composure faltered. Not that he truly viewed Bai Qianqian as his girlfriend, but he did not wish for her to be implicated due to his actions. Rest assured, we have done nothing to her thus far. However, should you refuse to cooperate, she might very well vanish. Song Qingyang raised his hand. Wang Hao found himself in a dilemma. He was unwilling to risk Bai Qianqian's safety, aware of the Song family's capacity for such actions. Yet, he also did not want to betray Mr. Liao. You should think this through. Song Qingyang placed a hand on Wang Hao's shoulder. All I seek is a name. If you provide it, I will give you 3 million. From that point on, this matter will have no bearing on you, and I will not disclose that you were the source of our information. You can rest assured on that front. Wang Hao felt a stir of temptation at the offer. 3 million was indeed a substantial sum. Yet, he still could not bring himself to betray Mr. Liao. After a brief silence, the vehicle finally halted at the entrance of Peking University. At that moment, Mr. Liao handed Wang Hao a business card, saying, you need not decide immediately. Take your time to consider it. Wang Hao instinctively accepted the card. He nodded and said, I'll think about it. After uttering those words, he alighted from the vehicle and strode towards the school without a backward glance. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed behind him before he could even reach the school gate. Wang Hao was startled and quickly turned around, only to discover an unknown dump truck had collided violently with Song Qingyang's black sedan. The car was crumpled beyond recognition, and the 3 occupants inside were utterly trapped within the mangled wreckage, blood seeping slowly from the car door. At that moment, Wang Hao felt a wave of dread wash over him. Grateful that he had already exited the vehicle. Otherwise, he would surely have met the same grim fate as those inside. With a creak, the door of the dump truck swung open, and a man wearing a hard hat leapt out. He surveyed the deformed sedan before retrieving his phone to make a call. Hello, is this the Enforcement Bureau? After hanging up, he glanced at Wang Hao, who stood frozen at the school gate, and offered him a slight nod. He then produced a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and leisurely squatted on the ground to smoke. Meanwhile, Wang Hao had crumpled the business card in his hand, his palm slick with sweat. The man's nod signaled to him that this was no mere accident. It was evident that Mr. Liao had orchestrated this. However, the intent behind having Song Qingyang killed was certainly more than just resolving a personal issue. Perhaps she feared that Song Qingyang had extracted information from him, thus orchestrating this accident to eliminate him. If that were the case, he too could become a target for silence. This served as a warning. Chapter 19. Explosive news. The distant sound of police sirens interrupted Wang Hao's train of thought. Coming back to himself, he hurriedly turned and entered the school. At that moment, fear gripped him. Initially, he had felt a tinge of gratitude towards Mr. Liao for helping him deal with Song Ming, but now he regretted entangling himself with her. These revolutionaries were truly deranged, willing to exchange lives so recklessly. The most terrifying aspect was their audacity to target Song Qingyang. It was important to remember that Song Qingyang was the second son of the Song family. A figure of absolute authority in the Northern District. The fact that they had so easily dispatched him was alarming. The Song family would undoubtedly erupt in chaos, possibly causing a stir throughout the entire quarantined area. Furthermore, Wang Hao had become the last person to see Song Qingyang alive, which foretold the monumental trouble he was about to face. With these thoughts swirling, Wang Hao felt a headache coming on. A large number of enforcement officers soon arrived at the scene, cordoning off the area. Within a single day, 2 murders had occurred in the same location, claiming 4 lives, all of whom belonged to the Song family. The gravity of the situation intensified with the death of the family's second son in this accident. Before long, the director of the Northern District Enforcement Bureau, Lu Mingyuan, personally rushed to the scene. He was in a state of utter turmoil, as the incident had taken place in his jurisdiction, making him undeniably accountable. If this situation was not handled appropriately, it could very well jeopardize his position as director. "What is the situation? Have you figured it out?" Lu Mingyuan inquired as he stepped out of the car, addressing the officer in charge of the scene. "Report, Director. Based on our preliminary investigation, this appears to be a traffic accident. The driver was intoxicated, suspected of severe drunk driving, and has already been taken to the bureau," the officer reported firmly. "A traffic accident? For heaven's sake, go explain that to the Song family," Lu Mingyuan cursed in frustration. After venting his anger, he slapped the officer's cap off his head. He then hurriedly got back into his car, likely to return to the bureau and interrogate the driver. At that moment, light rain began to fall from the sky. Beneath the shade of a tree across the street, an elderly man with a dark complexion unfurled an umbrella over a tall girl. She was clad in a trench coat, wearing black boots. Her hair tied up in a high ponytail. With a cold yet beautiful visage, she exuded an air of elegance and confidence. "Miss, he may be caught in this turmoil. Should we speak with the Song family?" the elderly man suddenly inquired. "No need." Yang Ning shook her head. "That we are only responsible for guarding the Great Wall. The conflicts within the high walls do not concern us, unless his life is in danger. We should avoid interference." "Understood." The elderly man nodded, and the two of them entered a black sedan parked at the roadside before driving away. The night had deepened, yet Wang Hao lay in bed, unable to find slumber. Although returning to the school dormitory provided a modicum of comfort, his taut nerves remained unyielding. He was acutely aware that trouble was imminent. If Song Ming's murder had merely posed a minor inconvenience, the death of the Song family's second son would undoubtedly bring him significant peril. Even if the Enforcement Bureau did not seek him out for questioning, the Song family would not let him off the hook. Moreover, there was a strong possibility that Bai Qianqian would also be implicated. After much deliberation, Wang Hao sent a message to Bai Qianqian to check on her well-being, primarily to ascertain whether she had been taken by the Song family. "Are you insane? What could possibly happen to me in the middle of the night? Everyone is asleep, and you woke me up with your message," Bai Qianqian swiftly replied, scolding him. However, Wang Hao felt no anger. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that Bai Qianqian had responded meant she was safe for the time being. Nonetheless, he cautioned her to remain vigilant, as the recent events, culminating in the death of the Song family's second son, might incite the family to target Bai Qianqian. Ultimately, this was a bloody affair ignited by 2 men vying for a woman's affection. At least that was how it appeared to outsiders. There was a real possibility that Bai Qianqian could be branded as a femme fatale. These thoughts lingered. Wang Hao unwittingly drifted off to sleep. However, plagued by worries, his slumber was restless, and he awoke several times throughout the night. Before dawn, he found himself unable to sleep any longer. Wang Hao resorted to his phone, checking the latest trending news. He presumed that the news of 2 deaths within the Song family would undoubtedly become sensational, rocketing to the top of the trending charts. Given the public's animosity towards the wealthy and the notoriety of the Song family as a prominent power in the Northern District, the deaths of 2 members in a single day would surely elicit widespread approval. Indeed, the public reacted as he expected, but the news concerning the Song family was overshadowed by another headline. The most talked about topic was titled, "They are creating humans." Wang Hao's eyelids twitched at the sight of those words. He hurriedly clicked on the link, discovering that the report stemmed from a self-media blogger who claimed that a certain biotechnology research company was engaged in creating human beings, potentially for future organ transplants. The blogger even asserted that the information was sourced from a survivor of an experiment at the company, guaranteeing its authenticity. While discussions surrounding organ transplants and the trade of organs had long pervaded the internet, the topic gained unprecedented traction due to the imminent passage of a bill legalizing organ trade. Thus, this news surged to the forefront of public discourse. The outcry against the legalization of organ trafficking was palpable. With sentiments running high, the populace was well aware that if organ trade were legalized, the impoverished could lose even their own kidneys. Given this context, it was only logical that the news regarding the Song family was eclipsed. However, Wang Hao was anything but calm upon reading this new development. It was painfully clear that this information had been leaked by Mr. Liao and her associates, and the so-called survivor of the experiment was none other than himself. It was as if they were on the verge of exposing his identity. Should this situation continue to escalate, leading to potential losses for Miracle Company, he could very well find himself facing legal repercussions. Not to mention the hefty penalties that could ensue. Wang Hao pondered the intentions of Mr. Liao and her group. Were they truly pushing him into a perilous situation? Chapter 20. The indulgent heiress Wang Hao's current predicament was undeniably dire. Although he had not directly engaged in conflict with any faction, he found himself ensnared amidst three opposing powers that on one side was the Song family, with the deaths of Song Ming and Song Qingyang linked to him. It was certain that the family would not let the matter rest, eventually seeking him out. Yet, he could not betray Mr. Liao by revealing that Song Ming and Song Qingyang had been eliminated at her behest. While doing so might absolve him, the revolutionaries would undoubtedly retaliate. Caught in this dilemma was already burdensome enough, but the recent revelations concerning Miracle Company only compounded his woes. As the sole survivor among the participants, it was evident that people would attribute the leak to him, that if this were to result in losses for the company, he would certainly face consequences. With these thoughts weighing heavily on him, Wang Hao decided he needed to confer with Mr. Liao, for the current circumstances seemed almost entirely of her making. He needed to ascertain her true intentions. After having breakfast at the cafeteria, he prepared to ride his bike to meet Mr. Liao. As soon as he stepped out of the school gate, a sleek black sedan came to a halt directly in front of him. The scene felt oddly familiar. It was reminiscent of the previous night when Song Qingyang's car had similarly approached him after he left the enforcement bureau. Wang Hao regarded the vehicle before him, noticing two impeccably dressed bodyguards alight from it. Even the bodyguards bore a striking resemblance to one another. It seemed that yet another member of the Song family had arrived. Did they not fear a repeat encounter with a dump truck? Wang Hao pondered this in silence. That moment, one of the bodyguards approached and opened the rear door, revealing a foot adorned with diamond-encrusted high heels stepping out first. Following the foot, Wang Hao's gaze traveled upward to behold two long, alluring legs, elegantly encased in a flowing black gown. Soon after, a woman, gracefully attired in a fitted black dress, descended from the vehicle. Her figure was strikingly proportionate, embodying a delicate allure. She wore dark sunglasses, her hair elegantly styled in an updo, and her dress was adorned with glimmering diamonds. The luxurious jewels gracing her head and neck exuded an air of nobility. A mere glance was enough for Wang Hao to ascertain that this woman was undoubtedly a wealthy socialite, the kind of partner modern men often dream of marrying. Even he felt an inexplicable flutter of excitement. After all, aligning oneself with such a fortune could ensure a life of stability. Moreover, she appeared youthful and undeniably beautiful. At that moment, the stunning heiress tugged at the leash in her hand, and Wang Hao watched in astonishment as a pale-faced young boy crawled out of the car. The leash she held was unmistakably fastened around the boy's neck. Wang Hao could hardly suppress a curse, his eyes widening in shock. Although he had heard of the concept of human pets, witnessing it firsthand was a revelation. The fact that keeping a human pet was illegal only intensified the absurdity of the scene before him. This woman brazenly paraded her human pet in public as if she were walking a dog. The implications of such a relationship were staggering. You're Wang Hao, correct? The captivating heiress removed her sunglasses, scrutinizing him from her elevated position. The boy at her feet obediently lay down, resembling a well-trained pup. Yes, that's me. You must be from the Song family? Wang Hao replied, glancing around as if expecting a dump truck to appear. Rest assured, during this period, no vehicles will pass through this road. What transpired last night will not occur again. The heiress seemed to read his thoughts, offering a light chuckle. What should I call you? Wang Hao inquired. My name is Song Qingru, but you may refer to me as the third miss, she replied, her demeanor exuding a sense of pride. So, she was Song Qingru, the third miss of the Song family, the sister of Song Qingyang. Wang Hao recalled seeing her name on television, recognizing her as the chairwoman of Song Media Corporation, essentially the owner of a film production company. The Song family's business was extensive, including significant ventures in entertainment. You must be here regarding last night's incident, Wang Hao stated. Observing Song Qingru. I can be considered a witness. but I had already moved toward the school when the accident occurred, so I didn't see how it unfolded. All I heard was a loud crash, and by the time I turned around, the accident had already happened. You need not rush to explain, Song Qingru interjected with a soft laugh. I understand this is not your fault. Clearly, someone is targeting our Song family. And a student like you certainly lacks the means to orchestrate such schemes. I am merely here to inquire if you have any knowledge of who might be behind this. Mr. Song also asked me this question last night, but I truly do not know, Wang Hao replied. Shaking his head earnestly, to lend credibility to his words, he even immersed himself in the pretense, genuinely believing he was unaware of any underlying schemes. Yet, your conflict with Song Ming coincidentally arises at this time. Surely, it cannot be mere coincidence. Are you certain you possess no information? Or could you perhaps offer me some insight? Song Qingru stepped closer, her hand playfully brushing against Wang Hao's chest, her gloved fingers trailing softly. A captivating scent of perfume wafted from her. How could anyone resist such a test? I truly do not know. My confrontation with Song Ming was merely verbal. There was no physical altercation, and then suddenly someone appeared and stabbed him. Wang Hao stammered, his face flushing crimson, portraying the typical helplessness of a young man overwhelmed by the charms of a beautiful woman. In terms of acting, he felt he had some skill, yet it appeared this was genuinely a coincidence. Observing Wang Hao's naive demeanor, Song Qingru began to suspect he was not involved in the matter at hand. This visit was proving fruitless. However, upon further reflection, she realized it was not entirely in vain. She had uncovered a promising prospect. Suddenly, Song Qingru lifted Wang Hao's chin, scrutinizing him closely. Your looks are quite suitable for an acting career. How would you feel about starring in a film with me? Starring in a film? Wang Hao felt a surge of excitement at the prospect, envisioning high-profile scenes alongside Song Qingru. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, doubting his ability to sustain such a career. Song Qingru handed him a business card. If you decide to pursue this, give me a call. As long as you remain obedient, I can ensure you achieve fame. With that, she kicked the pale boy beside her, who promptly scrambled into the car. Song Qingru followed suit, and the bodyguards activated the vehicle, departing with haste. Chapter 21. He remained under their watchful scrutiny. Wang Hao gazed at the business card in his hand, his heart finally settling. The dream of becoming a celebrity was beyond his reach. He could never be as compliant as the pale boy, nor could he become anyone's pet. Although Song Qingru was strikingly beautiful, she was, in reality, a significant aberration. Any man who fell into her grasp would likely find himself utterly dominated. Wang Hao had no intention of pursuing her, so he casually discarded her card into a nearby trash bin. He then procured a bicycle and leisurely made his way toward the residential area. Third miss, are we truly letting him go? The bodyguard in the front seat of the black sedan inquired. Unable to restrain his curiosity, for now, there is no need to address this minor character. Just keep an eye on him. Our primary focus is to unmask the mastermind behind this plot, Song Qingru replied, affectionately patting the head of the pale boy beside her. Isn't that right, Little White? Little White eagerly licked her palm, resembling a loyal dog. Wang Hao, heading in the opposite direction from Song Qingru, reached the next intersection, where he spotted a significant number of enforcers dismantling roadblocks. They had likely sealed off the area just moments before. The stench of corruption was palpable. The powerful received preferential treatment, while enforcers facilitated their passage. Observing these once authoritative figures, Wang Hao suddenly perceived them as no different from the pale boy tethered to Song Qingru. This incident involving Song Qingyang's car accident had evidently instilled a sense of fear in the Song family. 20 minutes later, Wang Hao arrived at Residential Group 13, where he surveyed the surroundings. The building seemed eerily quiet, devoid of life. He proceeded to the elevator and ascended to the 21st floor, confidently knocking on the door of room 216. The door swung open, revealing not the burly man from before, but a middle-aged woman. Excuse me, is Mr. Liao home? Wang Hao inquired cautiously. Who is Mr. Liao? You must have the wrong place, the woman replied, her expression tinged with suspicion. Wang Hao hesitated, stepping back to verify the door number. But this is room 216. Mr. Liao used to reside here. That must be the previous tenant that we just moved in. The former occupants have already vacated, the woman stated, waving her hand dismissively, preparing to shut the door. Oh, you know where they moved? Wang Hao pressed, eager for information. How would I know? She retorted, her impatience evident. All right, my apologies for the disturbance. Wang Hao offered a polite smile before departing. He had anticipated that Mr. Liao would simply relocate. It appeared he was still wary, perhaps fearing he might report him. prompting the hasty move. Wang Hao couldn't help but admire Mr. Liao's caution. Having gathered no further leads, he decided to return to school. However, as he exited the building, he encountered the burly man waiting below. "Follow me," the man instructed, clearly aware of Wang Hao's intent to find Mr. Liao. Without hesitation, he began walking into the old residential area, and Wang Hao, unperturbed, followed suit. Every step he took was evidently monitored by Mr. Liao. Before long, they arrived at a quaint little park within the community. At that moment, Wang Hao spotted Mr. Liao, who was seated on a stone bench by the pond, her wheelchair positioned beside her, suggesting she had been there for quite some time. The pond itself appeared to have been neglected for a long period. Its surface littered with fallen leaves. "Mr. Wang, we meet again." Mr. Liao greeted Wang Hao as if they were old acquaintances. "I thought I might never see you again." Wang Hao chuckled lightly. "I didn't expect you to be so cautious. Even going so far as to move. I apologize. It's not that I don't trust you, but I cannot afford to take risks, so I must prepare for the worst," Mr. Liao replied, looking at Wang Hao with a hint of regret. "Including monitoring me?" Wang Hao inquired, waving his phone before her. His certainty stemmed from the fact that a burly man had previously taken his phone. Moreover, just last night, he had disembarked from Song Qingyang's vehicle before a dump truck fatally struck both Song Qingyang and his two bodyguards. Coupled with the burly man's timely presence downstairs earlier, it was evident that his phone had been tampered with. Therefore, his every move over the past few days was clearly under scrutiny. "Mr. Wang, please believe me. I harbor no ill intentions towards you." Mr. Liao did not directly answer his question, yet her silence implied acquiescence. "I believe that, but I am curious to know what exactly you wish to obtain from me. Or rather, what purpose do you aim to achieve through me? I fail to comprehend why I would be of any significance to you," Wang Hao said, helplessly shrugging his shoulders. "Mr. Wang, you underestimate your own importance." "You are quite significant to us," Mr. Liao stated earnestly, gazing intently at him. "Is that so?" Wang Hao chuckled softly. "So, you dispatched someone to eliminate Song Ming and even orchestrated the fatal accident of Song Qingyang, all to alleviate my troubles. Indeed, sending someone to deal with Song Ming was to help you, as I was aware you intended to take matters into your own hands. However, the removal of Song Qingyang was meant to sever your lingering thoughts and serve as a warning." Mr. Liao candidly revealed her intentions, a revelation that did not surprise Wang Hao. Once it was confirmed that he was being monitored, everything else followed suit, since their conversation in the car had undoubtedly been intercepted. They likely believed he could not resist the allure of 3 million, prompting them to resort to such extreme measures to eliminate Song Qingyang while simultaneously issuing him a warning. "Ultimately, Mr. Liao still does not trust me," Wang Hao remarked with a light chuckle, which is quite understandable, as we are not well acquainted, and humans are indeed susceptible to temptation. However, many of your actions have already impacted me, to the point of implicating me. I seek to ascertain whether this is intentional or unintentional." He added, "If I claim it is unintentional, you would undoubtedly not believe me. Therefore, let us consider it intentional." Mr. Liao smiled. "So, you are deliberately pushing me into a predicament." Wang Hao narrowed his eyes, observing Mr. Liao closely. "Why not speak plainly? What precisely do you wish for me to do? Since you are being so straightforward, I shall forego any pretense. My objective is simple. I wish for you to join us." Mr. Liao replied earnestly, her gaze unwavering. Chapter 22. Mr. Liao once shone brightly. Wang Hao had anticipated this. Mr. Liao's insistent pressure was evidently aimed at securing his allegiance. Nevertheless, he could not fathom why she was so intent on having him join. Logically, their ranks of revolutionaries should not lack for manpower, and others were willing to serve Mr. Liao, indicating she had no shortage of capable individuals. Unless he possessed some unique value. I have already stated that I will not join you, as doing so offers me no benefit and would only jeopardize my situation. Wang Hao shook his head firmly. Joining them would mean aligning himself with the revolutionaries, a perilous identity that could lead to imprisonment or worse if exposed. "Mr. Wang, with all due respect, your current predicament is far more perilous. Thus, joining us would provide you with the protection you need," Mr. Liao asserted with earnestness. "You claim my situation is dangerous. I fail to see it." Wang Hao scoffed, a hint of derision in his tone. Before Song Qingru sought him out, he genuinely believed his circumstances were dire. However, now that she had approached him and he had clarified matters, he assumed the Song family would no longer pursue him. "Oh, you truly believe the Song family will easily let you go? Moreover, Song Qingru is not one to be trifled with," Mr. Liao scoffed. "The Song family is merely biding their time, not wanting to stir up further trouble. especially since they find themselves in a precarious position. Otherwise, why do you think the news of artificial humans has suddenly overshadowed the Song family's headlines? They are manipulating the narrative to divert attention and suppress any unfavorable discourse surrounding their family. This news is orchestrated by them. Wang Hao mused, finally comprehending the situation. Previously, they had employed such tactics frequently. When an undesirable event began to gain traction online, they would swiftly generate another narrative to overshadow it, often resorting to celebrity scandals to distract the masses, for those in their circles. Manipulating public opinion was merely routine. The revelations about artificial humans were undoubtedly leaked by Mr. Liao and her associates. With the Song family merely fanning the flames to ensure the matter fully escalated, Mr. Liao, your sudden disclosure of this matter is likely not merely an act of denunciation against Miracle Company. Is it? Wang Hao remarked, his tone laden with significance. You are quite astute. I did intend to pressure you, though I did not foresee the Song family manipulating public opinion to such an extent. Fortunately, as of now, Miracle Company has yet to find any evidence linking you to the leak. Mr. Liao replied with a smile. But you possess evidence, do you not? Wang Hao scrutinized her, furrowing his brow that I never contemplated using that evidence. Mr. Liao said, shaking her head. Wang Hao scoffed. Thinking to himself that he would be a fool to believe her, he was acutely aware that this woman had him thoroughly ensnared. However, her demands were not overly unreasonable. She merely sought his allegiance to the revolutionaries. Yet, once he joined, there would be no turning back. Thus, he needed to deliberate carefully, weighing the pros and cons with utmost clarity. Brother, the urine bag is full. Mr. Liao suddenly called out to the burly man. He promptly retrieved a urine bag from behind the wheelchair and carefully replaced the one hanging from Mr. Liao's abdomen, which was filled to the brim with yellow liquid. After disposing of it, the burly man headed to the restroom. Mr. Liao offered Wang Hao an apologetic smile. I apologized. It's no trouble at all. Wang Hao quickly shook his head, somewhat conflicted as he glanced at Mr. Liao. May I inquire how this came about? He had long wished to ask but had felt it inappropriate, as it pertained to her personal suffering, a topic most would likely avoid. How else could it have happened? I was done in by someone. Mr. Liao feigned nonchalance. Done in by someone? Wang Hao was taken aback. He had assumed her condition was due to illness. Did he, you not see the resemblance I bear to a certain star? Mr. Liao remarked, playfully tousling her short hair. Wang Hao scrutinized her closely but could not discern the likeness that I once had a stage name. Qin Yao. At your age, you should be familiar with it, she said. Appraising Wang Hao, Qin Yao, the name triggered a memory from the original owner's past. When the original owner was younger, that star had indeed reached great heights, captivating countless admirers. Yet, for reasons unknown, she had abruptly vanished from the public eye. Rumors circulated that she had married a wealthy individual and retired from the entertainment industry, but the specifics remained a mystery. Ultimately, Qin Yu had simply disappeared. Wang Hao looked at Mr. Liao, then recalled the original owner's memories of Qin Yao. Noting their striking resemblance, particularly in their eyes, though Mr. Liao appeared considerably more weathered. You truly are Qin Yao? How did you? Wang Hao began, glancing at her legs, hesitating to finish his thought. I was once an artist under Song's media. At that time, Song Qingru promised to promote me to stardom, and I actually believed her. Who would have thought her film company was merely a facade, a means to cultivate young women for the pleasure of the powerful? In essence, she was nothing more than a pimp, Mr. Liao declared with a disdainful snort. A pimp. This has truly reshaped Wang Hao's understanding once again. It is worth mentioning that Song's Media is a leading film and television company, boasting a plethora of artists under contract, including a multitude of renowned stars. How could such a significant entertainment enterprise be involved in peddling services for the powerful? Furthermore, at first glance, Song Qingru does not appear to be the type of procurer one might expect. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving, especially the sordid and shadowy realities that lie behind the glamour are beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. I know it is hard to believe, but if those who require Song Qingru to provide female stars are indeed figures of great influence whom the Song family cannot provoke, then it becomes comprehensible. Mr. Liao chuckled coldly as he spoke. Figures of such stature that even the Song family cannot afford to offend. Could they be officials from the quarantine zone government? Wang Hao couldn't help but furrow his brow. Those powerful individuals, while outwardly impeccably dressed and morally upright, are likely to be deeply corrupt and vile behind closed doors, an understanding far beyond the grasp of common folk. Yet, Wang Hao is aware that such individuals could engage in such actions. Once a person wields unrestrained power, their filthy and malevolent nature is certain to surface. Chapter 23. So it is she who aims to target the Song family. To be precise, it should be high-ranking officials from the quarantine zone government. Mr. Liao said with a penetrating gaze, these powerful figures have a particular fondness for female stars, especially those from Song's media. Which of them has not been bedded by such influential men? Some even provide long-term services to these powerful figures. Is it possible that there are no clean female stars among them? Wang Hao felt a sense of disbelief creeping in. After all, he had a few female stars he admired. All signed under Song's media. Those few female stars appeared to be quite innocent. Huh? Mr. Liao scoffed, stating, in that circle, who is truly innocent enough to survive? Not just Song's media, but other entertainment companies are no different. Those stars you deem exalted are merely brought to their knees before the powerful. Then you. Wang Hao gazed at the woman before him, who was connected to a urine bag, and recalled the pure and lovely image of Qin Yao from earlier. Suddenly, he was struck by unsettling imagery that he found hard to accept. How could a decent girl be subjected to such degradation? I became like this simply because I refused to comply. That demon tortured me to the point of paralysis, leaving me to live a life reliant on a urine bag. As Mr. Liao recounted, her body began to tremble. The expression on her face turned grotesque, revealing the deep scars this ordeal had left on her psyche. The burly man quickly approached to steady Mr. Liao's shoulders, silently comforting her. Only then did Mr. Liao manage to regain her composure slightly. Glancing at Wang Hao and apologizing, I'm sorry, even after 10 years, I still become agitated when recalling this incident. Why not report it to the authorities? They have reduced you to this state. Surely they must face the consequences? Wang Hao looked at Mr. Liao with a pang of sympathy. Yet, as soon as he voiced this thought, he regretted it, with the immense power of the Song family. If reporting it were effective, they would not dare to bully others so brazenly. Report it. Mr. Liao sneered. That demon is an official, and not just any official. After all these years, I have yet to uncover any information about him. All I remember is that at the time, Song Qingru referred to him as Mr. Liao, which is why I adopted that name later. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was momentarily at a loss for words. He never expected this name to originate in such a manner. The reason I adopted this name was to keep him in my thoughts. As long as I live, I will ensure they pay the price. Mr. Liao's eyes glinted with intensity as she spoke through gritted teeth. Have you never attempted to sue them? I questioned Mr. Liao with confusion. While it may be difficult to combat such powerful individuals, at the very least, they should be compelled to compensate for their actions, shouldn't they? Sue? Mr. Liao chuckled softly. They are utterly unconcerned with your legal recourse, and in fact, no one dares to take on such a case. They bind your hands and feet and silence your voice, rendering you incapable of even uttering a word. Hearing this, Wang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. It has been 10 years. Yet they have managed to suppress this matter without a whisper reaching the surface. This only illustrates the extent of their power. Simultaneously, it illuminates the dire circumstances faced by Mr. Liao and her companions, a once promising star reduced to ruin. Condemned to a life in a wheelchair, reliant on a urine bag. The most tragic aspect is that they remain voiceless, unable to cry out for justice. Just thinking about it is suffocating. My father was beaten to death while seeking justice for me. And my mother, in her despair, hanged herself. For 10 years, I have dreamt of killing them. Well, Mr. Liao broke down completely, sobbing uncontrollably. Enough. The burly man hurriedly gripped Mr. Liao's shoulders firmly. Wang Hao stood rooted to the spot. Finally understanding why Mr. Liao had resorted to taking up arms, she recognized that the instrument of law was wielded by those in power, thus offering no help to ordinary people against the elite. The only recourse left is to take up weapons to defend one's rights. Wang Hao comprehended fully that Mr. Liao's actions were not merely to extricate him from trouble or to offer a warning. Rather, they were aimed at targeting the Song family. Perhaps this is indeed the most effective approach. After all, trading the lives of ordinary people for those of the Song family must be worth it in some regard. Wang Hao took a moment to calm his emotions before turning to Mr. Liao. If I were to join the revolutionaries, what would you have me do? Surely it wouldn't involve becoming a human bomb in a quest for vengeance against the Song family. Of course not. Mr. Liao quickly shook her head, wiping her tears as she spoke. Those who seek to exchange their lives for others are those who have lost all hope in this system. Individuals who no longer wish to continue living. For them, taking down a powerful figure feels like a significant gain, which is why they willingly engage in such actions. But you are different. I can see that you fear death deeply. How could you say such a thing? Wang Hao couldn't help but twitch his lips in response. Why must she speak so bluntly? In truth, fearing death is not inherently wrong. After all, life is precious. Unless one reaches the point of utter despair, who would choose the path of death? If I weren't afraid of death, I might have ended my own life long ago. Mr. Liao stated candidly that in truth, I do not fear death. I simply do not wish to squander my life. Yet I am unafraid of mortality, Wang Hao said, scratching his head innocently. That I believe that Mr. Liao nodded. Had I not arranged for someone to intervene, you likely would have killed Song Ming. With such resolve, you should definitely join us. Very well. Wang Hao shrugged his shoulders. I agree. So what do you want me to do next? Speak freely. Wang Hao was unsure why. But after hearing Mr. Liao's harrowing tale, he suddenly changed his mind and decided to join the revolutionaries. Perhaps he had also developed a desire to overthrow this decaying regime, although the hope is slim. It is worth attempting. Did Song Qingru not seek you out earlier? Mr. Liao gazed at Wang Hao, her meaning laden. I hope you can seize this opportunity to enter Song Qingru's film company and find evidence of their provision of star services to those powerful figures. What? Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, and he quickly shook his head. I cannot undertake such a task. Song Qingru appears to be a pervert, and joining her film company would be akin to walking into a tiger's den. Chapter 24. Joining Song's media as an undercover agent. Wang Hao, having traversed through time, knew himself well that if he were truly capable of thriving in this industry, he would not have endured such hardships in his previous life. Having long since found a wealthy patron. In truth, you need not fear. Song Qingru is not as deranged as you might imagine. Ultimately, she is merely a procurer. Moreover, as long as you refuse, she cannot compel you. And I have also placed others within Song's media to assist you. Mr. Liao continued to persuade Wang Hao, for she understood that should he infiltrate Song's media, the likelihood of uncovering incriminating evidence is considerable. Furthermore, Song Qingru extending an olive branch to Wang Hao undoubtedly presents an opportunity. Very well. Wang Hao sighed, feeling somewhat resigned. I will give it a try, but let us be clear, I cannot make any great sacrifices. If she makes excessive demands, I will not comply. Naturally, you cannot sacrifice yourself for insider information. Mr. Liao chuckled lightly as she spoke. Their conversation continued for quite some time, and it was not until nearly noon that Wang Hao returned to campus. He found the business card in the trash can at the school entrance and retrieved it once more. Back in his dormitory, Wang Hao held the card for a considerable time, mustering the courage to dial the number inscribed upon it. At the headquarters of Song's group, the upper echelons of the Song family were convened in a meeting when Song Qingru's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID, noting it was an unfamiliar number, and promptly hung up. Wang Hao was taken aback when the other party unexpectedly rejected his call, causing the emotions he had painstakingly cultivated to dissipate in an instant. However, shortly thereafter, the other party surprisingly returned the call. Song Qingru suddenly recalled that this unfamiliar number could very well belong to Wang Hao, especially since she had given him her business card that morning, prompting her to respond. Hello, Miss Song, it's me. Regarding your proposal from this morning, I've given it considerable thought and believe it presents a rare opportunity for me. I would like to give it a T or Y. Do you think I still have a chance? Wang Hao spoke on the phone with a tone of obsequiousness. Of course, Song Qingru replied with a smile. As long as you are willing, our company has plenty of opportunities. Here's what we'll do. Come to the company this afternoon, and I will familiarize you with the environment. All right, I will visit you this afternoon, Miss Song. Wang Hao feigned excitement. It was only after hanging up that he returned to his usual demeanor. Truth be told, maintaining such pretense was quite exhausting. He reflected on those who ingratiate themselves daily, bowing and scraping before their superiors. They were certainly not ordinary individuals. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Hao arrived at Song's media company as agreed. However, he found that Song Qingru was not in her office, and only a female secretary was there to greet him. The secretary briefly showed him around the company before leading him back to the office. It was then that Song Qingru arrived, seemingly unperturbed as she strolled about with her handsome companion, a sight that had become commonplace for everyone in the office. Apologies, I was in a meeting. Xiao Lin has shown you around the company, I presume? Song Qingru maintained a polite demeanor, at least offering an apology. Yes, I found it quite good, Wang Hao replied, a hint of shyness in his voice. That's wonderful. I'll have Xiao Lin prepare a contract for you shortly. You can review it, and, If everything is satisfactory, we can proceed with signing it. I will then arrange for your professional training and performance. Song Qingru stated, projecting an air of professionalism that suggested she was indeed well-versed in the film industry rather than merely a mere facilitator. Many young women might be easily swayed by her seemingly formal and professional procedures. Before long, Secretary Xiao Lin returned with the contract, and Song Qingru even requested 2 cups of coffee. Wang Hao pretended to scrutinize the contract page by page. Regardless of its fairness, he was determined to sign it. For without doing so, he would have no chance of entering Song Qingru's company. However, had he signed without even glancing at it, it could have raised suspicions. Take your time that I need to attend to some matters. Song Qingru said, clearly a busy individual with little time to spare for Wang Hao's leisurely review of the contract. With that, she found an excuse to leave, and Wang Hao sighed in relief. Before her, he had to maintain a respectful facade, which was undeniably exhausting. Having skimmed through the contract, he found it acceptable. After all, such contracts in the entertainment industry were typically quite restrictive for artists. Yet at least they seemed reasonable. Wang Hao set the contract aside and curiously glanced at the handsome man lounging on the opposite sofa. He had to admit, this fellow was quite adept at playing the role. Almost indistinguishable from a genuine PET. So willingly abandon his dignity and serve another, it was likely that Song Qingru compensated him handsomely. Otherwise, such a sacrifice would be utterly unwarranted. Mr. Wang, Song Zong said, if you have no objections to the contract, you may sign it directly. The secretary interjected, prompting Wang Hao to comply without further hesitation. The company had already affixed their seal in advance, so after signing the contract, Wang Hao left without seeing Song Qingru again. The secretary merely instructed him to await a call. That evening, as was his routine, Wang Hao invited Bai Qianqian to a rendezvous in the woods. Initially, Bai Qianqian resisted, for who in their right mind frequents such places? However, she could not withstand Wang Hao's threats, as he held leverage over her, and under the pretense of being a couple, she reluctantly acquiesced. Fortunately, Wang Hao did not press her too far, merely engaging in some light embraces, which Bai Qianqian half-heartedly accepted. Wang Hao felt a sense of triumph. Bai Qianqian's lack of rejection suggested there was potential. However, he recognized the importance of patience and gradual progression. Today, they would share a hug. And tomorrow, he would take things further. Ultimately, winning Bai Qianqian over was merely a matter of time. By the way, how much did you receive from Miracle Company for selling your portrait rights? Wang Hao inquired with newfound curiosity. Over 2 million. Why do you ask? Bai Qianqian replied, her gaze watchful, wary of Wang Hao's intentions. 2 million. Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had risked his life in a game, barely securing 1 million. While she effortlessly sold her rights for such a sum that it was as if the heavens had smiled upon her. Oh, you think you can spend that much? Perhaps lend me a bit. Wang Hao jested, though his expression revealed a hint of seriousness. Bai Qianqian's worst fears were realized. Wang Hao indeed sought to borrow money. No. She replied firmly. For her, it was acceptable to deceive her into intimacy, but not to swindle her out of her money. In this world, money was paramount, and Bai Qianqian understood this well, which is why she had sold her rights to Miracle Company. Certainly, with her looks, she could easily find a wealthy suitor and live a life of luxury. Yet, Bai Qianqian was acutely aware that she could not endure such hardships or indignities, so she relied solely on herself. The 2 million was her lifeline for the future, and thus, she would never lend it. Wang Hao recognized that this woman was cut from the same cloth as himself, valuing money above all else. Initially, he had hoped to extort some funds from Bai Qianqian, but her resolute demeanor dashed those hopes, leading him to abandon the idea. In the following days, Wang Hao seized the momentum, arranging nightly meetings with Bai Qianqian in the woods. Yet, their relationship remained stagnant. Their encounters were limited to embraces. Any attempt by Wang Hao to escalate their intimacy was met with vigorous resistance from Bai Qianqian. One evening, Wang Hao decided to take a bold step and invited Bai Qianqian to a hotel room, only to be met with a scathing rebuke. Ultimately, he resorted to threatening her with her secrets, but Bai Qianqian remained unfazed. Wang Hao had merely intended to frighten her, never believing she would take it seriously. To his shock, she did, even going so far as to report him to the authorities. By the time Wang Hao realized what was happening, law enforcement had already arrived to summon him. Thus, in a matter of days, Wang Hao found himself in trouble once more, facing the same 2 officers who had previously interrogated him. The atmosphere was rife with the sense of fate's cruel twists. Didn't he expect us to meet again so soon? Did you? Zhang Jinping sneered at Wang Hao. He had been displeased with Wang Hao's attitude during their last encounter, but lacked evidence to act against him. Now, however, Wang Hao had apparently crossed a line by threatening a female classmate, a charge that, if substantiated, could lead to at least a week of confinement. Wang Hao, in the presence of these familiar officers, felt his previous bravado evaporate, replaced by a sense of resignation and a rueful smile. He had never anticipated that Bai Qianqian would turn on him. After all, they had spent several evenings together in the woods. Surely, that had forged some bond. Moreover, he had only intended to intimidate her. Not thinking she would resort to involving the law. Admit your guilt. The evidence is irrefutable, so don't waste our time, Zhang Jinping urged, a triumphant glint in his eye. Officer, I'm just a student. Could you perhaps show me some leniency? Wang Hao pleaded, his face a picture of desperation. Do you really think that matters? Zhang Jinping replied with a disdainful laugh. Honestly, I'm not afraid of confinement. I'm just worried about damaging the reputation of Song S Media. As I am currently a contracted artist with them, Wang Hao said, his expression a mix of concern and distress. That you're a contracted artist with Song S Media. Who are you trying to fool? Zhang Jinping scoffed, disbelief etched on his face. I'm serious. I signed a contract just a few days ago. If you don't believe me, I can call Song Zong right now, Wang Hao insisted, raising his hands in surrender. Really? Zhang Jinping sensed the gravity in Wang Hao's tone and adopted a more serious demeanor. Of course. Just hand me your phone, Wang Hao replied, gesturing to the device in front of Zhang Jinping. Skeptical yet intrigued, Zhang Jinping pushed his phone toward Wang Hao. The latter dialed Song Qingru's number, and the call was answered promptly, though the background noise suggested she was at some sort of party. Hello, third miss. I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour, Wang Hao quickly interjected, attempting to be courteous. What is going on? Just speak your mind, came Song Qingru's voice, now clearer as she seemed to have stepped away from the noisy gathering. Well, I had a misunderstanding with a female classmate today, and she reported me to the authorities that I'm currently at the Enforcement Bureau. Could you assist in clarifying the situation? Wang Hao endeavored to maintain a low profile, for he was indeed in need of assistance. Damn it, you kids really know how to make things troublesome, Song Qingru exclaimed, unleashing a curse over the phone. This caught Wang Hao, Zhang Jinping, and the female law enforcement officer by surprise, as none had anticipated that someone of Song Qingru's stature could utter such vulgarities. It was likely that she had been drinking, and she was evidently unaware that Wang Hao had activated the speakerphone. Wait, I'll come to pick you up, Song Qingru added before abruptly terminating the call. Wang Hao, Zhang Jinping, and the female officer exchanged bewildered glances. Could this truly be the third miss? Surely, she wouldn't resort to such coarse language. The female officer cast a dubious glance at Zhang Jinping. Yet, the voice undeniably belonged to the third Mississippi. Zhang Jinping, equally uncertain, turned to Wang Hao and inquired, Are you genuinely an artist signed under Song Media? Would you like me to show you the contract? I have it on my phone, Wang Hao replied, retrieving a photo of the contract he had taken on the day of signing. So, you're an artist from Song Media. Why didn't you mention it earlier? This is akin to flooding the Dragon King's temple, Zhang Jinping exclaimed, his demeanor shifting entirely upon seeing the photo. He even instructed the female law enforcement officer to remove Wang Hao's handcuffs. Wang Hao understood that this gesture was out of respect for the Song family rather than for him, yet it was evident that the Song family wielded considerable influence. So, I won't be confined anymore. After all, I did threaten a female classmate into sharing a hotel room, which is also a crime, Wang Hao remarked innocently, gazing at Zhang Jinping and the female officer. You're just fooling around between classmates. What law have you broken? It's merely a misunderstanding, Zhang Jinping quickly replied with a broad smile. Come, Mr. Wang, let us go have tea outside if the third miss sees you in the interrogation room. It will put us in a difficult position, he added. Aren't you law enforcement officers? Do you really need to explain things to the third miss? Wang Hao chuckled lightly at this. You must understand. The third miss is no ordinary person. We, the underlings, must heed the Song family's whims, Zhang Jinping admitted sheepishly. This candid admission left no room for pretense, further underscoring that even law enforcement officers must bow to the powerful. What then is the point of enforcing the law? The very term law becomes a mere joke. Chapter 26. The grand social death scene of a star. Wang Hao waited at the Law Enforcement Bureau for over 10 minutes before Song Qingru arrived. She had driven herself, reeking of alcohol. Wasn't this a clear case of drunk driving? Yet, the personnel at the bureau dared not utter a single word, instead respectfully addressing her as the third Mississippi. I sincerely apologize, third Mississippi. I had no idea this Mr. Wang was one of your company's people. Zhang Jinping offered an apology. In response, Song Qingru swiftly slapped him across the face. From now on, keep your eyes wide open. Yes, yes, Zhang Jinping nodded eagerly, Though the slap was not particularly forceful, it effectively obliterated his authority as an officer. Let us go. The party has tea ended yet. You should come with me to meet a few people, Song Qingru declared, taking Wang Hao by the arm and exiting the law enforcement bureau. A sleek silver-gray luxury sports car was parked at the entrance, and as Song Qingru prepared to drive, Wang Hao quickly interjected, "Third miss, allow me to take the wheel." His concern was not about encountering a DUI checkpoint, but rather about the dangers of an accident, given her current state. Entrusting her with the car would be akin to playing with fire. "Can you drive?" Song Qingru asked, surprised. "Of course, I can drive quite fast," Wang Hao replied with a grin. "All right, tonight I shall see for myself," she said, playfully touching his shoulder before sliding into the passenger seat. Wang Hao deftly took the driver's seat. Although he had never handled such a luxurious vehicle in his previous life, he was familiar with driving. However, the original owner of this body lacked a driver's license. Under normal circumstances, Wang Hao would not dare to drive, as unlicensed driving is a serious offense. But in Song Qingru's car, there was little concern. After all, no one would dare to stop them. He didn't even buckle his seatbelt, flooring the accelerator instead. The sudden surge of speed startled Song Qingru, who shot him a glare. "You're not wearing a seatbelt. Are you sure you can drive?" "I simply prefer not to wear one. It feels more liberating this way," he replied with a mischievous smile, then pressed the gas pedal down hard, causing the car to lurch violently. Thus, he sped down the road, barreling towards Song Media's headquarters. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Song Qingru felt her legs weaken, nearly losing her balance. But Wang Hao swiftly stepped in to support her. "Are you all right, third miss?" he asked with genuine concern. "I am fine. It's just that your speed was too much. I feel a bit nauseous," she admitted, only to suddenly vomit. It was evident she had indeed drunk too much. Wang Hao promptly patted her back and said, "Perhaps you should return to rest. Is it wise to attend the party in this condition?" "No." She shook her head, placing a hand on her chest. "There are several important figures tonight. I cannot leave prematurely. Just be alert when we go in. As long as you cater to these individuals well, your path in the entertainment industry will surely be smooth sailing." "Understood." Wang Hao nodded earnestly, instinctively adjusting the buttons on his collar. He hadn't anticipated being thrust into such a scene so quickly. Before long, Wang Hao assisted Song Qingru into the building, and they took the elevator to the 33rd floor. This was a private entertainment venue for Song Media, not open to the public, specifically designed to entertain prominent guests. Soon, Song Qingru composed herself and led Wang Hao to the door of a private room. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the door and entered, with Wang Hao following closely behind. The atmosphere inside was thick with smoke, imparting an opulent yet decadent ambience. The lavish decor gleamed in gold, and numerous beautiful women filled the space. Wang Hao's gaze swept across the room, where he recognized several familiar faces, famous stars of the moment, both male and female. "Allow me to introduce everyone. This is our newly signed talent, Wang Hao," Song Qingru announced. Initially, those present eyed Wang Hao with suspicion. But upon hearing Song Qingru's introduction, their apprehensions eased. "Song, I see you've been gone for quite some time. I presume you were off with your little lover. That one tea do. You must drink a self-inflicted cup," said a balding, rotund middle-aged man, pulling Song Qingru toward him and pouring her a drink. "Minister Lu, please give me a moment. I just threw up. Let Wang Hao drink in my stead. How about that?" Song Qingru quickly replied, pulling Wang Hao closer. She introduced him to the middle-aged man. "This is Mr. Lu Wenqing, the head of the arts department. Quickly drink with him." "Minister Lu, I raise my glass to you," Wang Hao said, adopting a subservient demeanor. "Little Wang, I know you have something going on with Song, but let me say something you might not want to hear. I've had my share of fun with Song. You wouldn't mind, would you?" Minister Lu was evidently inebriated, rambling as he lifted his glass. Upon hearing this, Song Qingru's expression darkened, as it seemed there was truth to his words. "Minister Lu, you've had too much to drink," interjected a stunning actress beside him, attempting to remind him. Wang Hao had always admired this actress for her beauty and talent. She was indeed a rising star. He was taken aback to see her here, accompanying the powerful "I'm not drunk," Minister Lu retorted, shaking off her hand. "I've had my fair share of starlets. What's the big deal? I'll tell you, whoever I want to succeed will succeed. Which of your company's stars haven't I entertained? Back when Xiaoaki was still a fledgling, you all were still playing in the mud." "Minister Lu, please stop. You're not thinking straight. Let me help you to rest," the actress urged, supporting him as they stood up. Her face was a mask of discomfort. Song Qingru's expression was equally grim, as were the other actresses present. This was nothing short of a grand social death scene. "Is he out of his mind?" After Minister Liu was escorted away by the actress, a woman approached Song Qingru, furious. Wang Hao recognized this woman. She was also an artist from Song Media and had once been exceedingly popular. Her stage name was Xiao Aki. Wang Hao couldn't help but glance at Xiao Aki's alluring lips. "What are you staring at?" Xiao Aki snapped, catching him in his gaze. In nothing. Wang Hao quickly retreated. He hadn't expected her to be so fierce, yet it was hard to imagine her displaying such a demeanor in front of the powerful. "Never mind, go take a break." "Ignore him," Song Qingru said. Patting Xiao Aki on the shoulder, the latter stormed out of the private room, leaving the remaining guests to continue their revelries, the air thick with an atmosphere of corruption and debauchery. Chapter 27. Securing evidence and making a hasty exit. This is the esteemed chairwoman of the Film Association, MS, Yang Jinghua. Please join her for a few drinks. Song Qingru continued to introduce these notable figures to Wang Hao. The so-called chairwoman Yang was a middle-aged woman, rather portly, with cascading waves of hair and a rather prominent face that was not particularly easy on the eyes. However, beside her sat a handsome young man, their flirtation quite provocative. Wang Hao could not help but silently commend the young man, realizing he was quite resilient to endure such a situation. "Young Wang, keep it up, and you will surely become a great star. Learn from Liu Fan," Yang Jinghua said, lifting her glass and reminding Wang Hao. "I can't learn that," Wang Hao thought to himself, shaking his head internally while maintaining a smile of gratitude towards her. "Come, young Wang, sit here." After a couple of drinks, Ms. Yang surprisingly entertained some rather dubious thoughts, patting the seat beside her, inviting Wang Hao to sit next to her. Wang Hao felt rather awkward and glanced over at Song Qingru. "MS. Song, do you mind?" Yang Jinghua inquired with a smile. "I have no objections, but young Wang is new and a bit shy." "Chairwoman, please take your time," Song Qingru chuckled awkwardly. "Young man, shyness won't do. If you wish to make a name for yourself in this industry, you must learn to let go," Yang Jinghua insisted, gesturing towards Wang Hao. Yes, thank you for the reminder, Chairwoman," Wang Hao replied, smiling and nodding vigorously. After a round of toasts, he felt quite tipsy. Excusing himself to the restroom, Wang Hao discreetly cleared his throat and vomited. He was primarily concerned about getting drunk in such a place, as it could be dangerous. After all, there were several women like Yang Jinghua in the private room, fierce and predatory. After vomiting, Wang Hao splashed some water on his face, feeling significantly more alert. He began contemplating what excuse to concoct to make a swift exit. After all, he had already secured the incriminating evidence. If worse came to worst, he would simply flee. Just as Wang Hao pondered his escape, a woman unexpectedly entered the restroom. He recognized her as another popular actress, initially puzzled as to why she had come to the men's restroom. He was utterly stunned when she walked directly to a urinal and began to relieve herself. Wang Hao was taken aback. Goodness, this renowned actress was actually a cross-dresser. Terrified, he hastily exited the restroom, feeling as though he had stumbled into a den of monsters. Upon leaving the restroom, he did not return to the private room nor greet Song Qingru. Instead, he made a beeline for the exit. On his way down, he was stopped by security for a thorough questioning. Wang Hao felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back, fearing they might discover the recording device hidden on him. Fortunately, the equipment provided by Mr. Liao was rather advanced, and he managed to slip through undetected. Once outside Song's media building, Wang Hao finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He immediately hailed a taxi and rushed to the residential area. Not daring to return to the school. "Miss Song, where's your young lover? Did he fall asleep in the restroom?" A voice called out in the smoky private room, prompting Song Qingru to realize that Wang Hao had been absent for quite some time. She quickly dialed his number. As the caller ID flashed on his screen, Wang Hao hesitated to press the answer button. He felt a twinge of guilt, but more than that, fear gripped him. The content he had just secretly recorded was enough to jeopardize his life multiple times over. If exposed, many prominent figures would be implicated, especially the words spoken by Minister Liu, which would surely send shockwaves through the internet, embroiling numerous starlets in a whirlwind of scandal. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Wang Hao refrained from answering Song Qingru's call, fearing she might send someone to eliminate him. Meanwhile, realizing something was amiss when her call went unanswered, Song Qingru rushed to the restroom to search for him. After a thorough search yielded no results, the effects of the alcohol began to dissipate. She quickly dialed his number again. Wang Hao, sitting in the taxi and watching the incessant incoming calls, felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety and unrest. He knew that her repeated attempts to reach him meant she had caught on to something, making it all the more imperative that he did not answer. He decided to silence his phone. As they approached the Peking University campus, a swarm of law enforcement officials appeared at an intersection, conducting sobriety checks. Wang Hao sensed something was amiss and quickly unbuttoned his collar, tucking the button beneath the seat cushion. He feigned drunkenness, reclining in the back seat as if asleep. The driver, unable to contain his frustration, grumbled about the late-night sobriety checkpoints, noting that such diligent enforcement was unprecedented. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle came to a halt, and two officers approached to inspect the driver's credentials and administer a breathalyzer test. The driver, having consumed no alcohol, passed without issue. However, their attention soon shifted to Wang Hao in the back seat. One officer tapped on the window, demanding, "Show your ID." Wang Hao groggily roused himself, rummaging through his pockets before sleepily declaring that he had forgotten it. "What is your name?" the officer pressed. "Wang Hao, I have a photo on my phone," he replied, reaching for his device. Suddenly, he feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Why are there so many missed calls?" His performance, devoid of any hint of deception, was a testament to his awareness that these officers had likely been dispatched by Song Qingru to intercept him. With escape now impossible, he resolved to act oblivious. "We've been looking for you. Step out of the vehicle," the officer stated upon hearing his name, confiscating Wang Hao's phone and opening the door for him to exit. "Wait, why are you taking my phone? I merely forgot my ID. I haven't committed any crime," Wang Hao protested. "Enough. Ms. Song is looking for you. Come with us," the officer interrupted. "Ms. Song, I just left the gathering," Wang Hao exclaimed, attempting to retrieve his phone to call her back. Before he could, the officer swiftly secured him with a silver bracelet. Chapter 28. Is this the third trip to prison? Thus, Wang Hao found himself taken away in a law enforcement vehicle, handcuffed. This was utterly absurd. Was this truly his third trip to prison? The troubling reality was that he had committed no offense. Wang Hao felt a wave of frustration wash over him as his mind raced, strategizing his next move that if he were taken to the Enforcement Bureau, it could spell disaster. Although he had successfully concealed the miniature camera beneath the taxi seat, it was evident that Song Qingru, with her acute awareness, had likely deduced his intentions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dispatched law enforcement to intercept him, given the compromising information he had witnessed that night. It was plausible that Song Qingru might resort to silencing him permanently. At that moment, Wang Hao fervently wished for Mr. Liao to arrange for a dump truck to come to his rescue. However, once at the Enforcement Bureau, no such vehicle appeared, nor did any of Mr. Liao's associates come to his aid. It seemed all hope was lost. Upon arrival at the Enforcement Bureau, Wang Hao found himself seated in an interrogation room. Yet this time, no one came to interrogate him. He was alone, with officers stationed outside, watching him closely as if anticipating his escape. Minutes later, Song Qingru rushed in, her urgency palpable as she stormed into the room and seized Wang Hao by the collar. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Why didn't you answer your phone?" Her chest heaved with anxiety, revealing her distress over the situation. Wang Hao glanced at her, realizing her lack of foresight. He promptly adopted a pitiful demeanor, replying, "I had my phone on silent and had a bit too much to drink, so I fell asleep in the car. You should have informed me of your departure. Were you hiding something from me?" Song Qingru scrutinized him. "Not at all. I just couldn't handle it any longer. Those women were like wolves, far too intimidating," Wang Hao replied, shrinking back slightly. "Do you have any idea who was present tonight? If you dare to deceive me, I will end you," she warned fiercely, releasing his collar and turning to the officer beside her. "Did you discover anything?" "Nothing," the officer replied, shaking his head. "He has no recording devices on him. Just his phone, and there are no recordings or videos." But what? Song Qingru pressed. "His phone has been infected with a Trojan virus. Someone may be monitoring him," the officer revealed, his tone tinged with apprehension. What? Both Song Qingru and Wang Hao exclaimed in shock simultaneously upon hearing this revelation. He has indeed forgotten about this matter. His phone has been tampered with by Mr. Liao's brother, hasn't it? Isn't that a complete disaster? Does that mean our conversation this evening was eavesdropped upon? As Song Qingru spoke, she shot a furious glance at Wang Hao. I have no idea, Miss San. Wang Hao feigned shock. "I'm just a poor student. Who would listen in on me? You ask me. You don't even know what has happened to your own phone. Surely you must have some inkling of who has meddled with it." Song Qingru was on the verge of fury. "No one has touched my phone." "Oh, right. When I participated in that game organized by Miracle Company, they confiscated my phone for a month," Wang Hao exclaimed as if struck by enlightenment. He felt that blaming Miracle Company for this incident might buy him some time. After all, they were a formidable entity, and Song Qingru would undoubtedly hesitate to retaliate against them. This way, he would have the opportunity to save himself. Miracle Company. Upon hearing this, Song Qingru's brow furrowed. She was well aware of Miracle Company, a firm dedicated to biotechnological research, reputedly even engaged in creating human life. With a similarly profound background at IT was no surprise that Wang Hao, having participated in their game, could be monitored by them. If that were the case, then the recorded audio would likely remain undisclosed. After all, Miracle Company understood the gravity of the situation and might even be acquainted with significant figures involved in the recording. Thus, they would certainly refrain from recklessly exposing such impactful internal recordings. That's a relief. However, I need to pay a visit to Miracle Company to clarify matters if they did indeed overhear something. I must ensure they delete it. You wait here. Once this is settled, I will settle accounts with you. If it's because of you that the company's secrets are leaked, I will make sure you regret it. As Song Qingru spoke, she jabbed her finger sharply at Wang Hao's forehead before storming off in a huff. What should I do, Miss San? The law enforcement officer hastily inquired of Song Qingru. Throw him in jail. Without turning back, Song Qingru replied, No, I truly don't know anything, Miss San. Could you give me another chance? Wang Hao pleaded desperately from behind. Song Qingru suddenly turned back, coldly regarding Wang Hao, and said, I have already given you a chance. It was you who failed to seize it. With that, she once again turned on her heel and departed. Forget it. Just let him go. After walking some distance, Song Qingru added. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao finally exhaled in relief. Though it sounded absurd, the reality was that these enforcers were hardly different from the servants of the Song family. Thus, his fate rested almost entirely in the hands of this Miss San from the Song family. Fortunately, Song Qingru ultimately placed her trust in him. Alas, it was a misplaced trust. Wang Hao raised his hands before the law enforcement officer, who reluctantly unclipped the handcuffs. He then returned Wang Hao's phone to him. Immediately after receiving his phone, Wang Hao exited the enforcement bureau and hailed a taxi back to school. Although he had momentarily managed to deceive Song Qingru, the miniature camera was still in the taxi. If he couldn't recover that item, then his efforts for the evening would have been in vain. He wondered if Mr. Liao and the others had intercepted any useful recordings. At this point, he certainly didn't dare to contact Mr. Liao and his associates, considering that his phone had been in the possession of that law enforcement officer, and they had decrypted the Trojan virus within it. Who knew if they had installed a new virus? It was possible those enforcers were eavesdropping on him right now. Therefore, Wang Hao refrained from going anywhere else and headed straight back to school. It was only when he lay on his dormitory bed that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. What a night it had been, full of peril and excitement, especially when recalling the words spoken by Minister Liu in his drunken state, which had truly reshaped his worldview and lowered his moral standards. Thinking about those female celebrities, one couldn't help but feel pity for them. They could only lament not being Liu Wenqing. Chapter 29, Eavesdropped. How would you handle it if I didn't take my phone? In the expansive office of the Enforcement Bureau, Song Qingru, who had originally left, was surprisingly seated on a nearby sofa. The bureau chief, Lu Mingyuan, was also present and occasionally stole glances at Song Qingru's long legs. Elegantly wrapped in her gown, despite his reluctance to stare, he found it difficult to resist. At that moment, a law enforcement officer knocked and entered, addressing Lu Mingyuan. Chief, he has returned to school, hasn't gone anywhere else, nor contacted anyone. Good, continue monitoring him. Lu Mingyuan nodded in response. Upon hearing this, Song Qingru rose from the sofa and said, Thank you, Chief Lu, for personally overseeing matters at this late hour. Oh, don't mention it. As law enforcement personnel, this is our duty. Rest assured, Miss Song, I will ensure they keep a close watch on that young man. Lu Mingyuan feigned a responsible demeanor. That would be greatly appreciated. I have a premonition that someone is plotting against the Song family, so we must swiftly uncover the mastermind behind it. As Song Qingru spoke, her eyes narrowed, her expression turning cold. You need not worry, Miss Song, as long as that young man makes contact with or meets the mastermind, we will surely apprehend them, Lu Mingyuan assured, thumping his chest. That would be best. Song Qingru nodded and then took her leave. Lu Mingyuan watched her exit the enforcement bureau, his expression one of lingering reluctance. A black sedan awaited her at the roadside. Upon entering, an eager young woman, around 18 or 19, immediately inquired, How did it go? Andy, old lecher, Song Qingru cursed under her breath. I'm not sure they will suffice. Those guys are merely loafers. You should try to get closer to that young man and see if you can extract any information from him. I will do my utmost. The young woman nodded earnestly. The vehicle then sped into the night, vanishing at the end of the street. The next day, Wang Hao was awakened by his alarm clock. His 3 roommates began to stir, preparing for class, while he remained cocooned in his blanket. Reluctant to emerge, still half asleep, old Wang, "Aren't you going to class?" Binzi, from the adjacent bed, called out to Wang Hao. "Just a moment," Wang Hao muttered in annoyance, flipping over to sleep again. Only after his roommates had all left did he finally crawl out from under the covers. After a quick wash, he hurriedly departed. This time, Wang Hao opted for a taxi instead of riding his bicycle to residential area 13. He hoped to encounter the taxi driver from yesterday, although the odds were slim. Fortunately, he had memorized the license plate number, which he could have Mr. Liao and the others tracked down later. A few minutes later, the taxi arrived at residential area 13. Wang Hao handed the driver a 100 yuan bill. But the driver appeared troubled, stating he had no change. This was largely due to the fact that cash was becoming increasingly rare. No worries, keep the change. Wang Hao dismissed the issue and exited the vehicle. After all, he considered himself a millionaire now. Such a trifling amount meant little. Returning to the old neighborhood, Wang Hao's mood was entirely different from his previous visits. He felt as though he were a spy covertly meeting a colleague. In truth, it was quite similar. Wang Hao wandered around the complex, including a stroll through the small park, but he saw no sign of Mr. Liao and his associates. This left him feeling somewhat helpless. Without encountering anyone, he had no idea how to find them. Presumably, Mr. Liao and the others were also unable to locate him. After pondering for a while, Wang Hao decided to return to room 216. After knocking, the same middle-aged woman answered the door. However, this time her demeanor was considerably friendlier, and she instructed Wang Hao to wait downstairs. Clearly, she was part of Mr. Liao's group, likely a fellow revolutionary. Wang Hao descended to the lower level and had just lit a cigarette when the burly man arrived. He gestured to Wang Hao and led him back into the old campus. After passing through several dilapidated buildings, they finally stopped in front of a row of small red brick houses. The burly man pointed to one of the rooms, signaling Wang Hao to enter. Upon stepping inside, Wang Hao found Mr. Liao seated by a fire, warming his hands. There was a stool beside him, so Wang Hao walked over and sat down, also warming himself by the fire. The chill in the air was palpable, a clear indication that the season had indeed changed. Yesterday, we intercepted their conversation and saved the audio, but that is not enough. We need video footage, Mr. Liao said. His gaze fixed on the fire. I understand. Wang Hao nodded. In the heat of the moment, I had no choice but to hide the miniature camera beneath the taxi seat. The license plate number is BAY 301,962. If you send someone, they should be able to recover it. Good. Mr. Liao quickly jotted it down on paper. He then looked at Wang Hao and asked, "Is Song Xingru suspecting you? They haven't done anything to you?" "Have they? Suspicion is certain. They decrypted the Trojan virus on my phone and realized someone was eavesdropping on me. However, I managed to shift the blame onto Miracle Company, given that I had participated in their game. So it was reasonable for them to monitor me," Wang Hao explained, shrugging his shoulders. "You are quite clever," Mr. Liao acknowledged. "But will they install a new virus on your phone?" Suddenly, Mr. Liao's expression changed. "For if the other party has installed a new virus, it is entirely possible that they are also monitoring Wang Hao or even tracking his real-time location. Rest assured, I had already anticipated this possibility, which is why I did not bring my phone with me," Wang Hao said calmly. "That is good to hear." Only then did Mr. Liao finally let out a sigh of relief. However, she looked at Wang Hao with some concern and said, "Be cautious, for once they begin to suspect you, your situation could turn perilous. Although we have arranged for someone to protect you in the shadows, when faced with law enforcement, we have little recourse, as you well know. After all, we cannot confront armed individuals with mere knives." At this point, a hint of helplessness crossed Mr. Liao's face. "I understand." Wang Hao nodded and replied, "For the time being, I have successfully deceived Song Xingru, so in the short term, I should be safe. You all should focus on retrieving the video. That is of utmost importance." "Understood." Mr. Liao nodded, then gazed at Wang Hao, suddenly feeling a lump in her throat. She knew that a significant part of the risk the other party was taking was for her sake. "All right, I must take my leave." Upon seeing the emotional scene, Wang Hao quickly waved his hand and stood up to depart. Primarily, he could not afford to linger too long, for it would raise suspicions. Chapter 30. The First Kiss of the Campus Belle. A punishment for her. How did it go? After Wang Hao left, a burly man hurriedly entered to inquire of Mr. Liao. "It's done, but the video is hidden in a taxi. Here is the license plate number. Hurry and send someone to find it," Mr. Liao said as she handed over a slip of paper. "Good." The burly man nodded and then asked, "Should the recording be made public?" "Of course, first release the recording and let the bullets fly for a while," Mr. Liao said with a cold smile. She had been waiting for this day for far too long. Once this recording is exposed, Her plan will truly commence. Next, let them put on a splendid performance. After returning to school, Wang Hao first retrieved his phone from the dormitory and then went to the cafeteria for a bite to eat. As lunchtime approached, many students, like Wang Hao, who had skipped class, had already come to the cafeteria early. Just as Wang Hao was finishing his meal, he noticed Bai Qianqian and her bespectacled friend arriving at the cafeteria. But they did not see him. Just you wait. Wang Hao immediately opened his phone and sent a message to Bai Qianqian. Upon reading the message, Bai Qianqian instantly became anxious and began to scan the cafeteria nervously. Searching for his figure, quickly spotting Wang Hao seated in the corner. "Why are you out?" Bai Qianqian dared not approach and could only send a message inquiring. "Why can't I be out? It is not like I committed a crime. Are they going to send me to some forbidden place?" Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle coldly. This woman is truly naive, thinking that sending herself in would solve everything. "Right? What do you want?" Bai Qianqian sent another message. "I don't want anything. Let us just pretend to be a couple like before. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I won't spread rumors to other classmates." After sending this message, Wang Hao stood up and waved at Bai Qianqian, calling out, "Qianqian, over here." He intentionally raised his voice, drawing the attention of everyone in the cafeteria to him and Bai Qianqian. Instantly, Bai Qianqian's face flushed bright red. She stomped her foot, steeling herself to walk towards Wang Hao. The surrounding students looked on, murmuring various opinions, mostly bewildered as to why such a prized jewel like Bai Qianqian would be involved with someone like Wang Hao. It was utterly absurd. How could he deserve her? A boy at the adjacent table glared at Wang Hao, indignant. "Who do you think you are? Stop bothering me." Wang Hao glared back fiercely at the guy, who immediately shrank back. There was no helping it. Wang Hao's towering height of nearly 6 feet was indeed intimidating. Wang Hao resolved that he could no longer remain shy. After all, he had traversed into another world. So why not be a little arrogant? What do you want?" Bai Qianqian approached cautiously, her eyes warily fixed on Wang Hao. She was indeed somewhat frightened, especially since she had just sent him away yesterday. Yet here he was today. Bai Qianqian was also fearful of Wang Hao's potential retaliation. "Not now," Wang Hao replied, shaking his head. He stepped forward, causing Bai Qianqian to instinctively retreat. Wang Hao continued advancing until he cornered Bai Qianqian against the wall. Then he placed his hand against the wall, executing a forceful push that left her startled. Bai Qianqian hurriedly covered her head, terrified of receiving a blow. Wang Hao couldn't help but find it amusing. He then pulled Bai Qianqian's hands away and held her face, delivering a passionate kiss. The surrounding students were instantly dumbfounded. What is he doing? Kissing the campus belle? Has he lost his mind? My goodness. He actually kissed the campus belle. How domineering. Wang Hao paid no mind to the commotion around him, instead pinching Bai Qianqian's lovely face and saying, "This is your punishment. From now on, behave yourself." With that, Wang Hao turned and swaggered away. Bai Qianqian stood frozen, momentarily unable to process what had just occurred. Her mind went blank, and her whole body felt electrified, a sensation that was oddly pleasant. Wait, was this not her first kiss? Nanxing District, headquarters of Miracle Company. Song Qingru sat in the reception area, idly spinning her coffee cup. She had been waiting here for nearly an hour without seeing the head of Miracle Company. For someone as busy as her, time was exceedingly precious, and thus she felt increasingly frazzled. Yet, she had to remain patient, as she was the one in need of assistance. "Apologies, Miss San, for keeping you waiting." Finally, a man dressed in a suit and glasses entered. "I am Zhang Mingdao, the president and CEO of Miracle Company. I am unaware of the reason for your sudden visit, as I believe our two companies have no cooperative projects." "Correct." The man introduced himself briefly before diving straight into the matter at hand, inquiring about Song Qingru's purpose. "President Zhang, I am here because one of our signed artists previously participated in a game at your company, and his phone was infected with a Trojan virus that can conduct surveillance. Although law enforcement has decrypted the Trojan virus on his phone, some of our company's confidential information may have been compromised." Song Qingru articulated her words with finesse, implying that installing a virus on someone else's phone to eavesdrop constitutes illegal behavior, and law enforcement was already involved. "Miss San, you should understand that our company specializes in biological sciences. Thus we possess many confidential matters, and I cannot provide you with an answer regarding this issue," Zhang Mingao replied, shaking his head. "It may work to intimidate ordinary people with law enforcement, but such tactics are ineffective against someone like him. President Zhang, this involves not only some secrets of my company, but also many higher-ups. If the recording is leaked, the consequences could be severe," Song Qingru said, frowning slightly as she looked at Zhang Mingao. "Rest assured, Miss San, Even if we do have any secret recordings regarding your esteemed company, we will certainly not expose them lightly, nor would we use the Song family scandals to cover up our company's negative news. Zhang Mingdao replied with a smile. This was clearly a reference to the Song family's recent maneuvering to overshadow the negative press regarding their own scandals by utilizing insider information from Miracle Company. Upon hearing this, Song Qingru felt a twinge of guilt, as they had indeed acted in such a manner. After going around in circles for over an hour, Song Qingru still did not obtain the answers she sought. Not only was she unable to retrieve the recording, but she also was left uncertain whether Miracle Company even possessed that recording. The key was that Zhang Mingdao evaded questions with precision, always providing answers that skirted the issue, making it all the more challenging to discern his intentions. Chapter 31. The recording exposed, causing an uproar. Song Qingru initially believed that even if Miracle Company did possess the recording, they would not expose it. However, to her utter disbelief, that afternoon, Minister Lu's recording began to circulate wildly online. This ignited a frenzy among netizens. After all, such a scandal was a rare find in a century. Particularly, several female celebrities found themselves ensnared. Countless men, upon hearing the recording, felt their dreams shattered in an instant. They could never have imagined that the goddesses they held in such high regard were mere playthings for powerful figures. The most shocking revelation was that Minister Lu had abused his power to exploit so many female celebrities, a sordid underbelly that was simply unbearable to witness. In no time, public opinion online was rife with controversy, and the situation was escalating out of control. At this moment, Song Qingru felt as though all hope had faded. She understood that the artists she had painstakingly nurtured were now doomed. But who could she blame? Could she fault her own carelessness in bringing a newcomer like Wang Hao into such a situation? Or perhaps it was Lu Wenqing's foolishness, drunkenly babbling nonsense, leading to this disastrous exposure of the recording, which was now spreading like wildfire across the internet. The critical question now is how she would explain this to those powerful individuals. At that moment, Song Qingru truly felt as if the sky had collapsed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, her phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was a call from Minister Lu. Her heart raced with anxiety, knowing that the call was likely for accountability. Nevertheless, she answered the phone. What have you done? How could such a recording be leaked? What is your safety and public relations team doing? As soon as the call connected, Minister Lu's furious voice echoed in her ear. I sincerely apologize, Minister Lu. This was indeed my oversight. Rest assured, I will rectify this situation. Song Qingru replied, repeatedly expressing her apologies. Although it was clear that the chaos had been instigated by Lu's own reckless words, she felt compelled to shoulder the blame. After all, who could challenge his authority? You better clean up your mess, or else I won't hesitate to help you do it. Lu Wenqing concluded his tirade before abruptly hanging up. Looking at her phone screen, Song Qingru could only manage a bitter smile. At this juncture, even if she were to clean up her act, it would likely be of little consequence. Aside from Song Qingru, the most troubled were undoubtedly the female celebrities from Song Media. Their world had also come crashing down. Yet, these stars were determined to salvage their reputations and hastily took to social media to issue statements of clarification. Xiaoqi was the first to step forward, declaring that the recording was entirely fabricated by AI and absolutely not spoken by Minister Lu. If it were true, I would take my own life, she swore. Wang Hao, closely monitoring the online discourse, knew he was among the instigators of this debacle and felt the need to observe the outcome. However, upon reading Xiaoqi's statement, he was left bewildered. Others might be unaware, having only heard the recording, but he had been present when the words were spoken. This was clearly Minister Lu's drunken confession. How could it be dismissed as AI-generated? I refuse to take the blame for this. The crux of the matter was that Xiaoqi had sworn her declaration, stating that if it were true, she would end her life. One couldn't he help but admire these individuals' psychological resilience. Did they not fear that their oaths might come to fruition? Furthermore, the sequence of clarifications was ill-timed. After the recording's exposure, it should have been the party involved to deny having made such statements, rather than the implicated female celebrities jumping out one after another to claim it was AI-generated. How could they ascertain it was AI? Shouldn't they first question the individual who supposedly made those statements? This was clearly a case of self-incrimination. The internet users were not easily fooled. The clarifications from the female celebrities only served to reinforce the veracity of Minister Lu's statements. As public opinion escalated, becoming increasingly uncontrollable, Xiaoqi shockingly revealed a receipt from the Law Enforcement Bureau on social media, implying that she had filed a report in hopes of redirecting the narrative. However, Astute netizens quickly discovered that the official seal on her report was forged. This revelation sent shockwaves through the online community. In the following days, Wang Hao remained at school, attentively observing the unfolding online discourse. However, the impact of this incident on the Song family proved less significant than anticipated, as the public's attention was squarely on the beleaguered female celebrities, inadvertently overshadowing Song Qingru, the puppet master behind the scenes. Nevertheless, the clamor against Lu Wingxing was considerable, as many found it difficult to accept that someone like him held such a position of power, given the intensity of the online uproar. It was expected that Lu and his colleagues would face scrutiny, regardless of the truth. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, a few days later, the Law Enforcement Bureau of Beijing released a statement claiming that the recording circulating online was indeed AI-generated and that they had apprehended the suspects spreading false rumors on the internet. This announcement sent the online community into an uproar. While many were skeptical of the Bureau's claim, the statement temporarily quelled the public outcry. Wang Hao was equally surprised that the situation, which had escalated to such a degree, would simply fizzle out. The key evidence, a video recording, had yet to surface online, leaving him uncertain if Mr. Liao and his team had been unable to locate it. If that footage were released now, it would undoubtedly be a significant blow to the credibility of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Growing impatient, Wang Hao contemplated calling Mr. Liao, but hesitated, fearing that his phone might be monitored, potentially exposing Mr. Liao. Ultimately, he decided to visit the residential area in person. To be cautious, he refrained from bringing his phone and paid for the taxi fare in cash. As he departed the cab, a black sedan followed closely behind. Is his phone still located at the school? Zhang Jinping inquired of the enforcement officer beside him. Indeed, he deliberately left his phone behind when he left. This kid is certainly up to something, the officer replied with a smirk. Zhang Jinping felt a sense of triumph. He had underestimated him, but this time, he would fall into his trap. I suggest we take him in and give him a good talking to. I can't believe the director insists we go through this trouble, the officer said, somewhat disgruntled. What do you know? Zhang Jinping shot him a glare. We're in a sensitive period, and we must be mindful of the repercussions. We must enforce the law within reasonable limits. If any more public sentiment arises, it will be challenging to report back to our superiors. 10 minutes later, the taxi halted at the entrance of the residential area. Wang Hao paid in cash and entered the complex. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinping and another officer, Yang Bing, followed in their unmarked vehicle, parking discreetly before entering the residential area themselves. Once inside, Wang Hao began scanning the bulletin board for rental listings, even tearing down some advertisements to keep in hand. What is he doing? Is he looking to rent a place here? Yang Bing wondered aloud, observing Wang Hao from a distance. Zhang Jinping frowned. Perhaps there's some hidden information in those rental ads. Really? Is he that professional? Could he be a revolutionary? Yang Bing exclaimed, his eyes widening. Hard to say. Zhang Jinping shook his head. Let's wait and see. If no one approaches him, we'll take those ads from him for examination. Understood. Yang Bing nodded solemnly. Wang Hao continued to peruse the rental advertisements, essentially wasting time. Since entering the taxi, he had keenly sensed he was being followed. Thus, he had instructed the driver to take him to this residential area. Upon confirming that the suspicious vehicle had indeed followed him here, he concluded that these individuals were tracking him. He decided to feign interest in the rental ads, claiming he was looking for a place to move out of the school dormitory. There was nothing wrong with that, right? After inspecting the ads for some time, Wang Hao departed the complex, only to be intercepted by Zhang Jinping and Yang Bing just as he was about to exit. Though they were in plain clothes, Wang Hao immediately recognized them, especially Zhang Jinping, who was a familiar face. Officer Zhang, what a coincidence. Running into you here. Wang Hao pretended to be surprised. Indeed, what brings you here? I thought classes were still in session. Zhang Jinping responded with a feigned look of astonishment. Oh, it doesn't matter. Whether I attend or not, what difference does it make? I've already signed with Song Media to become an actor. Why bother with school? Wang Hao shrugged nonchalantly, chuckling. Have you heard? Song Media has been embroiled in scandal lately. You're not aware? Yang Bing interjected. A scandal? What scandal? Haven't they issued a statement saying that recording was AI generated? Officer, I advise you not to make baseless accusations that could tarnish our company's reputation. You would be legally liable, Wang Hao retorted, his tone somewhat curt. After all, he was still associated with Song Media, giving him the confidence to assert himself. Indeed, it was a misunderstanding. Most online content is misleading and unreliable. Zhang Jinping waved his hand dismissively. He then turned to Wang Hao, inquiring, But you still haven't explained why you're here? I am looking for a place to rent. Now that I'm becoming an actor, who would want to stay in a school dormitory? I figured I'd rent a place nearby, Wang Hao replied. Raising the rental ads he held, he awkwardly added, I was in a rush to leave and forgot my phone, so I took these flyers to call and inquire later. You're looking to rent a place too? What a coincidence. I've been considering renting here myself. Have you found anything suitable? Zhang Jinping casually took the flyers from Wang Hao's hand, examining them one by one. Wang Hao could hardly contain his laughter. He merely concocted an excuse to justify his presence here, and they genuinely believed it could be a method for passing secret messages. They had certainly watched too many spy films. These houses are also inadequate. Aren't they? They are all too small. After a thorough inspection, Zhang Jinping returned the advertisement flyer to Wang Hao without noticing anything amiss. Living alone is sufficient for me, Wang Hao said with a sheepish smile. Then take your time searching. We shall head back first, Zhang Jinping replied, not wishing to waste any further time, and left directly with Yang Bing. Wang Hao lingered in the community for a while longer. Before departing with a few rental advertisements in hand. Do you think this fellow is truly searching for a place? Yang Bing inquired, puffing on a cigarette from within their black sedan. Certainly not. Zhang Jinping shook his head. This lad is no ordinary person. He must have already discovered us. Is he really a revolutionary? Yang Bing was taken aback and hurriedly urged, let us depart quickly. This area is a slum, where those revolutionaries predominantly congregate. Upon returning to school, Wang Hao finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Reflecting on the previous close call, he realized he could no longer approach Mr. Liao so casually. The Law Enforcement Bureau was evidently monitoring him now. Not only were they tapping his phone and tracking his location, but they were also keeping an eye on him in person. He wondered how Mr. Liao and the others were faring. He hoped nothing unfortunate had occurred. Feeling somewhat agitated, Wang Hao arranged to meet Bai Qianqian in a small grove that evening, hoping to divert his attention. Since the last incident where he had forcibly kissed her, Bai Qianqian had indeed become much more docile. Apart from maintaining her boundaries, she hardly resisted any intimate gestures anymore, which left Wang Hao utterly enamored. Unfortunately, their time together in the grove was fleeting. After their affectionate exchanges, they had to return to their respective dormitories to sleep. Though he couldn't fully indulge his desires, the experience was nonetheless a significant stress reliever for Wang Hao. Yet, upon returning to his dorm, he found it difficult to sleep. After all, his desires had been thoroughly stirred but remained unfulfilled, leading to a sense of discomfort. Thus, he often resorted to self-soothing. Sometimes he pondered whether Bai Qianqian shared similar troubles. If so, wouldn't it be mutually beneficial for them to console each other? Contemplating this, Wang Hao finally drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, he awoke to find the internet in an uproar. The reason was the exposure of a video containing Lu Wenqing's recorded conversation, which had gone viral online. Initially, the Law Enforcement Bureau had issued a statement to suppress the matter, but now, with the video's emergence, the sensational nature of the incident was evident. This was no longer merely a scandal involving Song's media. It transcended to involve a broader mockery of the entire law enforcement system. Just yesterday, the North City Law Enforcement Bureau had been issuing clarifications on behalf of Minister Lu, and now, a video had surfaced, delivering a direct blow to their credibility. This undoubtedly struck a severe blow to the authority of the law enforcement agency, revealing its role as a protector of the powerful. Following this incident, the integrity of the enforcement body had been utterly shattered. Chapter 33. Now those big shots have their hands full as Wang Hao observed the flurry of messages and public discourse. A satisfied smile crept across his face. He had initially worried that Mr. Liao had failed to locate the video, fearing the matter would fade away without resolution. However, they had intentionally released the video when public attention waned, resulting in a dramatic turnaround. This effectively catalyzed a rebound in public sentiment. Even those in power could not suppress the uproar any longer. It must be said, their timing was impeccable, as if everything had unfolded according to plan. More accurately, according to our scheming. Mr. Liao, seated in a wheelchair, gazed out of the window. The sky remained persistently gloomy, though the clouds seemed to be parting. What shall we do next? Inquired a burly man behind him. Next, we must concede, and do so thoroughly, Mr. Liao replied, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Concede? The burly man furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Meanwhile, in the North City Law Enforcement Bureau's director's office, Lu Mingyuan slammed his teacup onto the ground with great force. The sound echoed like a resounding slap to his face. In the current situation, he was at a loss as to how to report to his superiors. There was a chance he might even face disciplinary action. He regretted covering up the matter for the Song family. Now, he found himself in a heap of trouble without having gained any favors in return. Find out who released the video. I want that person brought to me." Lu Mingyuan commanded furiously. "Yes, Director." The law enforcement officers present promptly complied. The headquarters of the Song Group. The senior executives quickly convened an emergency meeting. The expressions on everyone's faces were grim, particularly that of Song Qingru. She had thought the recording incident had been suppressed and that the crisis had passed, only for a video to suddenly emerge. She was certain that Wang Hao had recorded the video, as the filming angle unmistakably indicated his position. Furthermore, she herself appeared in the footage, alongside Lu Wenqing's remarks, which left her feeling murderous. "All right," an elderly man seated at the head of the table spoke first, breaking the silence. "Let Xiaoru's company shut down for now. You need to lay low and avoid drawing public attention." But Song Qingru started to protest, but the elder shot her a stern look, causing her to shrink back in silence. This elder was none other than Song's patriarch, the helm of the Song Group, Song Beixing. Thus, he held absolute authority within the family, in the office of the Cultural Affairs Department. Lu Wenqing was enduring reprimands from superiors over the phone. Meanwhile, at the Film Association headquarters, Yang Jinghua was frantically making calls for assistance. It appeared that these influential figures were in for a hectic time. In contrast, Wang Hao found himself thoroughly at ease. With his mission accomplished and the big shots in disarray, they were too preoccupied to bother him. Moreover, as public sentiment continued to escalate, the Quarantine District government swiftly established a special investigation team to look into the matter. Once they thoroughly investigated the Song family and Lu Wenqing, he wouldn't have to worry about anyone seeking trouble with him. In short, everything was progressing in a favorable direction. Wang Hao stretched languidly before sauntering to the cafeteria for a meal. "Hey, are you Wang Hao?" Just as Wang Hao settled into his seat, a girl sprang out from the side, tapping him on the shoulder. Looking up, he saw a girl clad in the school's uniform, sporting a short skirt and white knee-high socks, her hair styled into playful twin tails, with two cute little canine teeth peeking out. She appeared quite adorable. "Who are you?" Wang Hao, though lacking resistance to beautiful girls, feigned indifference. "Guess." The girl crossed her arms, adopting a playful demeanor. "You think I can't guess?" Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing her. "Humph, how boring," Song Qiqi huffed, then took a seat across from Wang Hao. Leaning forward, she whispered, "My father is Song Qingyang. Did he seek you out before his accident?" "Very fair." Wang Hao couldn't help but swallow nervously, and quite well endowed. "What are you staring at?" Song Qiqi shot him an annoyed glare, covering her chest with her hands, thus obstructing his view. "What did you say?" He finally snapped back to reality. "I asked if my father sought you out before his accident." Song Qiqi reiterated, her expression one of disdain. "Your father? Who is your father?" Wang Hao asked, bewildered. "My father is Song Qingyang. I am his daughter." Song Qiqi. She leaned back against her chair. "Song Qingyang is your father?" Wang Hao's eyes widened in surprise. This meant that this girl before him was the daughter of the Song family. If he were to win her over, wouldn't that mean he could secure a powerful ally in the Song family? No. Wait. It seemed the Song family was on the verge of collapse. Wang Hao's mind raced as he then asked, "What do you want with me?" "Not much. I just wanted to ask what my father said when he sought you out, and whether his accident had anything to do with you." Song Qiqi scrutinized him intently. "What does that have to do with me?" Wang Hao hastily clarified. "That day, I hit it off with Mr. Song, and we engaged in a deep conversation. In fact, he insisted we become sworn brothers. It's a pity that just as I got out of the car, he had an accident. Such a tragic turn of events." Wang Hao feigned sadness, and then reached out to take one of Song Qiqi's hands, reassuring her, "Rest assured, as I am now your sworn brother, I will take good care of you, as the daughter of my brother. Get lost, you lunatic." Song Qiqi quickly jerked her hand away, exasperated. "I don't need your care." "Then why are you here? Wasn't it to recognize kin?" Wang Hao looked at her with suspicion. "Recognize your grandpa. I just came to ask what my father said when he sought you out." Song Qiqi could no longer contain herself and erupted with profanity. "You can consider me your lord. That's fine." Wang Hao nodded and remarked, "After all, your father and I are sworn brothers. You won't be at a loss." As for what he told me back then, well, that's a long story, one that cannot be recounted in a short while. How about we rendezvous in the small woods tonight, and I'll explain everything to you slowly. Chapter 34. This girl really cannot be tamed. Wang Hao gazed at Song Qiqi with a seemingly harmless expression, yet every word he uttered made her grit her teeth, wishing she could land a punch right in his eye. Fortunately, she had not come to discuss that matter. Her primary objective was to draw closer to Wang Hao and extract some information from him. Thus, she suppressed her anger and nodded in agreement. All right, then I'll see you in the small woods tonight. This time, it was Wang Hao's turn to be astonished. He had been speaking nonsense. So how could this girl possibly take him seriously? Moreover, she actually agreed to follow him to the small woods. Did she not realize that venturing into the woods would tarnish her innocence? Or perhaps this seemingly adorable girl was, in fact, no stranger to such escapades. An instinct warned Wang Hao that her approach was likely motivated by ulterior motives. If it truly pertained to the incident involving Song Qingyang's car accident, she would have approached him much sooner. Thus, Wang Hao did not mind toying with her a bit. After all, as a man, it was only natural to have some mischievous thoughts upon encountering such a charming girl. That evening, at the appointed time, Wang Hao arrived early at the small woods to await Song Qiqi. However, before she could arrive, he encountered Bai Qianqian and her bespectacled friends strolling on the playground. By now, the girls were accustomed to seeing Wang Hao and Bai Qianqian venture into the small woods. So upon spotting him waiting there, they immediately began to tease. Qianqian, your boyfriend is waiting for you. Hurry up and go join him in the woods. They playfully pushed Bai Qianqian toward him. Bai Qianqian appeared shy. Although Wang Hao had not invited her that evening, she assumed he was waiting for her to tea that moment. Song Qiqi arrived and casually waved at Wang Hao, saying, "Shall we? I'm all set." With that, she strode confidently into the woods ahead. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Wang Hao exchanged glances with Bai Qianqian, who was also looking at him, while the bespectacled girls scrutinized their expressions back and forth. What was happening? Had Wang Hao strayed? After a moment of silence, a girl quietly asked, "Wait, is he a scoundrel?" The bespectacled girl immediately labeled Wang Hao a scoundrel. Bai Qianqian then scoffed, "Since you have plans, we shall not intrude." With that, she turned and walked away, followed closely by her friends. Wang Hao initially wanted to explain, but then he reconsidered. After all, it was merely a pretense of being a couple, not a genuine relationship, so there was no need for an explanation. Thus, he too turned and entered the small woods. By this time, night had fallen, and the sounds of the woods began to rise and fall around them. Song Qiqi was already seated on a bench beside the path, pulling out a slender cigarette from her pocket and igniting it, smoking leisurely. Wang Hao approached and sat beside her, both of them falling into a silence, merely listening to the sounds that filled the forest. Truly, it was a place notorious for its amorous escapades. Suddenly, Song Qiqi chuckled lightly. She then extended her cigarette case towards him, asking, "Do you smoke?" "I don't smoke the thin ones. They lack potency," Wang Hao replied. Pulling out his own cigarette from his pocket, Song Qiqi glanced at the cigarette in her hand and remarked, "It may be thin, but it's long, right?" Wang Hao lit one of his own and declared, "Mine is both thick and long." "Then let me try yours," Song Qiqi responded, reaching over to take the cigarette from Wang Hao and taking a puff. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at him. Seemingly intoxicated by the smoke, the atmosphere instantly grew a bit suggestive. "That girl from earlier, she must be your girlfriend, right? Impressive. Even the beauty from Peking University has fallen for you," Song Qiqi stated, her demeanor exuding an air of maturity. "Perhaps I simply exude masculinity." Wang Hao narcissistically stroked his chin, almost ready to sprout facial hair. "Masculinity, more like boyish charm. You haven't even fully matured yet, so what are you pretending for?" Song Qiqi responded dismissively. "Look who's talking. Are you even an adult yet?" Wang Hao retorted, sizing her up. This girl, despite her lack of intellect, hardly resembled an adult. "That of course I am. I'm already in university. How could I not be an adult?" Song Qiqi shot back, her speech lacking the modesty expected of a young lady. "As long as you're an adult, that's fine. Otherwise, I might worry about committing a crime." Wang Hao remarked instinctively, "Shut up. I'm not here to have a casual fling with you." "So what crime would I be committing?" Song Qiqi cursed, her words flowing freely. "You aren't here to inquire about your father's car accident, are you?" Wang Hao, uninterested in bickering with her, got straight to the point. "That is precisely why I came to see you. What else would bring me here? Do you really think I want to have a fling with you?" Song Qiqi rolled her eyes in response. This girl was adept at pretending to be mature, yet she remained far too naive, especially evident in her wandering gaze when she lied. In contrast, Wang Hao could lie with a calm demeanor. His heart racing not in the least. "Stop with the casual fling talk. You haven't even matured yet. Why are you blabbering nonsense?" Wang Hao couldn't help but scold Song Qiqi a couple of times. "Who says I haven't matured? If you don't believe me, I can show you," Song Qiqi declared, rising to her feet. "You better stop." Wang Hao felt a twinge of fear. This girl was truly fierce. It was the first time a woman had made him feel a bit overwhelmed. His primary concern was that she might have other motives, such as turning him in for something. He had learned his lesson the hard way after Bai Qianqian had once gotten him into trouble. After all, he had been familiar with Bai Qianqian after several dates, but he had only just met this girl today, so he had to be cautious not to fall into her trap. I was just teasing you. Did you really think I would show you? Dream on, Song Qiqi sneered dismissively. Wang Hao was genuinely speechless. He had never felt this way before that a girl had managed to leave him utterly at a loss for words. How could he possibly respond to such bold and brazen remarks? It was clear he could gain no upper hand in conversation unless it came to physical confrontation. However, he certainly could not resort to that. For doing so could very well lead him into her snare. Chapter 35. It seems like we are to play pretend for real after a lengthy exchange in the small woods. Song Qiqi's provocative words left Wang Hao utterly defenseless. Several times he contemplated silencing her, but ultimately he refrained. He understood that patience was essential for a greater goal, in truth. Wang Hao recognized that Song Qiqi's audacious words were merely a strategy to incite his interest, indicating that she was willing to use her allure to entice him. Clearly, Song Qiqi had ulterior motives. Yet, as a daughter of the Song family, she had everything at her disposal. She could easily obtain money, men, or even youthful charm. What could she possibly gain from him? As he pondered, Wang Hao suddenly realized that Song Qiqi's interest in him was undoubtedly representative of the Song family's ambitions. What they truly sought from him was to uncover the identity of the individual orchestrating their troubles. It was evident that Song Qingru had long harbored suspicions about him. Otherwise, she would not have allowed the Enforcement Bureau to monitor and follow him. Especially now, with the video exposed, she would certainly have realized it was his doing. If she could spare the effort, she would not hesitate to exact revenge. With this understanding, Song Qiqi's intentions became crystal clear. However, to extract information from him about the mastermind behind their troubles, she would likely have to make some sacrifices. Did she already prepare for such an eventuality? What are you thinking about? Song Qiqi asked, unable to hold back any longer as she noticed Wang Hao's silence. I was considering whether we should book a room together. Wang Hao replied candidly. Book a room? For what purpose? Song Qiqi was momentarily taken aback. Would you prefer to do it here? This location is feasible, though it might be a bit chilly, Wang Hao suggested, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. What are you doing? Song Qiqi instinctively jumped to her feet. As expected, she was all talk. The moment things got serious, she became frightened. Aren't you curious about who is targeting your family? I can tell you, but you'll have to make some suitable sacrifices, Wang Hao stated directly, laying bare Song Qiqi's intentions. How did you know? Song Qiqi was taken aback, for she had not inquired about this matter at all. Ultimately, she was still too inexperienced. Wang Hao chuckled and said, How I know is irrelevant. What matters is that you genuinely want to find out, correct? Then tell me, Song Qiqi replied, her gaze wary as she scrutinized Wang Hao. Ull, let me say it just like that. I need some incentives from you, Wang Hao said, spreading his hands. How much do you want? Song Qiqi directly inquired of him. Money is not necessary. Wang Hao shook his head. Although he yearned to swindle a sum from Song Qiqi, he feared the repercussions of being reported, which could lead to charges of fraud, rendering any gain utterly futile. So, what is it that you desire? Song Qiqi's eyes darted around, as if she were contemplating a strategy. Isn't it quite apparent? I certainly wish for you. Wang Hao gazed at Song Qiqi with a glimmer in his eyes. This startled her. It was the first time she had witnessed such an expression from a man, as if he were about to devour her whole. You don't come any closer. Song Qiqi instinctively retreated. Wang Hao, however, pressed forward. Suddenly, Song Qiqi tripped and fell backward, landing squarely on the ground. Are you all right? Wang Hao hurriedly rushed to her side, inadvertently pinning her down. Song Qiqi was thoroughly frightened. She quickly wriggled free from beneath him and bolted away. Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle softly and followed her. Dealing with such a young girl was well within his capabilities. His true concern lay with women like Song Qingru, who were both alluring and cunning, possessing a ruthless streak. The thought of Song Qingru's potential vengeance sent a shiver down his spine, especially considering the living example of Mr. Liao. After all, having caused such a significant setback for Song Qingru, he imagined she would wish to see him utterly destroyed. As he exited the copse, he noticed that Song Qiqi had long since vanished, likely terrified beyond measure. To his surprise, Bai Qianqian stood a short distance away, arms crossed, seemingly waiting for him to emerge from the thicket. You beast, what have you done to that girl? Bai Qianqian approached, Her expression one of disbelief as she regarded Wang Hao. It seemed that Song Chi-chi's hasty exit had caught her attention. What could I possibly do to her? I merely frightened her a bit. Wang Hao replied with an awkward chuckle. Just frightened her. Bai Qianqian regarded him skeptically. Of course, that girl is Song Ming's cousin, causing me trouble. If I don't intimidate her, she'll pester me endlessly. Wang Hao shrugged. Song Ming's cousin. Bai Qianqian furrowed her brow upon hearing this. After all, Song Ming's demise was closely tied to both her and Wang Hao. So the mention of his name cast a shadow over her expression. Are you waiting for me so late at night? Wang Hao asked her. Indeed, Bai Qianqian replied, her demeanor returning to its usual coldness. Let us put an end to our pretense of being a couple. We can simply say you cheated with Song Ming's cousin, and thus we parted ways. But I haven't cheated, Wang Hao exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words. What does it matter to me whether you cheated or not? I'm merely suggesting we conclude this charade with a plausible excuse, Bai Qianqian stated bluntly. Why not say it's your infidelity that led to our breakup? Isn't that damaging to my reputation? Wang Hao protested, clearly displeased. You care about your reputation. If you truly did, you wouldn't have been frolicking in the thicket with another woman. Bai Qianqian retorted disdainfully. So, you're jealous, then? Wang Hao remarked, amusement dancing in his eyes. What had begun as a mere fade of romance now felt as though it might evolve into something real. Go to hell, who was jealous? Bai Qianqian insisted defiantly. However, the next moment, Wang Hao abruptly pulled her in for another passionate kiss. This time, Bai Qianqian did not freeze in shock, having experienced it before. Yet the sensation was equally overwhelming, sending electric shivers through her body, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 36. The flames of revolution will ultimately spread. This kiss was icy, for the night air was quite chilly, rendering Wang Hao's lips cold. Yet, when pressed against Bai Qianqian's lips, it ignited a warmth within her, as if a gentle current coursed through her veins. She gazed wide-eyed at Wang Hao, mere inches apart, until he began to explore with his tongue. At which point she snapped back to reality and hastily pushed him away. Are you insane? Bai Qianqian glared at him, vigorously wiping her lips. If wanting to kiss you is a form of madness, then I must be quite ill, Wang Hao replied, exasperated as he raised his hands in surrender. You can go die, Bai Qianqian cursed, quickly turning to flee. Her legs felt unsteady, and if she didn't escape soon, she feared she wouldn't be able to move at all. Just wait, I'll definitely win you over, Wang Hao thought, watching Bai Qianqian's retreating figure, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Upon returning to the dormitory, his three roommates were engrossed in discussing the recent uproar on social media. Naturally, their focus was on the scandals involving various female celebrities, as men often revel in such gossip. Hey, did you see? Xiaoaki has a husband and children. She really knows how to play the field, Binzi exclaimed, excitement written all over his face. Didn't she say her husband gives her hundreds of thousands each month, while Minister Lu probably hands her billions each time? Need I say more? The guy in the lower bunk chimed in, triggering a wave of laughter among them. Wang Hao chose not to partake in their gossip, instead opting to wash up and retire to bed. He awaited the repercussions for Minister Lu and his associates, as such a significant scandal demanded accountability from those in power. However, the response was deliberately delayed, lingering until public interest waned, nearly forgotten by the time the quarantine zone government finally issued a statement addressing the controversy. Minister Lu, as the central figure in this debacle, was the first to be named, with the announcement declaring that he had behaved inebriatedly, uttering nonsensical remarks that caused an exceedingly negative impact, leading to his immediate dismissal from his position as Minister of Culture. As for Yang Jinghua and other public officials attending lavish gatherings hosted by private companies, they were required to reflect deeply on their actions. They also released sincere apology videos online. Regarding Song's media company, they faced hefty fines for allegedly bribing public officials and were mandated to rectify their practices. Is that all? Wang Hao was taken aback after reading the announcement. He had not anticipated such a trivial resolution to such a serious matter. Especially alarming was the statement's conclusion, which condemned those who had widely disseminated recordings and videos online, declaring their actions to have caused an exceedingly negative impact, leading to their apprehension and exile to a forbidden zone, essentially a death sentence. The internet erupted in outrage. Wang Hao's heart raced as he pondered whether Mr. Liao and the others had been captured. In essence, the announcement served as a warning to the masses, silencing dissent through fear. When officials broke the law, they merely needed to reflect deeply or be removed from their posts. Yet, Ordinary citizens who exposed the private lives of the elite faced dire consequences. Such blatant and unjust favoritism ignited public fury, leading to an outpouring of condemnation online. Yet the quarantine zone government chose to remain silent, believing this issue would merely pass like a fleeting breeze, assuming the internet had no memory. However, days later, a shocking new revelation surfaced online, claiming that Liu Wenqing had been reassigned to the quarantine zone government office as deputy director. This bombshell came from a staff member within the quarantine zone government office, complete with a photograph of Liu Wenqing at his new post. Although the whistleblower soon vanished, the news spread like wildfire across the internet. Initially, many had thought the punishment for Liu Wenqing was lenient, but they were astounded to find he had been effectively promoted to a deputy director position at that moment. Public outrage reached its zenith and erupted forth. Protests filled the internet, and the populace was in an uproar. Just then, an article titled "The Flames of Revolution Will Ultimately Spread" surged to the trending list. This piece was penned by Mr. Liao, who had waited a decade for this moment. Moreover, Mr. Liao published the article under the guise of a red revolutionary leader. In the article, he chronicled the years of corruption within the quarantine zone government, alongside real-life examples of capitalists colluding with officials to oppress and exploit the populace, including his own experiences. In the article's conclusion, Mr. Liao called upon everyone to unite in resistance, to overthrow the corrupt regime of the quarantine zone government, dismantle capitalism, and redistribute resources, thereby achieving true freedom, equality, and justice. He concluded with the powerful statement, "We may lose, but the flames of revolution shall never extinguish." This article ignited the internet, and in an instant, countless individuals began to rally around Mr. Liao, hailing him as a heroic revolutionary figure. From that moment on, Mr. Liao no longer remained hidden. Instead, he emerged online, urging others to join the revolutionaries in toppling capitalism and establishing a new social order. In essence, he laid his cards on the table, openly opposing the quarantine zone government. Although the public's outcry is currently significant, and there are many supporters of Mr. Liao, Wang Hao still perceives the precariousness of the situation. After all, she has now become the #1 enemy of the government in the quarantine zone and those wielding capital, while the entirety of the quarantine zone remains firmly under the control of these capitalists. Song Qingru, gazing at the woman in the wheelchair on her phone screen, could not restrain herself from hurling the device violently to the ground. It turns out that this wretched woman should have been dealt with long ago. Song Qingru spat with palpable disdain. Simultaneously, an emergency meeting was convened in the office of the quarantine zone's government. At that moment, Wang Hao also received a message from Mr. Liao. "Come find me. I await you at the usual place." After contemplating this message for quite some time, Wang Hao was left puzzled as to why Mr. Liao would suddenly summon him at such a critical juncture. In the current climate, their circumstances were far from favorable, particularly concerning a meeting, which could prove even more perilous. "It's no longer safe for you at school. Hurry to find me." Mr. Liao sent another message. It was then that Wang Hao realized Mr. Liao was concerned for his safety, prompting him to dispel his apprehensions and head directly to Residential Area Group 13.4. Added precaution, he chose not to take his phone. Considering the number of individuals seeking Mr. Liao at present on the way, Wang Hao kept a vigilant eye on the vehicles behind him, and upon noticing no signs of being followed, he felt a slight sense of relief. Soon, the car came to a stop at Residential Area Group 13, and Wang Hao exited, making his way directly to the row of red brick houses behind the complex. Chapter 37. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. A crow swooped overhead, settling on the utility pole outside the red brick house. As Wang Hao arrived at his destination, he looked upon the row of red brick houses and discerned that indeed Mr. Liao was within one of the rooms. Her complexion appeared even paler, yet her gaze had grown profoundly deep, elusive in its understanding. Moreover, Wang Hao did not see the burly man who typically accompanied her. "Where is your brother?" Wang Hao inquired, unable to suppress the question. The burly man had always been by Mr. Liao's side, caring for her. It was unusual to see her alone. "He has gone to attend to necessary matters." Mr. Liao replied, gesturing to a nearby chair. "Please, sit." Wang Hao approached and seated himself beside Mr. Liao, who seemed lost in thought, staring intently at the fire stove. At that moment, Wang Hao was struck by an overwhelming sense of energy emanating from the woman in the wheelchair, who, despite her physical limitations, radiated a remarkable luminosity. It was a confidence that stemmed from within, suggesting that she held dominion over all that surrounded her. "Are you safe here?" Wang Hao could not help but ask her. Perhaps before your arrival, it was still safe, but now that Mr. Liao shook her head, a smile gracing her lips. What do you mean? Am I being followed? Wang Hao's heart raced at this realization, and he promptly stood from his seat. Do not panic. I intentionally allowed them to locate me, Mr. Liao said, glancing back at the crow perched on the streetlight outside. Following her gaze, Wang Hao spotted the crow, recognizing that he had seen it multiple times before. His expression shifted as he realized, indeed, it is a bionic bird. Mr. Liao nodded, stating, I have awaited this day for far too long. The spark of revolution is but one step away from igniting into a blaze. Thus I must rise to the occasion. You intend to let them capture you to incite greater public discourse. Wang Hao furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Mr. Liao. Given her current prominence and influence, if she were to be apprehended by the quarantine zone's government, it would undoubtedly trigger a series of repercussions. My life has long been forfeited to them, a decade ago. The only reason I have persisted until now is to ensure they pay for their transgressions. Mr. Liao remarked, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips. Should I not hide? Then, if I remain here, they may take me alongside you. Wang Hao hastily suggested that Mr. Liao seemed to disregard her own safety. While he still wished to live, presently, there existed irrefutable evidence linking him to Mr. Liao. Should the enforcers apprehend him, he would undoubtedly be dispatched to a forbidden zone. You need not conceal yourself. They will inevitably seek you out. Moreover, the forthcoming events may become chaotic, thus being captured by the Enforcement Bureau may, paradoxically, offer you greater safety, Mr. Liao stated with a depth of meaning. Is that so? Wang Hao's eyes widened at this revelation. He truly wished to avoid capture, particularly at the hands of Song Qingru, that if she were to ensnare him, it would be akin to being devoured whole. Just as Wang Hao was mulling this over, footsteps echoed outside. Moments later, dozens of enforcers surged from all directions, encircling the room they occupied. This is bad. Wang Hao's heart sank. At that moment, Mr. Liao had already maneuvered her wheelchair out, advancing calmly towards the enforcers. Wang Hao, with a heavy heart, followed suit. Several enforcers charged forward, unceremoniously pinning Wang Hao to the ground and placing handcuffs upon him. Even Mr. Liao, who remained confined to her wheelchair, was similarly restrained. Suddenly, the enforcers parted to create a path, revealing Song Qingru approaching with an imposing demeanor. Clad in a black leather jacket and knee-high black boots, she exuded an air of extreme coldness, her countenance dark and ominous, with a resounding slap. Song Qingru struck Mr. Liao without a word. The sound echoed sharply, and Mr. Liao did not flinch, merely raising her chin to regard Song Qingru with icy disdain. Oh, it is you, wretched woman. I should have dealt with you when I had the chance. Song Qingru seethed, her teeth clenched. Regrets come too late, Mr. Liao retorted with a chilling smile. Do you believe this will undermine the foundation of the Song family? Grasping Mr. Liao's chin, Song Qingru sneered. You think you can oppose me with your rabble? You dare to dream of revolution. This is tantamount to courting death. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Third miss. You will come to understand this truth one day. Mr. Liao met Song Qingru's gaze with unwavering resolve, refusing to yield even in captivity. With another swift motion, Song Qingru delivered another slap to Mr. Liao, then coldly stated, I will ensure you understand the consequences of opposing me. Following this, she turned her attention to Wang Hao. Under the predatory glare of Song Qingru, he found himself unable to meet her gaze, averting his eyes in a display of cowardice. And you, Song Qingru stepped closer, lightly patting Wang Hao's face. I have offered you opportunities more than once. In fact, yet you fail to seize them? You have truly disappointed me. You have any idea how many would kill for such an opportunity? What you are doing is excessive. Wang Hao lifted his gaze to meet Song Qingru's. Excessive? What is excessive? She countered with a derisive laugh. This world is inherently brutal. It is survival of the fittest. If you do not aspire to become strong and instead choose to sympathize with the weak, you are destined to remain a waste of space. Third miss. You consistently misunderstand the situation. The reason you and yours have remained strong, able to oppress and exploit the common folk, is not due to your might, but rather because the populace adheres to the law. Once you push them to breach that threshold, you will truly comprehend who the genuine strong are and who the weak truly are. Wang Hao replied, his words laden with significance. Is that so? Song Qingru scoffed. Then by all means, encourage them to disregard the law and see if the enforcers will tolerate such insolence. Suddenly, a bottle came crashing down from the nearby building, narrowly missing Song Qingru and startling her. Enraged, she shouted, Who threw that? Seeking death, are we? The man on the rooftop, having flung the bottle, stood defiantly and raised his middle finger at Song Qingru. Enraged, she barked, "Shoot him." In a fit of fury, directly demanding the enforcers to open fire on the bottle-throwing man. Chapter 38. The confrontation between the public and the enforcer's third miss. We cannot open fire indiscriminately. The lead enforcer cautioned, hastily attempting to temper her wrath. He assaulted an officer. Can we not shoot? Song Qingru retorted, her irritation palpable. They are recording this on their phones. If we shoot the public, it would create a serious issue. The enforcer pointed out, gesturing to the individuals on the balconies filming them from above. Then go apprehend him. He dares to provoke me. He must learn the severe consequences of defiance. Song Qingru seethed, her teeth grinding. Understood. The enforcer nodded, immediately directing his colleagues. You too, go up and arrest that man. The two enforcers nodded and prepared to ascend, but suddenly, a throng of individuals surged out from the building, obstructing their path. Step aside. Do you intend to obstruct law enforcement? The lead enforcer barked at the crowd. His shout. A wave of people poured out from both adjacent buildings, amplifying the tension in the air. In an instant, individuals began to converge from all directions, gradually filling the vicinity. Before long, the entire community was engulfed in a sea of people. The rooftops of the surrounding buildings and the balconies were also densely populated with onlookers. The group of enforcement officers, numbering in the dozens, were taken aback by the sheer volume of the crowd, hastily raising their firearms to aim at the throng, despite wielding weapons. They were visibly rattled by the overwhelming number of individuals, an estimated multitude that seemed to exceed 10,000. Casting a dark shadow over the area, with the officers effectively trapped amidst the tightly packed populace, the advancing crowd pressed ever closer. Do not approach, cried the lead enforcement officer, who then fired a shot into the air as a warning signal. The others followed suit, loading their weapons and preparing for a potential confrontation. At last, the crowd halted its advance. Yet the officers remained ensnared within the throng. It was astonishing to witness how a mere assembly of unarmed civilians could instill such fear in the officers, who appeared to be on the verge of losing composure. Fear not, esteemed officers. We merely wish to observe the spectacle, one voice rang out. Indeed, we bear no weapons. There is no need for such alarm. It seems you are the ones with guilty consciences. The crowd began to jeer, some even resorting to curses. Bottles were hurled from above, yet the officers remained paralyzed, acutely aware that any reckless action could lead to catastrophic consequences. Do you wish to revolt? Are you so willing to risk your lives? Shouted Song Qingru, his voice rising above the din. However, the mass of people remained undeterred. The officers, drenched in sweat, understood that a single gunshot could incite chaos, with the crowd likely to surge forward, risking their own lives in the process. Release Mr. Liao, or no one will leave here today. A voice clamored from the crowd. Yes, release Mr. Liao. Others echoed. Release her? You must be dreaming. Song Qingru sneered, brandishing a pistol and pressing it against Mr. Liao's temple. The crowd erupted in agitation, inching closer towards Song Qingru and the officers. Bang! Bang! The leading officer fired 2 shots into the air, bellowing, anyone who dares take another step forward will face immediate execution. Initially, the crowd appeared momentarily subdued, but soon, chants erupted from within. The flame of revolution shall never die. The flame of revolution shall never die. With fists raised, the crowd's voices crescendoed, creating an electrifying atmosphere that even Wang Hao found himself swept up in. Joining the chorus of thousands, the deafening roar echoed throughout the community, leaving the enforcement officers stunned into inaction. Though their resolve to resist remained steadfast, the government of the quarantine zone had a history of refusing to yield to public demands. After all, during the last Red Revolution, the protesters were ruthlessly silenced. The streets cleared of bodies by bulldozers. Please, do not oppose the enforcement officers. Let us adhere to the law. I trust they will not harm me. Mr. Liao suddenly interjected. Although her voice was soft, it commanded attention. Silencing the restless crowd, she gestured for calm. Everyone, disperse. Instantly, the crowd parted, granting the enforcement officers a passage. A collective sigh of relief escaped the officers as the tense atmosphere lifted momentarily, unbeknownst to the onlookers. However, armed helicopters from the Northern District Enforcement Bureau were en route to the scene, ready to quell any brewing conflict, a development Mr. Liao wished to avoid. Thus, Mr. Liao and Wang Hao were escorted into the enforcement vehicle before the eyes of the multitude. The flame of revolution shall never die. The crowd chanted anew. In that moment, Wang Hao found his fear dissipating, replaced by a sense of defiance. A bunch of fools, truly courting death, he thought. Inside the enforcement vehicle, Song Qingru could not suppress her curses, but an unusual silence enveloped the others. News of Mr. Liao's arrest swiftly spread online, igniting calls for a thorough investigation into the Song family and for justice for Mr. Liao. Yet, the government of the quarantine zone remained resolutely silent. Following Mr. Liao's detention, no further news surfaced. Soon, throngs of citizens took to the streets in protest, their numbers so vast that the government could not resort to outright suppression. Chaos erupted outside, with countless individuals vandalizing shops, setting fire to the mansions of capitalists and their businesses. Some wealthy individuals and government officials were even assassinated. The entire quarantine zone descended into a tense atmosphere, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Chapter 39. In the face of iron-fisted measures, lives are as fragile as straw. Wang Hao had finally come to believe Mr. Liao's words. Being detained at the Enforcement Bureau was indeed safer than facing the chaos outside. As riots erupted, with daily reports of killings, merely watching the news was terrifying. In stark contrast, his detention seemed to render him invisible, as if no one cared about his fate, likely preoccupied with managing the tumult outside. Days passed as the unrest continued, but the government showed no signs of yielding, adhering to its hallmark of ruthless suppression. After several days of turmoil, the government deployed heavily armed officers to restore order. On that fateful day, countless demonstrators were mercilessly slaughtered, machine guns unleashed upon the crowd, leaving a gruesome scene of bodies strewn across the streets, their cries echoing throughout the city. By day's end, the streets were littered with corpses, the exact toll unknown, as bulldozers cleared the remains while water trucks washed away the blood and remnants of carnage. When dawn broke, the sun remained hidden, yet the streets appeared pristine. As if nothing had transpired, the city felt eerily silent. The revolutionaries seemingly vanished overnight. In truth, not all had perished. Many had simply gone into hiding, for ultimately, the instinct to survive prevails under such brutal repression. Avoiding death meant retreating into the shadows. Thus, the uprising came to a halt, though heavily armed officers continued to patrol the streets, and the entire quarantine zone was placed under martial law to prevent further insurrection or a resurgence of revolutionary fervor. It must be noted that the government's inhumane measures proved remarkably effective. In the office of the director of the Northern District Enforcement Bureau, Song Qingru returned after several days, with the ongoing riots. She had refrained from venturing outside, opting to wait until the unrest was thoroughly quelled before seeking retribution against Mr. Liao and Wang Hao. Particularly, Mr. Liao had caused significant trouble for the Song family, even leading to the closure of her company, so she was determined to make her pay. Third miss, I heard that Mr. Liao was once one of your company's star artists, known by the stage name Qin Yao. Correct? She was quite popular back then, Lu Mingyuan inquired, shaking his teacup with a smirk. Indeed, Song Qingru narrowed her eyes. I once elevated her to fame, but alas, this wretched woman refused to heed my guidance, resulting in her current predicament. I had thought she would not last long, so I paid her little mind. Who would have guessed she would persist and create such havoc? Had I known, I would have tossed her into the river to feed the fish. Now, casting her into the river is not too late, though it feels like such a fate is too lenient, Lu Mingyuan remarked with a sinister grin. Song Qingru saw through his intentions and replied coldly. You may dispose of her as you wish, but I want to witness her suffer. That is certainly agreeable. I shall ensure her existence is a living hell. Lu Mingyuan chuckled lewdly. He then called out. Come in. Zhang Jinping soon entered the office. Director, how may I assist you? He stood at attention before Lu Mingyuan. Bring me that Mr. Liao. I wish to interrogate her personally, Lu Mingyuan commanded with utmost seriousness. Understood, Director, Zhang Jinping replied before promptly departing. However, after stepping outside, he suddenly turned back and looked at Lu Mingyuan, saying, by the way, Director, how should we deal with Wang Hao? Wang Hao. Lu Mingyuan seemed somewhat unfamiliar with the name. So he turned to Song Qingru for guidance. Send him to the forbidden area. I have no desire to see him again, Song Qingru replied coldly. Very well. We shall proceed, as Miss Song wishes. Lu Mingyuan nodded in agreement. Understood. Zhang Jinping responded before leaving once more. By the way, Miss Song, I have always been curious, who exactly is Mr. Liao, the one who left Qin Yao incapacitated? Lu Mingyuan suddenly inquired. His curiosity piqued. Director Lu, some matters are best left unknown. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to both of us. What do you think? Song Qingru remarked, casting a frowning glance at Lu Mingyuan. Yes, my apologies for prying. Lu Mingyuan quickly smiled apologetically. Before long, Mr. Liao was brought in. She remained seated in a wheelchair, with handcuffs adorning her wrists. Please leave. I wish to interrogate her personally. N01 is to enter without my express permission. Lu Mingyuan instructed, waving his hand to dismiss Zhang Jinping and another law enforcement officer. He then locked the office door to prevent any unexpected intrusions. What do you intend to do? Mr. Liao asked, her demeanor shifting to one of caution upon sensing the atmosphere. What do you mean? You vile creature, daring to oppose me. Today, you shall experience a fate worse than death, Song Qingru sneered. She then turned to Lu Mingyuan and said, Director Lu, it's your turn. Understood. Lu Mingyuan nodded eagerly, his expression shifting to one of lewd anticipation as he approached Mr. Liao. The authoritative demeanor he displayed before his subordinates was now entirely absent. What do you want? Mr. Liao protested, instinctively shielding her chest, but Lu Mingyuan had already lifted her clothing, revealing the urine bag hanging at her waist, with the urine bag in place. It seems you are not merely hindered in your legs, but rather incapacitated entirely below. How unfortunate, Lu Mingyuan remarked, shaking his head in feigned sympathy. Reflecting on your past glory, you were quite the enchantress. Regrettably, my position was too lowly back then to reach someone of your stardom. However, it is not too late. Albeit you are no longer usable, we can still rectify the regrets of yesteryears. Consider it a dream fulfilled. As he spoke, Lu Mingyuan leaned in closer to Mr. Liao. Get away from me, Mr. Liao exclaimed in desperation. Resisting violently, her hand struck and pushed against Lu Mingyuan, but his strength proved overwhelming, and the handcuffs rendered her resistance futile. Song Qingru watched unabashedly from the side, a faintly excited smirk on her face. Chapter 40. Lu Mingyuan's demise at the hands of a woman. Just as Lu Mingyuan pressed his head against Mr. Liao's chest, she suddenly produced a blade, deftly slicing across his neck. In that instant, Lu Mingyuan felt a chilling sensation, followed by a warm spray of liquid erupting from his throat. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he attempted to rise, but Mr. Liao had already tightened her grip around his neck. Lu Mingyuan's head was trapped under her arm, as if in a guillotine. Though she was a woman, the strength in her arms was astonishing, rendering even a man of Lu Mingyuan's stature powerless to escape. By the time Song Qingru recognized the dire turn of events, Lu Mingyuan's blood was already gushing forth, staining Mr. Liao entirely. Her white dress became soaked in crimson, blood dripping down onto the wheelchair. Stunned by the scene, Song Qingru could not help but scream for help. Someone, quickly! Outside the office, upon hearing the cries, Yang Bing rushed to enter, but Zhang Jinping swiftly restrained him. What are you doing? Did the director not just say we should not enter? But Miss Song is calling for help. Yang Bing protested. Miss Song's call is not the same as the director's. Why the urgency? Zhang Jinping scolded. But surely something must be wrong if Miss Song is calling out? Yang Bing insisted. Even if something is amiss, we cannot barge in now. What if the director is engaged in some thrilling game? That would be quite embarrassing for you, and you might find yourself in hot water. Zhang Jinping replied, appearing quite thoughtful. Yang Bing considered this, beginning to see the logic. However, doubt crept in. But Miss Song wouldn't be involved with the director, right? After all, she is the third miss of the Song family. And what if she is? Do you think she is pure as snow? Perhaps before those powerful figures, she kneels like a dog. Zhang Jinping scoffed. What did you just say? Before he could react further, Song Qingru burst through the office door. Initially frightened, she had called for help but, finding no one responding, had chosen to confront the situation herself. Upon stepping out, she overheard Zhang Jinping's derogatory comments, igniting a furious fire within her. Without a moment's hesitation, she slapped Zhang Jinping across the face. You imbeciles! The director has been slashed by that wretched person. Hurry and check. What? Both Zhang Jinping and Yang Bing gasped, their eyes widening in shock. Without another thought, they rushed into the office. Upon entering, they found Lu Mingyuan with his head clutched in Mr. Liao's grip, her body drenched in blood, the floor awash with crimson. Both Zhang Jinping and Yang Bing were horrified, drawing their weapons and demanding Mr. Liao to release him. Yet, she paid them no heed, merely turning to them with a cold smile. In this tense moment, Zhang Jinping resolutely pulled the trigger, with a resounding bang. The bullet struck Mr. Liao squarely in the forehead, ending her life instantly. Her grip on Lu Mingyuan slackened, and he crumpled to the floor, lifeless. Zhang Jinping and Yang Bing were left dumbfounded, unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, Song Qingru entered as well, her expression shifting upon witnessing the scene before her. She had not anticipated these two fools would kill Qin Yao. She had intended for her to suffer greatly. After a long pause, Zhang Jinping finally reacted, rushing to assess Lu Mingyuan's condition. To his dismay, it was clear that Lu Mingyuan was beyond saving. Little did he know, Lu Mingyuan would ultimately meet his end at the hands of a woman. The assassination of a law enforcement bureau chief was a monumental event, especially occurring within the very confines of the bureau itself, an unfathomable occurrence. The entire Northern City Law Enforcement Bureau descended into chaos. At the central building of the quarantine zone, Wang Hao had just been transported there by enforcement vehicles. Initially, he had expected Song Qingru to torment him thoroughly, but instead, he was swiftly sent to the forbidden area. To be honest, Wang Hao felt a twinge of fear. He was uncertain what fate awaited him in this place. If they were to execute him outright, that would be one thing. However, if he were to be subjected to organ harvesting or experimentation, it would be a nightmare. Get out, the enforcers commanded. Pulling Wang Hao from the vehicle. He gazed up at the towering edifice, aware that this was the dreaded forbidden area. He had no desire to be brought here. Yet he had no say in the matter. Handcuffed and shackled, he had long lost his freedom. In truth, within these high walls, freedom was a mere illusion. Damn it, I've truly hit rock bottom, Wang Hao lamented. At that moment, a black sedan approached, coming to a halt before them. A dark-skinned elder stepped out, moving toward the enforcers escorting Wang Hao. Apologies, gentlemen, but this Mr. Wang is a supplementary member of the Great Wall Defense Army, and we must take him with us. One of the enforcers examined the elder's credentials, frowning as he replied, the Great Wall Defense Army does not interfere with matters inside the walls. This man has been sentenced to death and is to be sent to the forbidden area. I've stated already, he is a supplementary member of the Great Wall Defense Army. Therefore, you have no authority to pass judgment on him, the elder asserted, maintaining his composure. Words alone are insufficient. How will you prove he is a member of the Great Wall Defense Army? The enforcer challenged. As soon as he finished speaking, the rear door of the black car swung open. A tall woman clad in a black trench coat emerged, immediately launching a flying kick that sent the enforcer sprawling. She continued her assault, swiftly dispatching the remaining enforcers with a flurry of kicks, leaving them all on the ground. The enforcers had scarcely a moment to react before being effortlessly dispatched by the statuesque woman. Some even rendered unconscious by her swift kicks. Chapter 41. Am I a synthetic being? What a joke. Wang Hao is utterly astonished by the prowess of the tall woman. To be frank, he had never encountered anyone so formidable since his arrival in this realm, especially not a woman. However, what left Wang Hao most incredulous was not her combat skills, but rather her appearance. Her stunning visage struck him as eerily familiar. It soon dawned on him that she resembled a girl named Yang Ning, whom he had encountered in the Demon Swamp. Although her attire and demeanor now starkly contrasted the armored figure he had seen there, the resemblance was unmistakable. Thus, he began to speculate about the connection between this striking woman and Yang Ning. Could it be that the Yang Ning he had met was, in fact, this tall woman before him? If so, did that imply she too had traversed into the microscopic universe and returned, much like he had? Yet, entering such a realm required one's consciousness to be transferred into nanobots. Therefore, their previous encounters in the Demon Swamp had been mere projections of their nanobot forms. Even the red-haired individual, Ajia, must have been a nanobot version of himself, as he certainly did not sport red hair in reality. Wang Hao had not seen what the nanobots he controlled looked like, but it was unlikely they bore any resemblance to him. However, the woman before him bore an uncanny likeness to Yang Ning, which was truly astonishing. Just as Wang Hao was lost in contemplation, the enforcer who had been kicked aside suddenly drew his weapon and aimed it at the tall woman. Stop. At that moment, a man in a distinctive uniform emerged from the building, his attire clearly setting him apart from the other enforcers. He was likely a superior officer. Director Ding. This woman attacked an enforcer. The gun-wielding enforcer hastily exclaimed, "Smack." Before he could finish his sentence, Director Ding delivered a sharp slap to his face. "Holster your weapon. This Miss Yang is a major general of the Great Wall Guard. Are you out of your mind to point a gun at her?" "I am sorry, Miss Yang." The enforcer stammered in fear upon hearing her title. "My apologies, Miss Yang. It's entirely my subordinates' fault for their lack of discernment. I apologize on their behalf," Director Ding said with a smile. Wang Hao felt somewhat taken aback, primarily because Director Ding appeared remarkably young. Likely in his early 20s. At such a young age to attain the position of director was indicative of his significant connections. He wondered which enforcement bureau he presided over. Furthermore, this Miss Yang, could she possibly be Yang Ning, There is no need for apologies, but Director Ding, please manage your enforcers better. They have become rather arrogant lately. Miss Yang replied coldly. Yes, I will ensure strict discipline. Director Ding nodded vigorously, maintaining his smile. However, it was evident that he was not afraid of the Major General, but rather held a certain admiration for Miss Yang. I'll take my leave with her now. If Director Ding has any further inquiries, he may address them directly with the military, Miss Yang stated, pulling Wang Hao towards a sleek black car. Director Ding continued to smile until the vehicle disappeared from view. At which point his expression darkened. Director Ding. The enforcer beside him attempted to speak, only to be sent flying by a kick from Director Ding. A bunch of useless fools. He cursed, before turning and re-entering the building. Seated in the black car, Wang Hao was utterly bewildered. Miss Yang sat beside him, yet not a word escaped her lips, leaving him perplexed. His predicament felt dire, especially with the handcuffs and shackles still binding him. He recalled the dark-faced elder who had referred to him as a reserve member of the Great Wall Guard. Was that merely a deception to mislead the enforcers? Shouldn't you explain what is happening? After much contemplation, Wang Hao finally mustered the courage to inquire. The driver and the dark-faced elder remained silent, while Miss Yang turned to regard him. Bang! Suddenly, without warning, she struck him squarely in the eye, causing tears to stream down his face. Are you insane? Wang Hao exclaimed, clutching his eye in pain. Insane? Do you not recall how you treated me in the demon swamp? Miss Yang retorted with a cold laugh. Why, you really are Yang Ning? Wang Hao's eyes widened in shock. Although he had suspected her identity upon seeing her, hearing the confirmation from her lips was still a staggering revelation. This meant they had indeed entered the microscopic universe together. And she had returned to the macroscopic universe alive, just as he had. Thus, he was not the sole survivor. You rescued me from the enforcers, but it can't possibly be for revenge, can it? Wang Hao regarded her with suspicion. Sensing a lingering grudge. I'm not that petty, Yang Ning scoffed. Uncle, you mentioned earlier, you are a reserve member of the Great Wall Guard, which is why we came to retrieve you. When did I become a reserve member of the Great Wall Guard? I had no idea. Wang Hao's face was a mask of disbelief. You wouldn't know, for you were designated as such from the moment you were born. Yang Ning explained, casting a glance at him. Designated from birth? What do you mean? Were my parents selling me to you at birth? Wang Hao stared at her incredulously. You have no parents, Yang Ning said with a hint of sympathy. Have you forgotten? You are an orphan. Tio put it bluntly. You are a synthetic being, one of the first batch created by the company. What? You must be joking. Wang Hao could hardly contain his agitation. How is it possible that I am a synthetic being? No one would believe such a claim. Just because I'm an orphan doesn't mean I'm a synthetic being. I'm not joking. Yang Ning shook her head. Most of the children who were in the orphanage with you were synthetic beings, and there are records to prove it. But if you don't believe me, I can take you to see them now. Chapter 42. A first encounter. Above the walls, Wang Hao gazed at the immense glass spheres before him, inside which women with prominent bellies floated, submerged in a transparent liquid, according to Yang Ning. This was how he had been brought into existence. These women, although robotic, possessed fully functional reproductive systems and artificial wombs, capable of enduring a full term of pregnancy and delivering infants, just like real women. Wang Hao was rendered speechless by the sight before him. Even though he had anticipated and accepted the reality of synthetic beings, witnessing the pregnant figures suspended in the glass spheres shattered his worldview completely. Without synthetic beings, ordinary humans were already treated as cattle. What would become of them with the advent of synthetic life? Would they become blood slaves or organ-donating serfs? Perhaps they would be both. At that moment, he could only utter a single thought. Is this still humanity? The moral degradation of mankind was far more terrifying than that of beasts, and it was appalling that such atrocities were controlled by these brutes. How could the common folk possibly enjoy a good life? No wonder they sought revolution. Miss Yang, I must inform you that bringing you here is a violation of regulations, so you must leave promptly. Professor Su, clad in a white lab coat, interjected, unable to hold back any longer. I understand. Yang Ning replied with a nod before turning to Wang Hao. It's time to go. I'll show you your records. No need. Wang Hao shook his head. From the moment he laid eyes on the scene, he had already begun to believe Yang Ning's words. The owner of this body had been an orphan since birth, with no recollection of parents. How else could he have come into being if not through an artificial womb? Much like the fetuses waiting to be born inside the glass spheres? I want to know. What is the purpose of creating synthetic beings? Wang Hao asked, a somewhat naive question. The answer seemed obvious, yet Yang Ning took it seriously. Initially, synthetic beings were created to defend the Great Wall and expand the ranks of the Guard. Thus, from the moment you were born, you became a reserve member of the Guard. However, for various reasons, the government of the isolation zone abruptly halted this initiative, deeming it unethical, and now, it is no longer considered unethical. Wang Hao inquired instinctively. Now, it has resumed due to demand from above, Yang Ning replied, pointing upwards. Therefore, everything in the isolation zone is dictated not by moral considerations, but by the needs of those in power. Correct, Wang Hao scoffed. The individuals above have now grown old and frail. They require youthful blood and organs to sustain their lives. Thus, the initiative for creating new beings has once again risen to the forefront. Wang Hao found himself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to feel relief or sorrow. On one hand, he was fortunate that this batch of artificial beings was not intended for organ harvesting or blood donation. Instead, they were to serve as candidates for the Great Wall Guard. On the other hand, it was lamentable that these newly created entities might not share such fortune, and one could easily envision the grim fate that awaited them. This world has always operated in such a manner. All morals, ethics, and even laws are constructs devised by the rulers to bind the common folk, while those in power remain unencumbered by these constraints. Yang Ning remarked with a cold expression, "So, are you one of those above, or one of those below?" Wang Hao inquired curiously. "I suppose I belong to the middle tier. I possess a degree of freedom. Yet I am also bound by limitations." During their conversation, they had already departed from the Miracle Company. "Where to next?" Wang Hao asked. "Get in the car. I'll take you to see the world outside." Yang Ning beckoned, leading the way into the vehicle. Wang Hao followed suit. It seems that Director Ding has taken a liking to you. Feeling bored during the ride, Wang Hao broached the subject. "His name is Ding Yang, and he is the Deputy Director of the Isolation Zone Enforcement Bureau. Our families have been friends for generations, hence we were betrothed in childhood," Yang Ning replied, her gaze drifting toward the window. "Is he your fiancé?" Wang Hao exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. This was a revelation he had not anticipated, especially in an isolation zone where childhood betrothals were seemingly archaic. After all, in this day and age, such arrangements were likely only perpetuated among noble families to consolidate power. That betrothal is merely a formality. Upon reaching adulthood, one still has the right to choose. "I certainly will not marry him," Yang Ning asserted with resolute determination. "What if he insists?" Wang Hao instinctively probed. "Are you courting death?" Yang Ning shot him a fierce glare. Wang Hao promptly recoiled, sensing the gravity of her tone, and wisely fell silent. 20 minutes later, the vehicle halted at the base of the towering wall. This was Wang Hao's first time viewing the structure up close. Standing beneath it and gazing upward, it seemed as though the wall pierced the very heavens. He estimated its height to be no less than 100 meters. At times, he struggled to comprehend the necessity of erecting such a formidable barrier at the city's edge. What exactly was it meant to conceal? If the intention was merely to confine the city's inhabitants, a wall of such magnitude seemed excessive. It was evident that the wall was designed to shield against something from the outside. Like all others in the isolation zone, Wang Hao harbored immense curiosity regarding the world beyond the wall. Now, he was about to behold that world, which naturally stirred a sense of excitement within him. Under Yang Ning's guidance, they traversed the heavily guarded iron gate and arrived at the elevator situated at the foot of the wall. Yang Ning input her fingerprint, and the elevator doors opened automatically. They stepped into the lift that would carry them to the pinnacle of the wall. Through the glass cabin, Wang Hao observed the figures below diminishing in size. The elevator ascended rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they reached the summit of the 100-meter wall. As the doors behind them slid open, Wang Hao followed Yang Ning outside. The expanse atop the wall was far simpler than he had imagined. Apart from bunkers and watchtowers, and the guards stationed every few meters, there was little else. Each guard was poised with a sniper rifle, attentively surveying the world beyond the wall. Standing atop the wall, Wang Hao gazed outward, where an endless sea of green stretched before him. The primeval forest had nearly consumed every trace of humanity beyond the wall. It felt as though he were engulfed in an immense, untouched wilderness. Turning back, he observed the wall's arc extending infinitely into the distance. Viewed in its entirety, it resembled a colossal circular barrier encircling the entire city. Chapter 43. The catalyst for humanity's descent into oblivion. As he surveyed the city below, Wang Hao could not suppress a deep breath. It was only from this vantage point atop the wall that one could truly grasp the nature of the city. It was nothing short of a vast prison, with the ordinary citizens within serving as its inmates. Countless oppressed souls yearned to escape this confinement, yet they understood the futility of such aspirations. I am curious, what exactly is the purpose of constructing such a towering wall? Is it to ward off the beasts of the forest outside? Wang Hao gazed into the primeval forest beyond the wall, unable to restrain his curiosity toward Yang Ning. No, she shook her head. It is something far more terrifying than mere beasts. Initially, the area beyond the wall was not a primeval forest. There were villages and towns, all of which have since vanished, consumed by the encroaching wilderness. I see. Wang Hao nodded in understanding. In the absence of human presence, nature indeed reclaims all. What, then, is this more fearsome entity? He continued to inquire. The corpse demons, strictly speaking, they're also human. Mutated beings, Yang Ning said. Her gaze fixed on the distance. She then added, this world has become a vast isolation zone, where those outside desperately seek entry, while those within strive to escape. Indeed. Wang Hao could not help but let out a bitter laugh in response. Yang Ning continued. 30 years ago, Musk starship successfully landed on Mars. After exploration, they discovered a type of microorganism resembling human cells, which was subsequently named active cells. They were called so because, like human cells, they could replicate and divide incessantly, and their capacity for division, as well as their resilience, far surpassed that of human cells. Thus, they began conducting experiments with these active cells to replace ordinary cells in the human body. And guess what happened? The experiment resulted in mutations. Wang Hao asked instinctively. No. Yang Ning shook her head. When these active cells completely replaced the cells within the human body, both the bodily functions and lifespan experienced significant enhancement. Moreover, during this process, the active cells would devour all viruses within the body, including cancer cells. This meant that these active cells could directly cure cancer. Isn't that essentially the same principle as cancer cells? Wang Hao replied. Astonished, I once encountered a theory suggesting that if all the cells in the human body were to become cancerous, a person could achieve immortality, since cancer cells can divide indefinitely. The only issue is that the human body cannot endure until that point. Exactly, Yang Ning affirmed. However, these active cells do not lead to death, while they do not possess the infinite division capability of cancer cells. They are significantly milder in nature. Therefore, the human body can wholly withstand the process of replacing ordinary cells, and once the replacement is complete, the human lifespan can be extended by at least double. That would indeed be an extraordinarily monumental discovery in human history, Wang Hao remarked sincerely. Initially, everyone believed so. Those elite billionaires, particularly the elderly, were the first to embrace the implantation of these active cells. At first, everything seemed normal. Those who received the active cells transformed, exhibiting extraordinary traits, even curing patients in dire conditions. Yet one day, all those who had undergone the implantation suddenly experienced mutations, Yang Ning said, suddenly spreading her fingers wide, as if the active cells had come to life or received some form of command. In any case, they took control of human consciousness, rendering individuals frenzied and bloodthirsty, akin to zombies, attacking anyone in sight. Thus, these mutated beings became known as corpse demons, more terrifying than any specter. Have you encountered a corpse demon? Wang Hao inquired instinctively. Of course. Yang Ning turned her gaze back toward the world beyond the wall. If fortune favors you today, you might even witness one. This cannot be true, Wang Hao said, still grappling with disbelief. The notion of a zombie virus outbreak leading to the complete downfall of humanity was something he could accept. However, the idea that active cells implanted within the human body could suddenly awaken and seize control of human consciousness was simply unfathomable. After all, this implied that these active cells possessed awareness. How could that be possible? If those active cells had self-awareness, would not the cells, viruses, and bacteria within the human body also possess self-awareness? Such a notion could potentially upend humanity's understanding of itself. I understand that this is difficult for you to accept, but if you can acknowledge the existence of the microscopic universe, then this notion is not so peculiar. After all, our bodies are also a universe. And within this microscopic universe, can we truly assert that none of the life forms possess self-awareness? Yang Ning regarded Wang Hao with a profound gaze. Suddenly, he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the human body is a universe. Within us dwell countless life forms. Can we truly claim that all these life forms lack self-awareness? It seems only that our consciousness cannot resonate with theirs. If one were to enter the microscopic universe as before, directly accessing the life forms within the human body, one would find that all these entities possess their own consciousness. In other words, We might very well be residing within the belly of a giant. To the organisms of the macrocosm, they would undoubtedly find it hard to believe that the microorganisms within their own bodies possess self-awareness. Wang Hao's mind began to spiral into confusion, as if the information he was grappling with transcended his fundamental understanding, brushing against the fringes of his ignorance, leaving him momentarily at a loss. The crux of the matter lay in his inability to detach himself from the perspective of a human being to contemplate the situation at hand. If only he could extricate himself and observe, clarity would ensue. Hence, the origin of the corpse demon virus is, in essence, a long-planned invasion. Regrettably, humanity has failed to recognize this, blinded by immense profit and insatiable greed, thus allowing the corpse demon virus to thrive. It is evident that these so-called active cells of humanity have nearly seized control of the human realm. They possess not only consciousness but also intellect rivaling that of humans. This, indeed, is the most terrifying aspect. They dwell within the giant, yet can manipulate it to fulfill their desires. This is akin to humankind exerting control over the earth or even the entire universe. Chapter 44. Joining the Great Wall Guardian Army, now that the corpse demon virus has swept across the globe. Humanity outside has either succumbed to becoming corpse demons or has become food for them, rendering this place the last refuge for humankind. Yang Ning spoke as she glanced back at the city behind her. Is there no other city preserved like this one? Wang Hao could not help but inquire. None. Yang Ning shook her head, except for those high-ranking officials from countries that fled Earth at the onset of the virus outbreak. Everyone else has been abandoned on this land. Thus, all survivors are within these high walls. Outside, even if one does not perish at the hands of corpse demons, they will surely fall victim to their fellow humans. Without the constraints of order and rules, humanity will swiftly march towards extinction. Wang Hao concurred with this notion. However, he wished to express that rules and order should bind everyone, not just the ordinary populace. If that were the case, then the so-called rules and order would inevitably be shattered. Bang. As Wang Hao and Yang Ning were conversing, the distant city wall suddenly echoed with gunfire. Yang Ning smiled slightly and remarked, "It seems fortune is on your side today. Come, let me show you the so-called corpse demons." With that, she boarded a nearby Great Wall tram, presumably installed for the convenience of patrols, allowing one to circle the quarantine zone in less than an hour. Within minutes, they arrived at the source of the gunfire. Upon disembarking, Yang Ning promptly took a pair of binoculars from a nearby guard and peered into the distance. She then handed the binoculars to Wang Hao, signaling him to take a look. Following her, Wang Hao observed a gaunt corpse lying on a dilapidated concrete road a kilometer away. Its head had completely exploded, and a pool of blood pooled beneath it. Wang Hao was uncertain whether this was indeed a corpse demon, as he could not discern the details. He directed the binoculars further afield and spotted several figures sprinting towards them along the asphalt road. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out, and the figures' heads erupted, collapsing into a pool of blood. The last woman, in a panic, dropped to her knees, repeatedly bowing towards them. Yet, she too met her demise to a bullet that shattered her skull. Wang Hao instinctively pulled the binoculars away, unable to bear the impact of the scene. Moreover, those individuals did not resemble the corpse demons Yang Ning had described, particularly the last woman, who had knelt in supplication. Appeared to be a normal person, did she not? How can you be so certain that those outside are corpse demons? Wang Hao could not restrain himself from asking Yang Ning. There is no need for confirmation. Anyone who appears beyond the city wall is to be shot on sight. Yang Ning replied nonchalantly. Doesn't that mean normal people are also killed? Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Those outside, even if they have not yet transformed into corpse demons, have undoubtedly been infected by the virus. Thus, we cannot allow them entry. Anyone who approaches this direction will be executed immediately. Moreover, their arrival could easily attract a horde of corpse demons, Yang Ning stated. Her expression unwavering. I see. Wang Hao nodded in understanding. He was no saint, so he did not entertain the notion of allowing them in. After all, it would jeopardize the lives of everyone within the quarantine zone. Should this corpse demon virus infiltrate their last refuge, it would spell doom for humanity. At that moment, Wang Hao genuinely comprehended Yang Ning's earlier remark. Those outside desperately sought entry, while those inside fervently wished to escape. He could only be grateful that he was born within the quarantine zone, rather than outside its walls. Otherwise, he would not even have the privilege to serve as a mere cog within those high walls. Suddenly, a sense of satisfaction washed over Wang Hao. Bang, bang. The incessant gunfire jolted him back to reality. He hastily raised the binoculars to observe, witnessing a group of emaciated figures on the asphalt road. These individuals, resembling zombies, lunged at the fallen corpses, ravenously devouring them. The scene was gruesome and terrifying. Clearly, these were the corpse demons that Yang Ning had referred to. The guards atop the wall continued to pull the triggers. And soon, all the corpse demons had their heads blown apart. That's enough. Yang Hao was engrossed in the scene when Yang Ning suddenly tapped his shoulder. Today, you've had a glimpse of your future duties. Now, come with me to report to the Great Wall Guardian Army Reserves. You will undergo a period of specialized training, but I haven't graduated from university yet. Wang Hao hurriedly protested. You need not attend school any longer. For the knowledge imparted there will likely be of little use to you in the future. That it would be better for you to enter the reserves early and receive training, Yang Ning asserted with an authoritative tone. Clearly not open to discussion. Very well. Wang Hao could only nod in resignation, primarily because he lacked any real choice in the matter. Moreover, were it not for his status as a candidate for the Great Wall Guardian Army, he might have already been sent to the Forbidden Zone for organ harvesting. Thus, joining the Great Wall Guardian Army was indeed a favorable option for him. Serving atop the walls to fend off corpse demons was certainly preferable to being a mere pawn for the powerful within. And so, Wang Hao followed Yang Ning to the reserve military camp, where, under her guidance, he successfully completed the enrollment process, received his guardian uniform, and obtained relevant identification documents. Finally, he accompanied Yang Ning to the reserve dormitory. Can you believe it? The dormitory here is actually a single room. This living arrangement was undoubtedly far superior to his experiences at school. You will train here peacefully. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me, Yang Ning said, handing Wang Hao a phone number before departing. However, Wang Hao did not call the number. In the following week, he underwent various forms of physical training of considerable intensity. Surprisingly, Wang Hao found himself able to endure the high-level training, akin to that of special forces. His physical fitness was evidently superior to that of his training peers, particularly in terms of situational awareness. He outperformed the others, garnering the attention and respect of the training instructors. Thus, his time in the reserves was, overall, quite pleasant. Of course, aside from training, he remained vigilant regarding events unfolding online, especially discussions surrounding the revolutionaries. Since the day he and Mr. Liao had been apprehended by the enforcers, Mr. Liao had vanished without a trace. Wang Hao feared the worst for Mr. Liao, yet he found no reports online. Conversely, news of the execution of the head of the North District's Enforcement Bureau had recently surged to the forefront of public attention. According to reports from the Quarantine Zone government, Lu Mingyuan, the head of the North District's Enforcement Bureau, was killed while confronting terrorists, posthumously awarded the title of a hero, and accorded a grand burial. Yet, on the day of Lu Mingyuan's funeral, a video began circulating quietly across the internet. This video depicted Lu Mingyuan bullying Mr. Liao in his office, only to be ultimately slain by Mr. Liao. Chapter 45. Drawing life and death lots. Killing corrupt officials. When the footage of Lu Mingyuan's death was revealed, the entire quarantine zone erupted once more. Not only were the common folk enraged, but high-ranking officials within the quarantine government were also thoroughly incensed. However, their anger did not stem from Lu Mingyuan's despicable actions and eventual demise, but rather from how this video had come to light. It is worth noting that the quarantine government had just released a statement claiming Lu Mingyuan was killed while combating terrorists, subsequently awarding him a hero's title and a grand funeral, making quite the spectacle of it. The emergence of this video was nothing short of a blatant slap in the face to the quarantine government. Was this truly how a bureau chief faced off against terrorists? To humiliate a paralyzed woman in a wheelchair, who is furthermore shackled, is an act of despicable shamelessness, especially when she ultimately turns the tables and retaliates. The audacity of such an act is magnified when the authorities of the quarantine zone bestow upon the perpetrator the title of hero. Is this not a monumental farce? The higher echelons of the quarantine zone government must surely feel a twinge of guilt, leading to their ire. Additionally, Song Qingru, who appears in the video, has once again found herself at the center of public scrutiny. The source of this video is none other than the surveillance cameras in Lu Mingyuan's office. How it was disseminated remains an enigma, however. The upper echelons of the quarantine government have issued orders for the North City Law Enforcement Bureau to conduct a thorough investigation to unearth the individual responsible for leaking the footage. In the residential area behind the red brick houses of Group 13, a fire blazes brightly as several individuals huddle around it. The room is crowded, nearly bursting at the seams with people. At this moment, a burly man retrieves a cardboard box from a nearby drawer, filled with crumpled pieces of paper. "Come now, let us draw lots for life and death." As words echo, everyone present reaches into the box to grab a piece of paper. Originally, following Mr. Liao's murder, they were poised to act, but they deliberately chose to wait until the quarantine government issued a statement, granting Lu Mingyuan the title of hero, before exposing the video. Now, the quarantine government stands utterly humiliated, and its officials are seething with anger. The time to act is ripe. After all, those in power have faced no repercussions for their actions. Thus, it is our turn to judge them, to deliver a verdict of death. As the burly man speaks, he draws a bone knife from his waist and plunges it into the table. He then picks a piece of paper from the box, unfolds it, and finds it blank. Soon, everyone else reveals their papers. "This is mine. No one dare take it from me." Suddenly, a short man exclaims. He then opens his paper, revealing a single character, death. Without hesitation, he tosses the paper into the fire and retrieves the knife from the table. "Peace, you go first. The rest of us will follow," the burly man says, giving the short man a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Others join in, placing their hands on his shoulders as if to impart strength. "I am leaving now." The short man utters no more words, resolutely taking the bone knife and stepping out. The following morning, at 9 o'clock, Lu Wenqing, who had spent the night in a fierce struggle with a certain celebrity, saunters into the underground parking garage with a briefcase in hand, ready to spend his day idling at the quarantine government office. Just as he reaches his car door, a man wielding a bone knife charges at him from behind. Peace has waited here all night for this moment. With a single thrust, he plunges the knife into Lu Wenqing's back, retracts it, and then slashes at his neck. Once Lu Wenqing lies lifeless, the assailant loads his body into the trunk and brazenly drives out of the parking garage. As expected, he is stopped by security at the entrance of the community, primarily due to Lu Wenqing's head precariously perched atop the car, making it all too conspicuous. Peace forcefully breaches the checkpoint, exits the community, and careens down the street in Lu Wenqing's vehicle, the severed head still secured atop the roof. Ultimately, Peace is shot dead by arriving law enforcers. This incident triggers immense turmoil, even instilling fear in the upper echelons of the quarantine government. Yet this is merely the beginning. That evening, in the red brick houses behind Group 13, the burly man and his associates commence another draw for life and death over the next few days. Several officials from the quarantine government, alongside prominent figures from high society, are assassinated. This tit-for-tat exchange of lives is undoubtedly their greatest fear. Panic grips the entire quarantine zone, with influential figures even refraining from venturing outdoors. The streets become increasingly populated with patrolling enforcers. However, despite this, the assassinations of the elite continue unabated, with some attempts failing. Yet, should an assassination fail, the assailant will swiftly end their own life, leaving law enforcers with no living witnesses to interrogate, let alone uncover the masterminds behind the plots. If this continues, the powerful and wealthy will inevitably be eradicated. After all, in this guerrilla warfare-style assault, they remain clueless on how to prevent it. They certainly cannot detain or eliminate all the common folk. Consequently, the quarantine government is left with no choice but to make concessions. They first acknowledge the existence of the revolutionaries and then publicly scapegoat some of the powerful individuals who have long aided them in their dirty work, including the Song family. In no time, revolutionaries stormed the Song family mansion, wreaking havoc and even capturing key members of the family, including Song Qingru and Song Qiqi. They could never have imagined that after assisting those government officials in numerous unsavory deeds, they would be discarded like used toilet paper by the quarantine government. Within 2 days of being captured, the elderly patriarch Song Beishing dies in a dark basement, unable to withstand the strain of his ordeal. Subsequently, the eldest son, Song Qingyao, meets a similar fate, brutally persecuted to death. Song Qingru's plight is even more tragic. She is confined in the basement for an entire week, subjected to relentless humiliation. Ultimately, she is dragged out, stripped of her clothing, and paraded through the streets, forced to confess her supposed transgressions before the masses. Upon hearing this news, Wang Hao decides to visit her. What he finds is a woman utterly devastated. She walks barefoot through the streets, pelted with rotten eggs and shards of glass, blood trickling from her feet, leaving a trail of crimson footprints. While Wang Hao may deem her sins unforgivable, the manner of her punishment is something he cannot bear to witness. Chapter 46. It turns out his surname is not Liao, but Gao. Song Qingru's public humiliation goes viral online, sending the revolutionaries into a frenzy. The entire quarantine zone becomes ablaze with fervor. This marks the initial victory in the struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, ringing alarm bells for the malevolent capitalists. Following this day, the capitalists will undoubtedly tremble in fear, for they now realize that the law will no longer serve as their shield. Once the public's wrath reaches a boiling point, they may meet a fate akin to that of the Song family, or even be paraded through the streets. As a result of these events, the capitalists begin to temper their excesses. This is also a concession made by the quarantine government, successfully shifting the conflict onto the shoulders of the populace and the capitalists, significantly alleviating public outrage. At this moment, all revolutionaries are applauding, celebrating their success and victory. Yet, the burly man finds no joy in this outcome. For him, the matter is far from resolved. Although the Song family is the root of his sister's suffering, the true monster who tormented her for a decade, leaving her paralyzed and confined to a wheelchair, has yet to be found. Thus, his quest for vengeance remains unfulfilled. He must locate the individual known as M.Liao. In the dimly lit basement, Song Qingru curls up in a corner, her feet marred with gruesome wounds, her body draped in a tattered blanket. Days of torment have driven her to contemplate suicide, yet the fear of death paralyzes her resolve. The humiliation of her public shaming further shatters her emotional state. As a member of the esteemed Song family, she has lived a life of privilege. She has never encountered such degradation. How could she, having served the high-ranking officials of the quarantine government for so many years, be so easily discarded? The more she contemplates, the more aggrieved she feels, ultimately breaking down into tears. Suddenly, a noise resonates from outside the door, followed by the creaking of the iron door as it swings open. The burly man enters with a medical kit and squats down before Song Qingru. Startled, she instinctively recoils, wishing she could melt into the wall. Her legs curl up defensively. The burly man seizes her ankle, pulling her foot closer, and begins to disinfect her wounds with alcohol. This action brings her a slight sense of relief, as she initially feared he would inflict further violence upon her. However, the sting of the alcohol on her wounds causes her to tremble uncontrollably. "I shall ask you one last time. Who is Mr. Liao?" The burly man inquires casually while tending to her injuries. "I cannot say." Song Qingru shakes her head vigorously. "Even in this state, you still cannot speak? Do you think keeping his secret will save you?" The burly man scoffs. Indeed, the reason Song Qingru refrains from revealing the name is the hope that he might come to her rescue. After all, this individual possesses significant power. Yet, as time drags on without his appearance, it becomes increasingly clear that he has abandoned her. Those powerful figures do not care about what secrets she may divulge. With this realization, Song Qingru decides to take the plunge. Gritting her teeth, she declares, "That person does not actually bear the surname Liao. He uses that name to conceal his identity. His true name is Gao Qingyao, and he is the director of the quarantine government office." Gao Qingyao. No wonder, it turns out he does not bear the surname Liao. The burly man's face finally revealed a look of understanding. Despite their previous investigations into numerous high-ranking officials in the isolation zone, they had never encountered anyone with the surname Liao. He should have anticipated this. He bore the surname Gao. What connection could that have to Deputy District Chief Gao Jianhua? The burly man furrowed his brow and inquired. "Gao Jianhua is my father. Otherwise, how could I possibly hold the position of director of the government office in the isolation zone?" Song Qingru remarked with a cold chuckle. The officials of the isolation zone government are predominantly connected by familial ties, especially those in high-ranking positions. They are either relatives of senior leaders or their offspring. The web of relationships is exceedingly intricate. This intricate network leads to a situation where officials in the isolation zone, even when guilty of corruption or criminal acts, seldom face severe punishment. The reason is straightforward. They are all part of the same circle. How could those senior leaders possibly sanction their own relatives or children? For them, the common populace is merely an outsider. Thus, they devise various methods to oppress and exploit the populace, and when the situation becomes untenable, they conveniently scapegoat a few wealthy families, such as the Song family. It appears that these affluent families in the isolation zone are the wealthiest, yet in reality, the true hidden tycoons are those high-ranking officials within the isolation zone government. Particularly, the wealth accumulated by the children of these senior leaders far surpasses that of these so-called affluent families. To put it simply, families like the Song family merely serve as employees to the high-ranking leaders of the isolation zone government. The burly man exited the basement. Next, he had one final target remaining, the director of the government office in the isolation zone. Gao Chengyao, naturally, if he could also take care of his father. Deputy District Chief Gao, that would be ideal. However, such high-profile figures are not easily dealt with, and it is virtually impossible to approach them. Especially after the recent assassination incident involving officials, the high-ranking members of the isolation zone government have become exceedingly cautious, entering and exiting with armed bodyguards, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to get close. Thus, this matter requires careful deliberation. In the reserve of the Great Wall Defense Forces, Wang Hao had been stationed here for nearly half a month. He had completed his physical training and begun practicing firearms shooting. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Hao continuously pulled the trigger, knocking down moving targets one after another at a distance of 500 meters. In truth, he himself was rather perplexed. He had memorized the details of these firearms after a single review, including their performance and characteristics, particularly the sensation of shooting, though Wang Hao had never handled firearms before. Once he grasped one and spotted a target in the distance, he experienced a profound sense of unity with the weapon. In summary, relying on instinct alone, his bullets found their mark with uncanny precision. This was the result of his brain being developed to 36% capacity, which greatly enhanced both his awareness and perceptual acuity beyond that of the average individual. However, Wang Hao was oblivious to this fact, attributing everything to his innate talent in this area. At that moment, Yang Ning was observing from outside the shooting range. She possessed a similar talent, yet she knew that Wang Hao was slightly stronger, as his brain development exceeded hers by 3%. Though this 3% may seem trivial, it represented a significant disparity. As Chapter 47 unfolds, Wang Hao concluded his shooting training and, upon exiting the range, immediately spotted Yang Ning. Out of politeness, he approached her to greet her. "Miss Yang, what brings you here to watch our training? Aren't these skills somewhat beneath you?" Wang Hao said with a smile. "Let us go grab lunch together." Yang Ning did not respond. Her invitation was less of a suggestion and more of a command that I might need to head back to shower first. "Just finished training, and I'm drenched in sweat," Wang Hao said, awkwardly rubbing his back. "Go." Yang Ning replied curtly, striding ahead towards the dormitory. Wang Hao had no choice but to follow her. Before long, they arrived at the dormitory door. Wang Hao presumed Yang Ning would wait outside, but to his surprise, she entered right behind him as he opened the door. This left him somewhat flustered. "What are you dawdling for? Go shower. I'll wait for you," Yang Ning said, plopping down on the nearby bed. Although it was a single room, it was rather cramped, with only the bed available for sitting. There were no extra stools or couches. For Wang Hao, it was of little concern, but having a girl enter made things feel somewhat awkward, especially since she sat on the bed and instructed him to shower while declaring she would wait. This certainly sparked a few errant thoughts. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Hao steeled himself and entered the bathroom. He quickly took a cold shower, dried off with a towel, and blow-dried his hair. Once he finished, he realized he had forgotten to bring a change of clothes. "Could you pass me my clothes?" Wang Hao called out, cracking the bathroom door open slightly to peek out at Yang Ning. She didn't respond verbally, but handed him the prepared clothes from the bed. As she passed the clothes, Yang Ning cast a curious glance and noticed he had 8-pack abs, which appeared quite firm after his physical training. Looking further up, she noticed he was still clad in the top of his uniform. This made her heart race a little. Such an impressive physique was certainly enticing to a girl. However, she maintained her composure on the surface. "Thank you." Wang Hao, completely oblivious to her thoughts, quickly took the clothes and closed the bathroom door. Yang Ning rolled her eyes at his naivety. "A man like him, not having him as a partner would be quite a loss." In the reserve cafeteria, Yang Ning boredly stirred the food on her plate with her spoon. Clearly lacking any appetite for the offerings. Of course, she hadn't come to find Wang Hao for a meal. "If you have something to say, just say it." Wang Hao, noticing her pensive demeanor, couldn't help but speak up. "I was pondering the last time we entered the microcosm. I initially thought I was the only one who survived, but to my surprise, you also made it back. Do you know why?" After speaking, Yang Ning looked at Wang Hao with curiosity. "No idea." Wang Hao shook his head. "I also believed I was the only one until I saw you last time. It seems you must possess something extraordinary about you." As he spoke, he unconsciously glanced at a certain part of her anatomy, which felt somewhat unusual, yet not overly pronounced. "That is precisely what I wanted to ask you. Do you have something extraordinary about you?" Yang Ning asked earnestly, gazing intently at Wang Hao. After hearing this, Wang Hao instinctively looked down, then seriously replied, "If that counts, then indeed I possess something extraordinary." How long? Yang Ning narrowed her eyes at him. 18 centimeters, Wang Hao stated matter-of-factly. Just as he finished speaking, a resounding slap landed on his face. Fortunately, Wang Hao reacted quickly and raised his arm to block it. Immediately after, Yang Ning launched a punch aimed at his face, which he also skillfully evaded. All right, I won't tease you further. Wang Hao quickly stood up and said, in truth, I don't have anything particularly extraordinary. The only difference is that I am not from here. I came from another world. What? Yang Ning's eyes widened in shock. I know this is hard to believe, but I truly crossed over. The world I came from is virtually identical to this one, almost like a parallel universe. Only that the technology is somewhat less advanced. At the very least, it hasn't reached apocalyptic levels, Wang Hao said, shrugging. You crossed over. So, you come from the 21st century? What year? Yang Ning looked at Wang Hao with a face full of astonishment. At this moment, Wang Hao's expression shifted drastically as he realized that this woman seemed to possess considerable knowledge of the world he had come from. Could it be that she too was a traveler? 2030? You also crossed over? Wang Hao stared at Yang Ning in disbelief. Yang Ning's expression morphed entirely, and she quickly pulled Wang Hao away from the cafeteria. They did not return to the dormitory. Instead, Yang Ning led Wang Hao to a luxurious sports car parked outside the reserve and drove straight towards the southern district. Where are we going? Wang Hao asked curiously. To my house, Yang Ning replied without looking back. At that moment, her heart was tumultuous. She never expected to encounter someone else who had crossed over. It felt like reuniting with a fellow countryman in a foreign land, filling her with excitement. However, she was also wary of exposing the secret, for they were not native to this world. If the locals discovered their origins, the consequences could be dire. If others were skeptical, that would be one thing. But if they believed, it could lead to various research or experimentation on them by the authorities. Thus, Yang Ning drove Wang Hao to a villa district in the southern area, eventually stopping in front of a grand villa. Wang Hao stepped out of the car and gazed at the opulent villa before him, momentarily choked with emotion. Why is it that others traverse through time to become wealthy heiresses, residing in grand mansions, while I arrive as an orphan, and worse still, a synthetic being? Damn this cruel fate. Following a silent curse, he was abruptly pulled along by Yang Ning, who grasped his arm and led him into the villa. Meanwhile, a sleek black luxury car glided into the estate, eventually halting behind Yang Ning's extravagant sports car. From it emerged Ding Yang, holding a bouquet of roses, who promptly instructed his driver to wait in the car. Chapter 48. Surely, we cannot simply sleep here. Yang Ning promptly led Wang Hao upstairs to her private chamber. The housekeeper, Uncle Yao, and the household servants looked on in astonishment, primarily because it was the first time they had witnessed the young lady bringing a man home. And her hurried ascent only fueled their unwelcome speculations. Just then, Ding Yang entered, clutching the bouquet, further bewildering Uncle Yao and the household staff. Uncle Yao, is Xiaoning here? Ding Yang inquired politely as he stepped inside. Adachi isn't, Uncle Yao responded after a moment's contemplation, shaking his head. The current circumstances made it unsuitable for her presence, or rather, it was simply an inopportune moment for Ding Yang's visit. Not here. Isn't your car parked out front? Ding Yang queried, a hint of confusion in his tone. She didn't drive out, Uncle Yao replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Yet the household staff instinctively glanced upstairs. Deepening Ding Yang's perplexity, he furrowed his brow and continued. If Xiaoning wishes to avoid me, could you kindly convey a message? Just tell her that my parents are inviting her to dinner at Ding Yulu tonight to discuss our marriage. She mustn't be late. With that, Ding Yang set down the flowers and departed, though he remained riddled with questions. After driving around the villa area, he circled back and parked in the lot. Then made his way to a small park opposite the Yang family villa. Inside the cozy chamber, Wang Hao and Yang Ning exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. After confirming their shared origins and the fact that they had both traversed time, they found themselves momentarily speechless, primarily due to the vast disparity in their social standings. Yang Ning was a wealthy heiress in her former life, while Wang Hao hailed from humble beginnings as a farmer's son. Now, after their time travel, she was the daughter of a commander, elevated in status, while he had become an orphan, a synthetic being no less. He seriously questioned the fairness of fate, suspecting that those blessed by fortune must surely have connections with the divine. Just then, a knock interrupted their thoughts. Yang Ning, cautious, approached the door, only to find Uncle Yao standing outside. What is it? She frowned, studying him. Uncle Yao peered curiously into the room. then bowed slightly. Young Master Ding just visited. He mentioned that Secretary Ding and Madam Ding are inviting you to dinner at Ding Yulu tonight to discuss your marriage. Discuss what? I've already stated that I do not like him. Yang Ning replied, her impatience evident. Even if you dislike him, clarity is necessary. And in this situation, Uncle Yao glanced into the room again. The implications may not be favorable. I have nothing to explain to him. Yang Ning glanced at Wang Hao, initially intending to clarify, but then thought better of it. After all, she was not Ding Yang's girlfriend, so why should she need to justify herself? All right, I understand, Uncle Yao. Please go about your business and do not disturb us, she declared before shutting the door. Uncle Yu sighed in resignation, muttering, youth is truly wonderful. Why? Are your future in-laws inviting you to dinner? Does my presence here create misunderstandings? Wang Hao teased Yang Ning lightly. Let them misunderstand. I'm not afraid. Why should you be? Yang Ning surprisingly did not react with anger, instead regarding him thoughtfully. What are you plotting? Wang Hao instinctively crossed his arms. Are you worried I might eat you up? Yang Ning shot him a glare. Who knows? They say kinfolk can turn against one another, Wang Hao replied, feigning caution. What ill intentions could I have? I merely noted that you possess a handsome appearance. Tell me, would you be interested in being my boyfriend? Yang Ning suddenly leaned closer, her attractive features shimmering with anticipation, yet her eyes sparkled with mischief. What do you mean? Are you intending to use me as a shield? Wang Hao quickly deciphered her scheme. How dull. She dismissed him with a wave. We both come from the same place. In this unfamiliar realm, shouldn't we assist each other? Assistance is no issue, but if you expect me to risk my life, that's another matter entirely. Wang Hao countered, shaking his head. Go to hell, Yang Ning retorted, clearly realizing Wang Hao's reluctance. She then crossed her arms defiantly. Though Ding Yang is the deputy director of the Isolation Zone's Law Enforcement Bureau, and his father is the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, my family has its own influence. Despite my father's passing, we still hold considerable sway within the military, so you need not fear them. You are unafraid because you have status and connections. I, on the other hand, am merely a synthetic being without even a household registration. How can I not be afraid? Wang Hao replied, his expression one of dismay. That you lack connections now. If you were my boyfriend, my background would become yours. The status of a son-in-law of the Yang family is not something just anyone can claim. You should consider it carefully, Yang Ning asserted, turning her head away. May I take my time to ponder this? Wang Hao lamented, his expression one of despair. The offer was indeed tempting, yet the influence of the Ding family left him apprehensive. After all, pretending to be someone's boyfriend held no advantages for him. The risk felt unjustifiable. You must give me an answer now, Yang Ning insisted firmly. An answer now. Surely, we cannot simply sleep here, Wang Hao replied, exasperated. Are you serious about this? Yang Ning shot back, unimpressed. Of course not. You read dreaming, she scoffed, rolling her eyes. Then that settles it, Wang Hao shrugged. What kind of relationship do we have that I would risk offending the Ding family by pretending to be your boyfriend? Not to mention that Ding Yang holds the title of deputy director. He could easily have me eliminated. I've said you have my support. Why fear? I will protect you, Yang Ning asserted, patting her chest confidently. Enough of this nonsense. If there are no tangible benefits, I refuse to participate, Wang Hao concluded, shaking his head. I see. Yang Ning narrowed her eyes at him. You desire money, don't you? State your price. I'm open to negotiation. It's not money I seek. This isn't about selling myself, Wang Hao retorted, his expression incredulous. What I want are genuine benefits, perhaps at a moment of pleasure? You scoundrel. Yang Ning's temper flared instantly, and she charged at him. Unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, Wang Hao quickly defended himself, only for their playful scuffle to escalate into a full-blown tussle, with him ultimately gaining the upper hand and pinning her down. This position left Wang Hao momentarily flustered, resulting in a natural physical reaction. Yang Ning froze in place, and they found themselves locked in a gaze, the atmosphere around them thick with tension. Chapter 49. No. She is already mine. After what felt like an eternity, Yang Ning finally broke the silence. Though she feigned nonchalance, her heart was tumultuous, as she had never been so close to a man before. Not in her previous life nor in this one. The awkwardness of the moment left her at a loss for how to proceed. Wang Hao, sensing her discomfort, chose not to press further. Instead, he obediently released her. For he too felt the weight of the situation. Now, can you assist me with this task? Yang Ning asked, straightening her attire as she looked at Wang Hao. He couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. as if their previous encounter suggested they had done something more intimate. However, considering that he had somewhat gained the upper hand, he felt a twinge of guilt in refusing her request. That's more like it. Yang Ning smiled, finally satisfied upon seeing his nod. With a haughty air, she declared, "Being my boyfriend will only benefit you. Is that true?" Wang Hao hurriedly inquired. "Dream on." "Of course, it's false," Yang Ning retorted with a dismissive glare. Thus, Wang Hao once again found himself cast as Yang Ning's faux boyfriend. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that his pretense of being a couple with Bai Qianqian had seemingly reached its conclusion. However, Bai Qianqian had not sought him out again. He wondered if she wished to maintain their charade, and if so, that would be splendid. After all, it was all just a ruse, so having multiple girlfriends shouldn't be an issue, right? What if it accidentally turned genuine? After coming to this resolution, Wang Hao departed from the Yang family villa. He couldn't linger in Yang Ning's boudoir with so many watchful eyes in that opulent residence. Ding Yang had been waiting outside for quite some time when he finally spotted Yang Ning exiting the villa, accompanied by AMAN. At this sight, Ding Yang's forehead throbbed with anger. Although he had long been aware that Yang Ning held no feelings for him and had made that abundantly clear. They had been betrothed since childhood. How could Yang Ning bring a man home and remain in his company for so long? No wonder the household servants had displayed such peculiar expressions when he visited the Yang residence. Casting furtive glances upstairs, it turned out that Yang Ning had brought home a lecherous man, and they were frolicking upstairs. Wretched woman. Ding Yang cursed furiously. He felt an overwhelming urge to confront the couple. But upon reflection, he restrained himself. Their childhood betrothal held little weight, and Yang Ning had explicitly stated that they were incompatible. In such circumstances, if he were to catch them in the act, Yang Ning would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to annul their engagement. If he refused, he would appear as the desperate suitor, clinging on. With his pride, how could he ever be that desperate man? There were plenty of women who admired him. Yet, he couldn't help but be drawn to Yang Ning. Thus, he would never agree to the dissolution of their engagement. Instead, he would compel Yang Ning to yield. Once they were married, he would possess the rightful authority to restrain her, should she continue to cavort with other men. He would then have the justification to catch her in the act. Having made up his mind, Ding Yang returned to the parking lot, where his driver awaited him in the car. "Follow that luxury sports car," Ding Yang instructed, pointing to the vehicle that had just exited. The driver promptly complied, accelerating to trail the car. It was evident that Ding Yang had remarkable composure. Despite the circumstances, he managed to remain incognito, opting for stealth through the driver rather than confronting them directly. Half an hour later, Yang Ning drove Wang Hao to the reserve dormitory of the guard army. She then returned home, having arranged to pick Wang Hao up later that evening for a banquet at Dingyu Tower. "Director, are we still following Miss Yang?" the driver inquired, glancing back at Ding Yang. "No need," Ding Yang replied darkly. Once Yang Ning's car had departed, he exited his vehicle and approached Wang Hao with menace. While he couldn't control Yang Ning, this young man must be taught a lesson for daring to approach his woman. Ding Yang envisioned himself as the wrong lover, and upon sighting Wang Hao, he felt an immediate surge of rage. However, as he drew nearer, he suppressed his fury, refraining from acting impulsively. Wang Hao had certainly noticed Ding Yang's presence and was aware that the latter was approaching him with intent. Admittedly, the situation made him feel a bit guilty, akin to being caught in an affair with someone's fiancée, and yet, he reminded himself that he was merely playing the role of Yang Ning's boyfriend. Making it impossible to avoid confrontation. He had to face Ding Yang openly, with a clear conscience. Yes, he was simply helping Yang Ning extricate herself from this predicament. With this thought, Wang Hao felt considerably more at ease. Meeting Ding Yang's gaze without a hint of trepidation. "Oh, it is you." Ding Yang assessed Wang Hao with a knowing look. He had suspected trouble when Yang Ning had taken this young man under her wing. And now it seemed they were indeed entangled. In hindsight, he should have never allowed Wang Hao to be in Yang Ning's company. He should have sent him straight to the Forbidden Zone. Yet, regretting it now was futile, as Wang Hao had officially joined the guard army, beyond his jurisdiction. Nevertheless, in Ding Yang's eyes, the guard army was of little consequence. "Indeed, it is I," Wang Hao affirmed with a nod. "Yang Ning has informed me about your childhood engagement. It was merely a jest made by the adults, so don't take it too seriously. You should give up on it sooner rather than later." Wang Hao took the initiative. "What do you call her?" Ding Yang's eyes widened at this, incredulous. Ning, that is utterly repulsive. Can Yang Ning truly accept such familiarity from you?" Ding Yang glared at Wang Hao. "Seething. Our families are closely linked. Yang Ning and I have been betrothed since childhood, and that union cannot be altered, so you had best keep your distance, for she will inevitably be mine. No, Wang Hao shook his head. She is already mine. Chapter 50. One must dare to dream what? Ding Yang's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. His fists clenched tightly. Although he had suspected that Wang Hao and Yang Ning had engaged in intimate activities when he saw them leave the villa, hearing Wang Hao admit it outright was another matter entirely. I said she is already mine, Wang Hao declared, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. As for your so-called engagement, that was arranged by Yang Ning's father and your own. You should take that up with Commander Yang. You. Ding Yang opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. All he could do was glare at Wang Hao with a look of pure venom. What are you stammering for? Yang Ning has no affection for you. She is with me now, so you might as well give up. Wang Hao continued to jab at Ding Yang's heart. At this. Ding Yang nearly spat blood in outrage. You wait, he spat before storming off. Wait. What do I have to fear from you? Wang Hao shrugged nonchalantly. As a member of the guard army, he was beyond the reach of the law. So as long as he remained in the barracks, Ding Yang could do nothing to him. However, offending the deputy director of the Enforcement Bureau would undoubtedly create complications. After all, Ding Yang wielded considerable power. And his father was the secretary of the political and legal committee in the quarantine zone, placing him in a position just below the apex of the power hierarchy. The consequences of crossing someone from such a powerful echelon were all too predictable. Yet, at this juncture, he had no choice but to press forward for the sake of his dignity. Moreover, with Yang Ning supporting him, Wang Hao felt a tad more emboldened. After all, as the daughter of the commander of the quarantine zone's guard army, she must still hold some weight. Even if her father had passed away, she likely retained significant influence within the military. Otherwise, why would the Ding family still be so eager to arrange this marriage after Commander Yang's demise? Clearly, there were tangible benefits to be gained. The alliances forged between these aristocratic families were far more complex than they appeared on the surface. Wang Hao considered all of this, but then shook his head. Dismissing the convoluted thoughts from his mind, he realized that none of these matters had any bearing on him. As someone residing in the dormitory, he had no need to concern himself with the intricacies of the lives of those dwelling in grand villas. Returning to his quarters, Wang Hao took out his phone and sent a message to Bai Qianqian. Initially, he intended to inquire whether their pretense as a couple would continue, only to discover that he had been blocked by her. This revelation caught him off guard, as he hadn't anticipated her to be so heartless as to cut off all contact. Even if their charade had ended, they could still remain friends. Couldn't they? Wang Hao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and decided to call Bai Qianqian instead. Though she had not blocked his number, the phone rang for quite a while before she finally answered. What do you want? She snapped, her tone rife with impatience. I was going to ask why you blocked me, Wang Hao replied. If you wanted to block me, you could have done so without issue. After all, our pretense as a couple has concluded. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Bai Qianqian raised her voice suddenly. That is not the point. I just feel there's no need for us to block each other. Right? Even if we can't be a couple, we could still be friends, couldn't we? Wang Hao said, exasperated. Perhaps he hadn't even realized that he was somewhat emotionally invested. Thus, the abrupt severance of their connection left him feeling reluctant. Our relationship is no longer so simple. Being friends would feel rather awkward, so let us just leave it at that. Bai Qianqian replied with a light laugh. Fine then. With her clarity, Wang Hao saw no reason to push further. After hanging up, he still felt a discontent brewing within him. Though he had anticipated this outcome, the intimacy they had shared had undeniably captivated him. The sudden estrangement has rendered everything so unfamiliar, to the point where he contemplates blocking her, inevitably leaving him feeling somewhat despondent. Upon reflection, this woman truly embodies a rather pragmatic nature. During their pretense of being a couple, she would accompany him nightly to secluded glades, engaging in tender embraces and sweet nothings. Yet now, as soon as their charade concludes, she swiftly blocks him without a second thought. Wang Hao finds himself at a loss as to whether to commend her for her dedication or to criticize her for her callousness. The mood he carries throughout the afternoon is, therefore, quite predictable. Fortunately, dinner time arrives swiftly, and Yang Ning, as promised, comes to escort him. Instantly, Wang Hao's spirits lift considerably. As the saying goes, the best way to move on from one relationship is to embark on another. Thus, notions of love and attachment fade. It is simply a matter of men needing women and women needing men, nothing more. Often, the difficulty in letting go does not stem from the absence of a person, but rather from the void left by the lack of companionship. When a relationship concludes, The emergence of a more exceptional counterpart can swiftly extricate one from the previous entanglement. The root of sorrow lies in loss, if the vacant space is promptly filled. The concepts of sadness or heartache dissipate. Wang Hao is not one to dwell in romantic fantasies. Having experienced the realities of marriage, he understands the inherent superficiality of relationships. Ultimately, life is dictated by stark realities. If one possesses exceptional abilities and favorable fortune, achieving financial independence prior to marriage, congratulations, your family life is likely to be harmonious and fulfilling. Conversely, if one is of average capability and encounters a bit of misfortune, struggling tirelessly to provide for the family post-marriage, the household may become a cacophony of chaos, rife with incessant conflicts. The adage "poor couples share a multitude of woes" encapsulates this truth. Therefore, one should not yearn for hardship, nor should one dare to experience it. True emotions do not blossom amid suffering, only mutual disdain and burgeoning resentment. This is the wisdom of one who has traversed these paths. Gazing at Yang Ning beside him, Wang Hao suddenly muses that marrying her might just secure his future, that if all else fails, he could always pay a visit to the Yang family. Living in their grand villa would be quite comfortable. Moreover, with their wealth and connections, aligning himself with a wealthy heiress could potentially elevate him to the pinnacle of life. While it may seem a fanciful daydream, one must first dare to envision such possibilities. Mustn't one? Chapter 51. I see Aunt Shui still possesses her charm, doesn't she? Dingwei Tower, one of the most opulent dining establishments in the South District, typically caters to an elite clientele. The threshold for expenditure here is so high that it is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. A single meal can easily cost tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. For the average person, a lifetime of hard work may not afford them the luxury of dining here even a handful of times. Thus, only the affluent with excess wealth to spare or high-ranking officials from privileged districts frequent this establishment. As a result, the dining hall is seldom crowded, exuding an air of tranquility that in essence, the establishment does not target the common populace. Upon entering the hall, slender, graceful young waitresses immediately approach. It is said that all staff here undergo professional training, delivering services beyond imagination. Miss Yang, your private room is on the 3rd floor. Please follow me. Yang Ning did not utter a word, yet the staff recognized her instantly and led her and Wang Hao to the 3rd floor. They arrived at an extraordinarily lavish private room, adorned in resplendent gold and precious decor, reminiscent of a royal palace. The enormous crystal chandelier overhead radiated opulence. At this moment, Ding Yang was already seated at the dining table alongside a middle-aged couple. The man exuded an air of authority, unmistakably embodying the demeanor of a high-ranking leader. As for the middle-aged woman, she was elegant and regal, possessing a striking beauty that belied her years. Were it not for the context, Wang Hao would never have guessed that this woman was the mother of a man in his 20s. In his eyes, this middle-aged matron undeniably retained her allure. Hello, Uncle Ding, Aunt Shui. Yang Ning greeted the middle-aged man and woman politely. Xiao Ning has arrived. Please, take a seat. This gentleman is your friend, I presume, since you're here. Let us all dine together without reservation. The middle-aged man nodded, while the middle-aged woman smiled warmly, displaying genuine hospitality. It must be said, this middle-aged matron was adept at navigating social situations, given that Ding Yang was already present. He had undoubtedly informed them of Yang Ning and Wang Hao's circumstances. Under such conditions, for the middle-aged woman to greet them with such warmth, devoid of any visible resentment or displeasure, demonstrated a certain finesse. Aunt Shui, Uncle Ding, allow me to introduce my boyfriend. Yang Ning boldly introduced Wang Hao, effectively closing off any potential avenues for retreat. This left Ding Yang visibly agitated, and even the middle-aged man could not suppress his frown. The middle-aged woman's expression momentarily faltered, but she quickly recovered, stating, You young people and your friendships, we elders shall not interfere. After all, our families have long-standing ties, and now that your father is no longer with us, Uncle and I regard you as our own, and you and Ding Yang have known each other since childhood. Enough. The middle-aged man suddenly interjected, Young people's matters are for them to decide. Since you're here, let us enjoy this meal together. Thank you for your understanding, Uncle Ding. Yang Ning replied politely. After that, she took Wang Hao's hand and led him to a seat nearby. This left Wang Hao feeling rather awkward. Initially, he had anticipated that his mere presence would cause an uproar, leading to a heated argument, after which he and Yang Ning would depart. Instead, they were met with such reasonableness, and even encouraged to stay for dinner, creating an undeniably awkward situation, particularly Ding Yang appeared to be on the brink of fury. How could they not notice? This young man is Wang Hao, correct? I shall call you Xiao Wang, if you don't mind. The middle-aged woman, clearly unwilling to relent, took the initiative to address Wang Hao. Not at all. Feel free to call me Auntie. Wang Hao nodded earnestly, feigning surprise at the attention. However, once the words left his mouth, he felt a tinge of discomfort. The middle-aged woman chuckled. Auntie is quite curious. How did you and Xiao Ning meet? What is your current occupation? As expected, she was probing for details. Wang Hao mentally sighed, then maintained his polite demeanor, smiling. I am a reserve member of the Great Wall Guard. As for how I met Ning Ning, that story is rather lengthy. With that, Wang Hao offered a sheepish smile. Oh, so you are a member of the Great Wall Guard, and a reserve member at that. What do your family members do? The middle-aged woman continued her inquiry. That I have no family. They say I am an artificial human. Though I cannot verify the truth of that, Wang Hao said, shyly scratching the back of his head. Artificial human? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the middle-aged man, middle-aged woman, and Ding Yang all changed. The middle-aged woman exclaimed in surprise. Are you referring to the batch of artificial humans from 20 years ago? How can you appear so normal? There's no difference, really. I was merely gestated in an artificial womb. Wang Hao shrugged nonchalantly. This. The middle-aged woman opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. However, the way she looked at Wang Hao had clearly shifted. Perhaps they believed that with Yang Ning's background, she ought to seek a high-ranking scion. Or at the very least, a regular individual, rather than an artificial human. Xiao Ning, with all due respect, this artificial human is still a test subject. Who knows if there are any flaws? Finding an artificial human as a boyfriend seems rather unacceptable to me. Isn't that akin to having a robotic partner? The middle-aged woman remarked, unable to look directly at him. Aunt Shui, you may be misinformed about artificial humans. They are simply gestated in an artificial womb and are no different from normal individuals. Yang Ning interjected seriously. Enough. Let us not dwell on this. These matters are confidential. Let us eat. The middle-aged man interjected, glancing at Wang Hao instinctively. Wang Hao retained his smile throughout. The meal progressed, and one could aptly describe the atmosphere as one of concealed intentions. The middle-aged woman, in particular, seemed to be deep in thought, occasionally frowning or appearing contemplative, frequently scrutinizing Wang Hao. This led him to wonder if she harbored a peculiar interest in him. Did she wish to experience the differences between an artificial human and a regular person? Logically, that should not be the case. As the wife of a political and legal committee secretary, could she truly be so easily swayed? Xiao Wang, I presume Xiao Ning has informed you of our family situation? As the meal reached its conclusion, the middle-aged woman resumed her inquiries. She mentioned that Uncle Ding is the secretary of the political and legal committee in the isolation zone. But Auntie, you never shared what you do. Wang Hao replied with a smile. Ding Yang's eyelid twitched violently. Each time Wang Hao referred to Yang Ning in such a manner, it drove him to the brink of madness. Chapter 52. This society is beyond cure. I shall not beat around the bush any longer. Let me be frank with you. If you desire to enter the system, your Uncle Ding could certainly arrange it for you. What do you think about the government office in the quarantine zone? The middle-aged lady extended an olive branch directly to Wang Hao. However, Wang Hao was acutely aware that such an offer would undoubtedly come with strings attached. He quickly shook his head and replied, I appreciate Aunt Shui's kind intentions, but the intrigues and deceptions of the political arena may not be suitable for me. I believe I shall remain as a guardian of the Great Wall. Very well, since you are not inclined towards politics, I shall not press the matter, the middle-aged lady remarked, pursing her lips. This was the first time she had encountered someone so ungrateful. After all, Minnie sought her husband's assistance in securing a position within the system. Initially, she had intended to extend her support, thinking that if he were willing to develop within the system, she could lend him a hand. Once he was within the system, he would essentially be working under her husband. And with a little maneuvering, she could easily ruin him. Alas, this young man was not amenable to her overtures. Wang Hao, of course, understood this all too well, which is why he resolutely refused to enter the system. After all, he was a thorn in the Ding family's side, a source of irritation. They merely pretended to coexist peacefully for the sake of Yang Ning. If he were to enter the system, would they simply conspire to eliminate him? Ultimately, the Ding family chose not to sever ties openly, allowing Wang Hao and Yang Ning to depart. However, the atmosphere in the private room instantly grew cold once the two left. Ding Weiye, the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, such an ungrateful wretch. Our Ding family is still willing to consider her. It is her honor. Yet she dares to bring a useless person to this family banquet. She truly overestimates her own worth. Do not be angry just yet, Shuai quickly reassured him. I believe that little Ning simply brought someone to provoke us in order to annul the engagement. With her proud disposition, how could she possibly be interested in such an ordinary man? Are you suggesting this was all a performance for our benefit? Ding Yang's eyes widened at this revelation. If it were indeed a ruse, that would be splendid, as it would indicate that no substantive relationship existed between Wang Hao and Yang Ning. If it were merely for show, how could she possibly hold us in such contempt? Were it not for the military backing her, I would have dealt with her long ago. Ding Wei snorted disdainfully. The main issue was Wang Hao, a mere artificial human who exhibited complete disregard for their family and dared to attend their banquet with Yang Ning. Did he truly believe that his affiliation with the Great Wall Guardians rendered him untouchable? Ding Yang seethed. A mere reserve member of the Great Wall Guardians is nothing to concern ourselves with. Ding Wei narrowed his eyes and said, I shall find someone to expel him from the Great Wall Guardians. That would be best. That I look forward to seeing how he continues to act so arrogantly after that. Ding Yang spat out. Let us refrain from taking action just yet, Shuai interjected hastily. After all, he is currently Yang Ning's nominal boyfriend. If you act against him, she will inevitably become involved, which could lead to a complete breakdown of relations, and that would be a difficult situation to resolve. The Yang family, though diminished, still holds significant influence. Even without Commander Yang, the military remains aligned with them. What then? We cannot simply allow them to develop unchecked. Ding Yang expressed his frustration. Certainly not, Shuai shook her head. Leave this matter to me. I shall have a conversation with that young man. Once he understands the stakes involved, I believe he will retreat willingly. Do you have confidence in this? Ding Yang questioned, eyeing her skeptically. What? Do you doubt your mother's abilities? Shuai shot back, rolling her eyes at him. Just listen to your mother. Let me speak with him first. If he backs down, all will be well. If he does not, he shall learn the consequences of opposing the Ding family, Ding Wei stated coldly. In the illuminated quarantine zone, the vibrant lights and flickering neon signs revealed the city's prosperity, particularly in the southern district. Opulent and extravagant stores lined the streets, bustling with life even in the evening. Thus, the southern district was renowned as the wealthiest area within the quarantine zone. In stark contrast, the dilapidation and desolation of the northern district stood as a dismal reminder of inequality. The affluent resided primarily in the southern district, where all upscale residential areas and luxurious villas congregated. It is difficult to imagine that these lavish structures were constructed brick by those who dwelled in the depths of the northern district, only to find themselves forever excluded from their opulence. They scarcely even had the opportunity to witness such prosperity. Fundamentally, this societal structure is divided into two factions, one that exploits and oppresses, and another that suffers and is exploited. The notion of fairness is non-existent in this world. Concepts such as freedom, equality, and democracy are rendered mere farces. Ordinary individuals are left with little more than the singular goal of survival. One can easily observe the so-called human pets, both male and female, being led on leashes by their owners, crawling along the streets. Wang Hao could never fathom the moral degradation one must endure or the extent to which dignity must be shattered to assume the role of a human pet. Furthermore, what kind of mindset do those who keep such pets possess? This society is evidently ill, suffering from a terminal condition. For a fleeting moment, Wang Hao even contemplated that these so-called ghost viruses might be a means to cleanse this tainted society. Perhaps, by eradicating humanity's malevolence, the world might be rendered a better place. Though he recognized this as a profoundly anti-human sentiment, Wang Hao could not explain why he felt this way. Perhaps it was due to his nature as an artificial human that, upon witnessing according to current research, it appears that a person's talents and potentials are fundamentally sealed by innate constraints, and throughout one's life, it is unlikely that these seals can be broken. Thus, individuals remain mere mortals, with only a select few able to unlock even a fraction of their potential, sufficient to elevate them to extraordinary heights. Yang Ning, with a hint of yearning, suggested, perhaps we should venture into the microcosm once more. This might enable us to unlock additional consciousness seals and thereby unleash greater potential. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao felt a surge of excitement. If the seals of consciousness could be entirely dismantled, would one not ascend to divinity? This was indeed worth exploring. Wang Hao eagerly nodded in agreement. Let us proceed with this plan. I will prepare for the experiment, and once I am ready, I will contact you. By the time their conversation concluded, the vehicle had already come to a halt at the entrance of the reserve dormitory. All right, Wang Hao acknowledged, stepping out of the car. Yang Ning did not linger, promptly accelerating away from the premises. In truth, she had long been prepared for this experiment but had hesitated to embark on it alone. After all, the stakes were perilously high. Failure could lead to demise within the microcosm. Once consciousness dissipates, one ceases to exist. Hence, she sought Wang Hao's company in this endeavor, for the presence of another would inherently enhance safety. As for others, it was evident they were ill-suited for such an experiment. Too many had perished during the last attempt, and she was reluctant to involve innocent souls in another fatal venture. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wang Hao immediately followed Yang Ning's advice, closing his eyes to meditate and attune himself to the surrounding environment. However, he was all too familiar with his surroundings, which rendered his meditation an exercise in imagination rather than perception. He could vividly envision the items in the room, the slippers on the floor, the sconces on the walls, the wardrobe, and the ashtray beside the bed. While he could conjure both coarse and intricate details, these remained within the realm of imagination, not true perception. Yet, Yang Ning spoke of perceiving without the necessity of sight, and Wang Hao found this notion somewhat enigmatic. However, he trusted her not to deceive him, so he approached his meditation with earnestness. After a period of deep contemplation, he unexpectedly entered a wondrous state. It felt as though his soul had detached from his body, akin to an out-of-body experience. Suddenly, everything around him became strikingly clear, as if his spirit were witnessing these phenomena. The minute cracks in the walls, the nearly imperceptible spider webs on the ceiling, and even the floating dust particles in the air all vividly materialized in his mind. Time seemed to come to a standstill. This state was truly extraordinary, akin to being enveloped in a transcendent realm. When Wang Hao eventually emerged from this state, it was already the following day. Yet, within his consciousness, it felt as though only a brief moment had passed. In that extraordinary realm, time appeared to halt. This was nothing short of miraculous. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao felt invigorated, his spirits soaring, despite having gone a night without sleep and having expended energy twice the previous evening. He felt no fatigue. At that moment, he sensed he had unlocked a gateway to a new world. In the ensuing days, apart from practicing shooting and familiarizing himself with weaponry, Wang Hao devoted the remainder of his time to meditation, striving to enhance his perception of the environment. Gradually, he discovered that he could indeed perceive his surroundings without relying on sight. For instance, he could sense the tiny stones on the steps outside his door and the spider nestled in the wall crevice beneath the porch. Upon verifying his perceptions, he found them to be accurate. While he continued to attune himself to everything around him, a sudden sound of footsteps outside captured his attention, and he concentrated his awareness in that direction. Before long, he perceived a woman of exquisite elegance, resplendent in her attire. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Shui Hong, Ding Wei Ye's wife. Chapter 55. It turns out Annie was also a campus belle back in the day. Knock. Knock, knock. Shui Hong rapped on the door. Today, she wore a black embroidered gown that accentuated her figure exquisitely, complemented by a meticulously applied makeup that made her appear years younger. To be fair, even in middle age, she remained stunningly beautiful. Wealthy individuals have access to luxury items, which undoubtedly contributes to their impeccable maintenance. Especially with that figure and skin, she resembled a woman in her 20s. Wang Hao opened the door, feigning surprise as he regarded her. Annie Shui, what brings you here? I happened to pass by today, so I thought I would stop by and share a few words with you, Shui Hong replied. Stepping into the room and surveying her surroundings, she held a delicate fan, fanning herself with an air of sophistication. Wang Hao couldn't help but internally criticize her, even on such a cold day. She wielded it seemed that affluent individuals truly love to flaunt their status. Xiao Wang, Shui Hong called, turning to Wang Hao. I hope you don't mind me addressing you this way. Not at all. Auntie, please feel free. Wang Hao maintained his politeness, wearing a smile and appearing pleasantly surprised. You young people, what are you saying? Shui Hong rolled her eyes at him, but inwardly she mused about his choice of words, which could lead to all sorts of interpretations. Nevertheless, she couldn't deny that this young man was undeniably attractive, tall, with an 8-pack, and a well-defined physique. For a woman in her 40s like Shui Hong, such attributes held immense allure. Actually, I have no other intentions. Shui Hong diverted her gaze. Shifting the topic, I came to inform you that Xiao Ning has been betrothed to our Ding family since childhood. So she is destined to be our daughter-in-law. I hope you will refrain from disturbing her in the future. If you agree to this request, I assure you that Auntie can fulfill any conditions you may have. With that, Shui Hong licked her lips, casting a meaningful glance at Wang Hao. Auntie, This puts me in a difficult position. Ning Ning and I are genuinely in love, so I cannot acquiesce to your request. Wang Hao replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. Xiao Wang, you must understand, I am not here to negotiate. This is an order, Shui Hong stated, narrowing her eyes at him. If you choose to defy me, do not be surprised if you find no refuge in this military camp, let alone in the entire quarantine zone. You should be aware that I do not make idle threats. Shui Hong's gaze was sharp as it met Wang Hao's in that instant. An unexpected thrill coursed through Shui Hong. There was an undeniable charm in his assertiveness. For some reason, she felt an urge to be swept off her feet by him. Yet, she quickly recoiled from such thoughts, gathering her composure at your age. Youthful exuberance is commendable, but young people often attract peril when they shine too brightly. Auntie sees potential in you and does not wish for you to stray from the right path. If you distance yourself from Xiao Ning, you still have a bright future ahead that I could even persuade Lao Yang to secure a position for you within the system, allowing you to ascend the ranks effortlessly. At that point, what kind of woman wouldn't be available to you? Auntie, if you genuinely wish to pursue this matter, it would be far better to approach Yang Ning rather than me. Consider this. Even if I were to leave her, if she does not reciprocate your son's feelings, would it not be futile? Wang Hao spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. Such matters often come down to choices, and women, after all, tend to follow their hearts. Shui Hong chuckled lightly, recalling her own past. Just like me back in the day, I wasn't particularly interested in our old Ding Dai that time. I was the undisputed belle of Nanda, with suitors aplenty, hoping to find someone who truly resonated with me. Yet, when Lao Ding issued a warning, declaring that anyone who dared to pursue me would meet a dire fate, all those suitors fled in the end. I still married him. Wang Hao was rendered speechless. No wonder this woman retained such allure at her age. She had once been a campus belle herself, and not just any belle, but the belle of Nanda University. A prestigious title indeed. That was only because you compromised with the powerful, Wang Hao replied with a wry smile. This was indeed the truth. Many, especially women, ultimately yield to reality, with few truly adhering to their innermost desires. Of course, following one's heart is not always the right path. For someone like Shui Hong, ultimately conceding to the powerful was perhaps a fortunate choice. She now adorns herself in gold and silver. Exuding an air of opulence and grandeur her age, she maintains a lifestyle akin to that of a 20-something, supported by a patron. If she were to marry an ordinary man, she might have long since succumbed to the trials of life, becoming a mere shadow of her former self. There are merits to compromise, yet there is also freedom in nonconformity. Ultimately, life is not devoid of imperfections. One cannot have it all, can one? Shui Hong mused with a hint of nostalgia. Unbeknownst to her, she had begun reminiscing about the past in the presence of this young man, and as the memories flowed, a certain wistfulness ensued. I am not a greedy person. I embrace everything, be it good or bad, and allow nature to take its course. Wang Hao replied with an air of composure. This declaration inevitably prompted Shui Hong to regard him with newfound respect, for she had not anticipated such profound insights from someone so young. It seems I have underestimated you. Despite your youth, your philosophical outlook is remarkably elevated, she remarked, settling herself upon the edge of the bed. She surveyed her surroundings and continued, a person of your caliber should not be confined to such modest circumstances. You deserve a grander stage, one that allows you to fully unleash your potential. Then I suppose I must first acquire a larger bed, Wang Hao said, scratching his nose with a serious demeanor. Why do you always resort to such humor? Shui Hong retorted with a playful glare. How about this? I shall purchase you a villa and grant you a substantial sum of money, after which you need not exert yourself. You can do as you please, and I shall impose no restrictions. What do you think? Are you suggesting that I become your kept man, Shui Ai? Wang Hao replied. Somewhat taken aback by her forthrightness, he realized that she might indeed harbor feelings for him, but he had never anticipated her boldness in expressing such intentions. If you are willing, then so be it. However, if you are not, consider my words unspoken, Shui Hong continued, her expression unwavering. Are you not concerned about your husband, the esteemed Secretary Ding, who wields considerable power? Surely, he would not take kindly to such an arrangement. Wang Hao inquired, his curiosity piqued. Do you think he is above reproach? He has several mistresses, the youngest of whom is even younger than our son. Therefore, if I were to indulge in the company of a young man, he would hardly bat an eye, Shui Hong replied dismissively. Wang Hao was taken aback by her revelations regarding Ding Weya, a man of considerable status. He had always suspected that such individuals were rarely virtuous. But hearing it from his wife left him astounded. It seemed the couple operated under their own moral compass, each playing their respective games. To be honest, the alluring middle-aged woman before him held a certain appeal, particularly when he fantasized about the potential fallout from such an affair. Moreover, he found himself intrigued by Ding Yang, the deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau. He wondered how the young man would react upon discovering that Wang Hao is now his stepfather. The thought ignited a mischievous thrill within him, prompting him to nod in agreement. Then, perhaps, this arrangement is not entirely out of the question. Does this mean you consent? Shui Hong's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, I consent, Wang Hao affirmed with a nod. Wonderful. I shall ensure that you are well taken care of. You shall lack for nothing, my dear, she declared, playfully planting a kiss on his cheek, leaving a mark of her lipstick. Wang Hao did not resist, though he refrained from displaying overt enthusiasm. Now, allow me to procure a villa for you, along with a luxurious vehicle. What sort of car do you desire, my dear? Shui Hong asked. Wrapping her arms around Wang Hao's daughter Rolls-Royce Phantom, if you please, he responded casually. Very well, I shall acquire that for you. Add me as a friend, and I will deliver it to you this evening. Shui Hong said, promptly taking out her phone to exchange contact information. Wang Hao could hardly suppress a grimace at the thought of such an extravagant purchase, over 900,000, yet here she was. Making it sound as if it were a trivial matter, he finally understood why so many men were drawn to wealthy women. The prospect of such an arrangement was undeniably appealing as he watched Shui Hong depart. A sense of relief washed over him. He had been apprehensive about her making an impulsive move, but thankfully, she did not seem the type to rush into things. However, if she were to bestow upon him a villa and a luxury car, turning down such generosity would undoubtedly become more complicated. In truth, he did not entirely resist the idea and even felt a twinge of anticipation. Yet, the notion of being a kept man clashed somewhat with his moral sensibilities. After all, he had always prided himself on his principled nature. That evening, Shui Hong arrived at the dormitory in a brand-new Rolls-Royce Phantom. After such a lavish expenditure, Wang Hao had expected her to linger. But to his surprise, she merely dropped off the vehicle and departed. This woman was remarkably composed. The following day, she purchased a villa in the Southern District, registered in Wang Hao's name. It was evident that she was quite serious about this arrangement. With a luxurious residence at his disposal, he saw no reason to remain in the dormitory, so he moved in that very day. While the villa may not have rivaled the opulence of Yang Ning's family home, it was nonetheless impressive and came complete with staff. That evening, Shui Hong instructed the servants to prepare a feast and opened a bottle of 1982 red wine, intending to indulge in a romantic evening with Wang Hao. However, a phone call from Secretary Ding interrupted her plans, necessitating her return home due to the arrival of a significant guest, Deputy District Chief Gao Jianhua. Old Ding, we must expedite the union with the Yang family. We need to solidify our ties with the military to secure our position, Gao Jianhua asserted at the dinner table. The union is facing some challenges. The young girl is quite headstrong, Ding Weiye replied. A hint of resignation in his voice. If she is obstinate, then show her who is in charge. Women must be dealt with firmly. If necessary, a more forceful approach may be required. After all, our Ding Yang is a fine young man, now serving as deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Does he not deserve her? Gao Jianhua retorted, clearly displeased. Shui Hong felt a twinge of irritation at the way he spoke of women as if they were mere objects. Sister-in-law, please do not take offense. I speak bluntly but do not mean you any disrespect, he quickly added upon noticing her displeasure. No offense taken, Shui Hong replied with a smile, masking her inner turmoil. By the way, mother, did you not say you would speak with that young man? How did that go? Ding Yang interjected. The conversation is progressing, Shui Hong replied, instinctively nodding. The truth was, she felt a surge of panic. She had initially intended to speak with Wang Hao, yet now they were both entangled in this situation. If Ding's family were to discover this, it would surely lead to chaos. That young man must be dealt with. If he does not know his place, we may need to take matters into our own hands, Ding Weiye remarked, irritation evident in his tone. No need. I will handle this myself, Shui Hong interjected quickly. Who are you speaking of? Which young man? Gao Jianhua asked, curiosity etched on his face. A member of the Great Wall Guard Reserve. The young girl is using him as a pretense, pretending he is her boyfriend to dissolve her engagement with our Ding Yang. Ding Weiye explained, casting a glance at his son. Good grief, Gao Jianhua exclaimed. Has he no sense of danger? What is his name? I will send someone to deal with him tomorrow. No need for that. Deputy Gao, this is a family matter, and I will manage it, Shui Hong insisted, not wanting Gao Jianhua to interfere, especially since Wang Hao was now under her wing. Inside the villa, Yang Ning gazed at Wang Hao with an expression of sheer disbelief. No way, I would never be swayed by her. Do I look like that kind of person to you? Wang Hao exclaimed, spreading his hands in a mock display of righteousness that you've been taken care of by someone else. What kind of person do you think you are? Yang Ning retorted, nearly exploding with frustration. She would much rather believe that Wang Hao had been bribed than that he was being kept by someone. This was utterly shocking. How could it be so? Hold on. Don't be angry. I'm doing this to help you seek revenge. Look at how the Ding family has been pressuring you. I've just infiltrated their home and put a metaphorical green hat on Secretary Ding. Would you say this counts as retribution? Wang Hao said, his face alight with a sense of justice. Are you certain this is about avenging me? Yang Ning asked, her eyes wide with skepticism. The crucial question was, is this how one avenges oneself? If Uncle Ding found out, wouldn't he explode? Especially Ding Yang, how would he face life after this? Yang Ning felt her worldview shatter, yet she found it exhilarating. Particularly when she imagined Ding Yang's shock and disbelief upon learning of the incident. It brought her a sense of satisfaction. After all, that guy had been a nuisance to her. If she could make Ding Yang question his existence because of this, it would be quite the achievement. A mischievous delight bubbled within her. I am definitely doing this to avenge you. Otherwise, do you think I would fancy an older woman? Wang Hao said, his words lacking sincerity. That's debatable, Yang Ning replied with a roll of her eyes. Aunt Shui was once regarded as the campus beauty at Nanda University. Though she has aged a bit, she has maintained her looks remarkably well. Still appearing as youthful as a girl in her 20s, such charm and femininity in a mature woman must be even more appealing to young men like you, right? But I am no longer a young boy. I prefer someone like you, a youthful maiden, Wang Hao replied earnestly. There's a saying, when young, one does not recognize the allure of mature women, mistaking maidens for treasures. That must be about you, right? Yang Ning laughed. Unable to contain herself, it was the first time Wang Hao had seen her laugh so heartily, a stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor. How about this? You can be my pretty boy without worries. And if the Ding family pressures me again, I'll expose Aunt Shui's scandal to slap them in the face. What do you think? Yang Ning said with a mischievous grin. But when I end up in deep trouble then? Wang Hao replied, rolling his eyes. You dare to be a kept man, yet you're afraid the Ding family will come after you. Yang Ning scoffed. I'm not truly being kept. I'm merely toying with the Ding family. I never intended to have anything serious with Aunt Shui. I just want her to lose a bit, considering all the money comes from the Ding family's embezzlement, spending their ill-gotten gains isn't crime. Is it? Wang Hao said, shrugging. That sounds rather uninteresting. If all you want are a villa and luxury cars, I can provide those. But if you want to strike at the Ding family, you need to make it real. Yang Ning said, looking at Wang Hao with utmost seriousness. Make it real? Wang Hao couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. What kind of wolfish words were these? He had assumed Yang Ning was a principled girl. Yet her thought process was even more outrageous than his. Of course, you must do it. Otherwise, all you'll achieve is to swindle a bit of money from the Ding family, which is hardly significant to them. But if you were to genuinely pursue Aunt Shui, just imagine the look on Ding Yang's face. He would undoubtedly question his very existence. As Yang Ning spoke, her eyes sparkled with excitement. But the Ding family might retaliate against me, Wang Hao said, his expression darkening. You needn't worry about that. You are now part of the Great Wall's defense forces. They wouldn't dare to act against you lightly. Besides, our Yang family has connections in the military, Yang Ning replied confidently. All right, I will help you seek revenge, but you must ensure my safety, Wang Hao hurriedly said. Rest assured. Yang Ning patted Wang Hao's shoulder. Meanwhile, she silently scoffed, thinking that he was merely indulging himself while claiming to help her seek vengeance. The thought of Wang Hao and Aunt Shui together made her want to laugh out loud. After Yang Ning left, Shui Hong emerged from the garden with a hesitant expression. She observed the brightly lit interior and felt conflicted. She knew the consequences of her actions could be severe. Once taken, her current comfortable life might unravel. Yet, she held on to a sliver of hope. If this remained a secret, perhaps nothing would go awry. After all, old Ding had several mistresses outside. What was wrong with her having one? The thought of Wang Hao's chiseled abs and his charming demeanor was simply irresistible. Thus, Shui Hong found herself irresistibly drawn into the villa at that moment. Wang Hao was leisurely savoring a bottle of 82 wine, contemplating his next moves. After all, he had already established a connection with Yang Ning and had irrevocably tied himself to the Ding family, so there was nothing left to fear. As the saying goes, when there are too many lice, one ceases to fear the itch. Xiao Wang, I'm back, came Shui Hong's voice from behind him. Wang Hao turned to see Shui Hong had returned again. It was late, and her presence here was unmistakable in its implications. Luckily, Wang Hao was well prepared. Aunt Shui, why are you here again? It's so late. He quickly stood up. Still calling me aunt? Shui Hong shot him a glance. The scene inevitably led her thoughts astray, and after having a few drinks at the previous gathering, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Darling? Wang Hao tentatively addressed her. How annoying, Shui Hong replied, her face reddening even more, displaying an adorably shy demeanor reminiscent of a young girl. Indeed, their essay saying, who isn't a little girl at heart. Wang Hao couldn't help but scrutinize Shui Hong, who wore a form-fitting black lace dress that accentuated her figure beautifully, highlighting her curves. With her luscious red lips and alluring eyes, what government official could withstand such temptation? I suddenly felt like having a drink tonight. It's rare to indulge, Shui Hong said as she sat across from Wang Hao, pouring herself a glass of red wine. Then I shall indulge with you, Wang Hao replied, raising his glass to clink with hers. After several glasses of wine, the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Shui Hong rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Wang Hao with dreamy eyes, unable to suppress a smile. After all, who wouldn't he be attracted to a young, handsome, and strong man? Wang Hao reached out his hand, and Shui Hong naturally placed hers in his. He gently pulled her up, and she fell into his embrace. The moment they touched, it was as if a flame ignited, instantly consuming them both. Shui Hong wrapped her arms around Wang Hao's neck and eagerly kissed him. After a passionate interlude, they transitioned from the sofa to the bedroom and then to the balcony. The moon that night was particularly bright, illuminating the two souls lost in the abyss of desire, who eventually succumbed to slumber. The next morning, when Wang Hao awoke, the room was in disarray, and Shui Hong had vanished. It seemed that after a night of indulgence, she was eager to return to her family. One could only wonder how old Ding would react if he discovered the vast expanse of grassland above his head. Such a proud man would likely find it difficult to accept. After all, in their eyes, they could do as they pleased outside, yet they could not tolerate even the slightest imperfection within their own ranks. Wang Hao rose from the bed and took a hot shower. When he emerged, breakfast was already laid out on the table. Warm milk, freshly made sandwiches, and bacon. It was quite unexpected. He anticipated that a wealthy and distinguished woman like Shui Hong would be so attentive. Truly, young and unaware of the pleasures of mature women, mistaking maidens for treasures. After finishing breakfast, Wang Hao headed directly to the training camp. Although he had moved out and the camp was more relaxed, training remained essential, particularly concerning firearms and weaponry, which he deemed necessary to familiarize himself with. After all, these skills might come in handy someday. The quarantine zone, seemingly calm on the surface, was rife with undercurrents. Even at the upper echelons of the quarantine government, factions were rampant. Power struggles between the bigwigs could lead to a collapse of the government at any moment if civil war broke out or conflict erupted. This knowledge could become a means of survival, especially skills like piloting planes, tanks, and heavy armored vehicles. Should the quarantine zone be breached by the undead, such skills would be vital for survival. However, it seemed unlikely that the undead would breach the Great Wall. After all, a 100-meter-high wall was not something they could scale, unless they, too, could wield weapons like humans. Yet, such creatures evidently lacked that intelligence. They were merely mindless, pursuing humans to bite and devour all living beings. After completing his driving skills training at noon, Wang Hao leisurely enjoyed lunch at the camp cafeteria before slowly departing in his Rolls-Royce Phantom. Fortunately, the afternoon was devoid of any pressing matters, and on a sudden whim, he decided to visit the Peking University campus. His intention was merely to catch a glimpse of Bai Qianqian, but upon parking at the school entrance, his luxurious vehicle immediately attracted a throng of onlookers. After all, a car worth over 9 million is a rare sight, particularly in the isolation zone. Especially in the northern district, such opulence is scarcely seen. Thus, as he parked the Rolls-Royce Phantom, he unwittingly became the center of attention. This spectacle greatly satisfied Wang Hao's vanity, for what man does not relish in the allure of luxury cars? The adoring gazes from the young female admirers were a source of immense accomplishment for him. Soon enough, several female students approached him, eager to exchange WeChat contacts. Isn't that Wang Hao? How did he come to drive such a luxury car? Has he struck it rich? Someone in the crowd quickly recognized him. Following the voice, Wang Hao was surprised to see the bespectacled girls, with Bai Qianqian among them, that moment. Bai Qianqian wore an expression of undeniable discomfort. After all, many were aware of her previous pretense of being in a relationship with Wang Hao for a month. Now that they had parted ways, his sudden display of wealth was nothing short of embarrassing for her. Qianqian, why did you break up with him? He is clearly doing well now. Indeed, how could you let go of someone so affluent? The bespectacled girls cast sympathetic glances at Bai Qianqian. Oh, what if we broke up? It's no big deal. I'm not bothered, Bai Qianqian retorted dismissively. Yet, despite her words, she felt a pang of discomfort. After all, even if their relationship was feigned, they had once shared a bond, and now, witnessing his success stung her deeply. Wang Hao had intended to greet Bai Qianqian, but the enthusiasm of the younger students consumed his attention, and by the time he realized it, she had already departed. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he decided to head back home. However, on the way, his phone incessantly buzzed with messages from the newly added female students, including voice notes. Senior, are you free tonight? I'm so bored and would love to come over. Upon opening one voice message, a sweet, flirtatious tone sent a shiver down his spine. Is this the allure of wealth? Chapter 59. Ding Yang's worldview shattered in this isolation zone. Much like Wang Hao's previous world, money reigns supreme. Thus, as long as one possesses wealth, there is no shortage of women vying for their attention. Conversely, wealthy women also attract men. Here, dignity holds little value, prompting a more direct and even brazen approach. One of the female students, having just added Wang Hao, inquired if he wanted a pet to take care of, assuring him of her obedient nature. Faced with such an outrageous proposition, Wang Hao was at a loss for words. Yet found it oddly exhilarating that he simply replied with an enthusiastic yes. Can the senior show me some of your wealth first? The student was no fool. She wasn't blinded by the allure of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Without hesitation, Wang Hao transferred 500 to her. Wow, senior, you're so handsome. From now on, I am your pet. Please feel free to command your little dog. She promptly sent a voice message, her tone still sweet and flirtatious. Damn. Wang Hao couldn't help but curse internally. Is it really this pleasurable to have money? Yet, upon reflection, he realized his financial situation was not as grand as it seemed. He merely possessed a villa, a luxury car, and a savings of $1 million. This amount suddenly felt insignificant, primarily due to its scarcity. It seemed he needed to procure more funds from Shuehong. After all, the Ding family had plenty of money, most of which was likely acquired through graft. Helping himself to some of it shouldn't be a moral dilemma, right? Upon returning to the villa, Wang Hao resumed his meditation to enhance his perceptual abilities. Although his life appeared prosperous, he was acutely aware that everything could collapse at any moment. Thus, he needed to elevate his strength swiftly to confront any potential dangers. Unbeknownst to him, night had fallen. Awakening from his meditation, he glanced at his phone to find a flurry of messages that to his surprise, Bai Qianqian had sent him a message. You've acquired a Rolls-Royce Phantom. It seems you've struck it rich. It appeared that Bai Qianqian had taken an interest in his luxury vehicle. Rich? Not quite. That I've merely found a wealthy benefactor who has taken me under her wing. Wang Hao responded candidly. You found a wealthy benefactor? Is that true? What kind of wealthy person would buy you such an expensive car? Bai Qianqian's curiosity was piqued. She's exceedingly generous, Wang Hao replied, adding, and she even purchased a villa for me. Is that true? Bai Qianqian sent an astonished emoji. Absolutely, that it's in the Lijing Tianqing Villa area, Building 10, Unit 7. If you don't believe me, feel free to come and see for yourself. Wang Hao provided her with the address. I won't go. I'm afraid you have ulterior motives, Bai Qianqian replied, adding a rolling eye emoji. Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Was she flirting with him? He simply replied, if you don't want to come, then don't. Subsequently, he chose to ignore her messages at the Ding family residence. Having just finished dinner, Shuehong hurriedly left. Ding Wei paid no mind, as he too was preparing to spend the night with his mistress. He was indifferent to where his wife went. However, Ding Yang sensed something was amiss. His mother had been acting mysteriously for the past few days. Out of curiosity, he decided to follow her after she left. Having trained in counter-surveillance, he adeptly trailed her without her noticing. Soon, Shuehong arrived at the Lijing Tianqing Villa area and parked in front of a particular villa. Ding Yang parked at a distance and walked over, pondering whether their family owned a villa there. Although his family possessed many properties, he couldn't recall one in Lijing Tianqing. He continued following until he reached Building 10, Unit 7, where he saw his mother enter. Ding Yong refrained from following her inside, opting instead to circle around to the back window, where he could see into the living room. To his astonishment, he spotted Wang Hao leisurely sipping tea on the sofa. Ding Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he be here? Ding Yong was bewildered. Wasn't he just a synthetic human? Even if he had joined the Great Wall Guard, he was merely an ordinary soldier, earning a meager salary. Even if he were on active duty guarding the Great Wall, his monthly earnings would barely suffice to afford such a villa. Could it be that Xiao Ning had bought it for him? The thought made Ding Yang's blood boil. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his skin. It was infuriating that he, the distinguished young master of the Ding family, the deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, with a prestigious background, was outdone by a synthetic human. The worst part was that Xiao Ning had spent lavishly on this individual. Was there no justice in the world? The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. He then noticed his mother entering the living room, presumably to have a conversation with Wang Hao. He hoped Wang Hao would know his place and leave Xiao Ning's. Otherwise, he would ensure that Wang Hao would face dire consequences. Darling, I'm here. Did you miss me? Shui Hong exclaimed as she enveloped Wang Hao in a warm embrace, reluctant to let go. After all, she had been exceedingly satisfied with their previous encounter, feeling that every risk taken and penny spent was worth it. Even if she were to die now, she would consider her life fulfilled. Watching the scene unfold from outside, Ding Yong felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Frozen in place, this was impossible. It simply could not be happening. He shook his head repeatedly, unable to accept the reality before him. In that moment, Ding Yong felt as though something within him had shattered, not an egg, but his already fragile worldview. He felt as if he had lost his soul, returning to his car in a daze, lighting a cigarette to calm himself. Ding Yong knew he could not inform his father. Otherwise, the situation would escalate. However, confronting them was not an option either. After much contemplation, Ding Yang's expression hardened. It was all that brat's fault. He swore he would make him pay. With that thought, he pulled out his phone and made a call. As the deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, eliminating someone was a simple task. While he could not do it openly as a member of the Great Wall Guard, he could certainly arrange for it to be done covertly. Chapter 60. Killing is easy. Disposing of the body is hard. As night deepened, shadows flitted through the darkness outside the villa. Wang Hao was engaged in meditation to enhance his perceptual abilities, which allowed him to sense the presence immediately. Moreover, he could detect a murderous intent, which heightened his vigilance. The perplexing question that plagued him was how it was possible for assassins to be dispatched so swiftly to eliminate him. Could it be the Ding family? Yet, that seemed implausible. If the Ding family intended to kill him, Shui Hong would surely be aware and would have warned him. However, this evening, Shui Hong had said nothing, merely handing him a bank card before departing without even staying the night. Did this mean the Ding family could no longer wait and had decided to eliminate him directly? Wang Hao reached for the boning knife from his bedside drawer, gripping it firmly in reverse, and stealthily descended the stairs towards the living room. The villa was shrouded in darkness, with all the lights extinguished, including the living room, regardless of who had been sent and their motives. It was evident that these individuals were there to take his life, a fact Wang Hao understood all too well. Thus, he would not show any mercy. He stood at the door, knife in hand. As he noticed the doorknob begin to turn gently, although the front door was locked, the intruders displayed remarkable proficiency, effortlessly prying it open before slipping inside with utmost stealth. There were 5 of them in total. Wang Hao remained motionless behind the door, suppressing all his presence, ensuring they remained oblivious to him. It was only when the last individual entered that Wang Hao swiftly covered their mouth from behind and, with a decisive motion, slashed the knife across their throat. The sound, though muted, immediately alerted the other 4 who turned their heads in alarm. Clearly, these were not ordinary adversaries. Wang Hao released the lifeless body and melted back into the shadows. One of the 4 quickly switched on a flashlight, illuminating the fallen comrade. Their expressions turned to horror as they realized the gravity of the situation. Their companion's throat was slit, and survival was impossible. Seizing the moment of their panic, Wang Hao lunged forward, plunging the knife into another's back. Although the strike did not hit a vital spot, it severely damaged their organs, causing the individual to collapse. Unable to rise again. At this point, the remaining 3 finally reacted. The one wielding the flashlight directed its beam at Wang Hao, while the other 2 drew their blades, charging towards him. Though the flashlight momentarily hindered his vision, Wang Hao's heightened perception allowed him to track their every movement mentally, including their attack trajectories and his evasive maneuvers. In an instant, His mind orchestrated a response, guiding his body to retreat from the assault. He then surged forward, sidestepping one assailant's thrust aimed at his neck, while simultaneously slicing at another's throat with the boning knife. With a faint sound, the knife found its mark, carving an opening in the neck of the second assailant. Without pausing, Wang Hao executed a spinning kick that landed squarely on the face of the remaining attacker, who crumpled to the floor, unconscious. Suddenly, an acute sense of danger surged within him, prompting Wang Hao to glance towards the assailant with the flashlight, who had drawn a handgun and was aiming directly at him. Wang Hao instinctively turned his head to evade, simultaneously hurling the boning knife with force. With a gunshot ringing out, the bullet grazed his scalp as the knife embedded itself into the forehead of the gunman. Burying itself deep, the assassin fell lifelessly to the ground, his eyes wide open in a final, unblinking stare. Wang Hao approached and retrieved the knife from the dead man's forehead. This tool, intended for self-defense, had proven its worth. Though it was Wang Hao's first act of killing, he remained surprisingly composed. Perhaps it was due to his previous brushes with death that he held a detached view towards life. This attitude, of course, applied solely to his enemies, that he understood well that mercy towards foes equated to cruelty towards oneself. A lesson he had learned long ago. Wang Hao dispatched the remaining assailants, including the one he had incapacitated with a kick, severing their throats as well. Soon, the 5 assassins lay silently in the living room, their lifeless forms permeating the air with the scent of blood. That a headache began to form as Wang Hao contemplated how to dispose of the bodies. Dismembering and disposing of them would be a laborious task. It is often said that while killing is easy, disposing of bodies is fraught with difficulty, especially with 5 corpses. Reporting to the authorities would mean entanglement in a homicide case. Although he acted in self-defense, the fact that the assassins were sent by the Ding family complicated matters. Ding Yang, being the deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, could manipulate the legal narrative to his advantage. Should they find a way to incriminate him, even as a member of the Great Wall Guard, escaping legal repercussions would be a daunting challenge. Ding dong. Ding dong. As Wang Hao pondered his next move, the doorbell rang unexpectedly, startling him. That he hurried to the entrance and checked the screen on the wall, connected to the outdoor camera, revealing 3 girls curiously standing at the door. Among them were Bai Qianqian, the girl with glasses, and another of Bai Qianqian's friends. Wang Hao was taken aback. Why were they here at such an hour? Bai Qianqian hadn't mentioned coming over. Let's go. I told you. He is probably lying. He can't possibly live here, Bai Qianqian remarked to the others. They've arrived in a Rolls-Royce. Surely that can't be a ruse, the girl with glasses suggested. Perhaps he is just asleep. Why not give him a call? I want tea, Bai Qianqian firmly declined. Then let us ring the doorbell, the girl with glasses insisted, pressing the button once more. Ding dong, ding dong. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to open the door. Though their timing was unfortunate, one cannot simply refuse entry to guests. As the villa door swung open, Bai Qianqian and the girls stood momentarily stunned. It appeared they had indulged in quite a bit of alcohol, for they seemed bewildered at their own antics. What brings you here at this hour? If you wanted to hang out, you should have at least given me a heads up, Wang Hao said, somewhat exasperated. You really live here? Bai Qianqian questioned, incredulous. Isn't it evident? Wang Hao replied, shrugging his shoulders. So, are you really being supported by a wealthy woman? The girl with glasses asked, her curiosity piqued. What else could it be? Do I look like someone who could afford a villa? Wang Hao responded with a mix of pride and nonchalance. Fortunately, they did not look down upon him. Is that rich woman here? The girl with glasses inquired, peering inside. No, she typically doesn't stay overnight, Wang Hao said, stepping aside to let them in. Can we take a look around? Another girl asked eagerly, her cheeks flushed with interest. Of course. Come in. Wang Hao gestured for them to enter. The girl with glasses and her friend stepped inside, while Bai Qianqian hesitated before following, clearly more cautious. Didn't you say you wouldn't come? Wang Hao asked Bai Qianqian, noting the timing of their arrival was rather uncanny. We were at a bar nearby, and after finishing, Xiao Lin insisted we come see your grand villa, so I had no choice but to come along, Bai Qianqian replied, revealing her reluctance. But didn't you mention I had a villa here? Wang Hao remarked, somewhat bemused. Well, it's not something to be ashamed of. You're being supported. Why worry about losing face? Bai Qianqian retorted. I'm not worried. I have thick skin. Wang Hao chuckled lightly. Why are the lights off? Is this a game of hide and seek? The girl with glasses complained as they entered the darkened room. A little darkness is good. It prevents you from seeing things you shouldn't. Wang Hao replied cryptically. At that moment, Bai Qianqian stepped inside, prompting Wang Hao to shut the door behind them and lock it. "What are you doing?" Bai Qianqian asked, suddenly alert as she noticed the door being secured. "What could I possibly do? I'm not worried about 3 girls." "Why should you be?" Wang Hao said with a hint of exasperation. "That's true. I doubt you would," Bai Qianqian conceded, following the others into the room. At this moment, 5 lifeless bodies lay in the living room, but Wang Hao remained entirely unfazed. The girl with glasses suddenly cried out, as if she had tripped over something and fell to the ground. "What is this?" Then she reached out to touch the object on the floor, bewildered. Immediately, the girl with glasses screamed again, for it seemed she had touched a person. "What happened?" Bai Qianqian quickly inquired, instinctively turning on the lights in the room. Snap.as The lights illuminated. The living room was suddenly bright, revealing everything clearly. Instantly, the living room was filled with the rising and falling screams of 3 girls, upon seeing the corpse on the ground and the blood splattered about. It was easy to imagine they were on the verge of panic. Moreover, 5 bodies lay sprawled across the floor in disarray. Who wouldn't be terrified? The critical point was that Wang Hao stood at the door, holding a bone saw, making the scene resemble a murder scene stumbled upon by an unsuspecting individual. In fact, it was quite similar. After their screams subsided, the 3 girls retreated to the innermost part of the living room. Huddled together, gazing at Wang Hao with faces filled with dread. "Big brother, we didn't see anything. Please spare us. Let us pretend we were never here." "All right." The girl with glasses hastily began to plead for mercy. "I told you not to turn on the lights. Otherwise, you would see things you shouldn't eat. Now what do you propose we do?" Wang Hao said, displaying a look of helplessness. "We didn't see anything." "Truly nothing at all," Xiaolin exclaimed, quickly shutting her eyes. "Rest assured, we definitely won't breathe a word of this. If I say even a single word, let me be run over by a car when I step outside." The girl with glasses hastily swore at "Me too." Xiaolin quickly nodded in agreement. Bai Qianqian, however, looked at Wang Hao in sheer terror and asked, "Wang Hao, how could you kill so many people? What on earth are you doing?" "It's not that I killed them. They came to kill me. This was entirely self-defense, all right?" Wang Hao replied, shrugging his shoulders in exasperation. Right. The girl with glasses eagerly nodded. "This is indeed self-defense. After all, they broke into your home. And look, they were armed, some even with guns. Who were these people? Probably assassins. It seems someone wanted to kill me." Wang Hao shrugged again. "Perfect. Since you're here, be my witnesses. I'll call the authorities now." "All right, we'll be your witnesses." The girl with glasses nodded repeatedly. Wang Hao then took out his phone and dialed the Law Enforcement Bureau. "Hello, is this the Law Enforcement Bureau? I've been attacked." "Yes, assassins broke into my home intending to kill me. Now, they're all dead, thanks to me." After hanging up, Bai Qianqian, the girl with glasses, and Xiaolin looked at him in disbelief. They could hardly fathom how Wang Hao managed to turn the tables on these assassins. After all, there were 5 of them, and some were armed. Was Wang Hao truly that formidable? The key was his nonchalant demeanor, which didn't resemble someone who had just killed 5 people. "Just you few as witnesses isn't enough. How about you all record videos and post them online? As long as it spreads on the internet and garners public attention, they won't dare wrongfully accuse me." Wang Hao contemplated, looking at Bai Qianqian and the others. This was also the reason he had allowed them to enter. If this incident gained traction online and stirred public discourse, the Law Enforcement Bureau would hesitate to convict him. After all, he wasn't an ordinary citizen. He was a member of the Great Wall Guardians, beyond the jurisdiction of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Thus, those enforcers wouldn't dare to unjustly label him, provided the matter was significant enough. Otherwise, if they handled it privately, there was a high chance they would quietly pin the label of excessive self-defense on him. Chapter 62. Cooperate or face the consequences. Bai Qianqian and the girl with glasses promptly cooperated, recording videos and posting them online, explaining that the 5 assassins had invaded their home and were killed in self-defense. Following suit, Wang Hao also recorded a video and shared it online, stating he was a member of the Great Wall Guardians. It was likely that this matter would soon trend online, potentially inciting significant public discourse, which was precisely what Wang Hao desired. After completing this, sirens began to wail outside, and law enforcement vehicles arrived swiftly. Finally, Wang Hao called Yang Ning to explain the situation. Subsequently, the enforcers arrived at the crime scene. Naturally, Wang Hao and Bai Qianqian were taken to the Law Enforcement Bureau.as for the scene. It was the responsibility of the enforcers to clean up, investigate, and handle the corpses. This was also the reason Wang Hao ultimately decided to report the incident. Relying on those enforcers to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes was undoubtedly futile. However, they could at least cover up the incident. Sparing him from troubled in the interrogation room, Wang Hao had lost count of how many times he had been brought in. Fortunately, this was his first visit to the Law Enforcement Bureau in the Southern District. And he didn't recognize the interrogating officer's name, age. The usual tedious interrogation process resumed. Wang Hao was too disinterested to respond and simply handed over his credentials as a member of the Great Wall Guardians. Let me clarify, I am the victim, and I reported this incident, so you cannot interrogate me as if I were a criminal. Understood? Wang Hao asserted his protest. After all, he was no stranger to such situations. Given that he had dealt with these enforcers before, these individuals, to put it bluntly, were bullies who feared the strong. Now, as a member of the Great Wall Guardians Reserve, he was beyond their jurisdiction, allowing him to be a tad more arrogant. The two enforcers exchanged glances after reviewing Wang Hao's credentials to Mr. Wang. Please hold on. One of the officers returned the credentials to Wang Hao, and both officers promptly stood up and exited the interrogation room. Presumably, they went to consult their superior. In the bureau chief's office, Sun Jiaming, the chief of the Southern District Law Enforcement Bureau, had just received a call from the Law Enforcement General Administration, instructing him to ensure that the Great Wall Guardian was convicted. This situation was somewhat tricky. The primary issue was that the case had already been exposed online and was circulating widely. In such circumstances, if they failed to enforce the law impartially, it could easily provoke public outrage. The consequences of the previous two instances of public outrage had led to citizens protesting in the streets, even assassinating government officials, resulting in the Quarantine District government ultimately having to acknowledge the existence of revolutionaries. Now, this force was growing stronger, to the point where it could potentially shake the Quarantine District government. Therefore, the enforcers had to be more cautious. Mishandling the situation could trigger a series of chain reactions. After all, a mere ordinary soldier of the Great Wall Guardians, especially a reserve member, wouldn't stir up much trouble even if dealt with privately. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Sun Jiaming was pondering, there was an abrupt knock on the office door. Come in, Sun Jiaming called out. Didn't I instruct you to thoroughly interrogate that young man? Why are you back so soon? Sun Jiaming frowned at the sight of Lu Quan, the officer sent to conduct the interrogation. We haven't even begun the interrogation. That young man refuses to cooperate, Lu Quan replied, somewhat awkwardly. Refuses to cooperate? Does he think he has something special, being just a mere reserve member of the Great Wall Guardians? He is now suspected of murder. If he doesn't cooperate, we'll apply more pressure. Sun Jiaming retorted irritably, but he is a member of the Great Wall Guardians. Lu Quan expressed concern. What is there to fear? Regardless of who it is, breaking the law is breaking the law. You better conduct the interrogation properly. We must obtain a confession tonight, Sun Jiaming declared with an air of righteousness. Understood, Chief. Lu Quan quickly complied and exited. Sun Jiaming then called Ding Yang, Deputy Chief Ding. This young man is indeed quite tricky, and the case has already been exposed online. If it comes to that, how about we label it as excessive self-defense? Sun Jiaming inquired over the phone. Chief Sun, murder is murder. There is no such thing as excessive self-defense or justifiable defense. What I want is that young man's life. Do you understand? Ding Yang replied coldly. He was determined to eliminate Wang Hao, or else he wouldn't have sent assassins to deal with him overnight. However, he hadn't anticipated that Wang Hao would be so formidable, taking down 5 assassins instead. Fortunately, he was now in the hands of the Law Enforcement Bureau, and as the Deputy Chief of the Law Enforcement General Administration, he still had considerable maneuvering room. Ultimately, he would not allow Wang Hao to walk out of the Law Enforcement Bureau again. If all else fails, he would find a breakthrough from the 3 eyewitnesses. As long as they could identify Wang Hao as the murderer, public opinion could be easily swayed. Ding Yang offered Sun Jiaming a suggestion. I understand. I'll take care of it now. Sun Jiaming realized the clarity of his thoughts and immediately dispatched someone to find a breakthrough with Bai Qianqian and the girl with glasses. Still somewhat uneasy, Ding Yang personally led a team to the Southern District Law Enforcement Bureau. In the interrogation room, Wang Hao lit a cigarette, appearing calm and composed. He seemed confident, but internally he was uncertain, primarily regarding how Bai Qianqian and the girl with glasses would testify. If the testimonies of these 3 women were to align and serve as evidence for themselves, there would undoubtedly be no issues. However, should they choose to turn against him and betray him, he would find himself in significant trouble. Wang Hao, of course, would not gamble on human nature. Hence, prior to arriving at the Law Enforcement Bureau, he had placed a call to Yang Ning as a precaution. As he extinguished his cigarette, he was lost in thought when Lu Quan abruptly entered and reprimanded him. Wang Hao glanced up at the law enforcement officer before him, who had been courteous just moments ago. What could have prompted such a drastic change in demeanor? It seemed that directives had come from above, clearly aimed at condemning him. In truth, Wang Hao was well aware that once he entered the bureau, the Ding family would undoubtedly manipulate events from behind the scenes. Thus, even if he claimed self-defense, the Law Enforcement Bureau would not simply let him off the hook. If this were an ordinary person, they could easily be convicted and imprisoned. Yet, Wang Hao is no ordinary individual. He was a member of the Great Wall Guardians Reserve Force, and he had a commanding officer's daughter backing him. Chapter 63, Coercive Interrogation. So you intend to resort to coercive interrogation? Is that what you can tolerate? What? Has the leadership issued instructions? What do they say? Do they wish for me to bear the charge of excessive self-defense, or to be directly convicted of murder? Wang Hao, cigarette in mouth, observed Lu Quan with keen interest. Faced with a gaze that seemed to pierce through him, Lu Quan felt a twinge of guilt but maintained a facade of seriousness, stating, "I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Now, please cooperate with our interrogation, as you are suspected of murder. I was merely acting in self-defense," Wang Hao replied without hesitation, asserting this point firmly. Self-defense, you say? You killed 5 individuals? Is that truly self-defense? Lu Quan scrutinized Wang Hao intently. And what if, in the dead of night, 5 burly men armed with weapons broke into your home with the intent to kill you? What would you do, esteemed law enforcement officer? Would you simply wait for them to kill you and then expect the law to punish them? Wang Hao retorted. And let's not forget, the assailants were armed with guns. He added, logically speaking, their immediate focus should be on uncovering the identities of those assassins, particularly how they acquired firearms. It is crucial to note that firearms are strictly prohibited in the isolation zone, and possessing them illegally constitutes a severe crime. Lu Quan was left speechless by Wang Hao's rebuttal. Originally, following the chief's orders, he was supposed to elicit a confession from the suspect and obtain a statement that very evening. The problem was that the suspect was utterly uncooperative, and he himself felt that Wang Hao was indeed acting in self-defense. After all, one cannot simply forfeit their right to resist and allow criminals to take their lives, only to wait for legal retribution. Brother, I will not hide the truth from you. The higher-ups have instructed me to have you confess to murder. If you are wise, you will admit to it, and I shall not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, you may well endure considerable hardship tonight. Lu Quan laid his cards on the table. Are you preparing to coerce me into a confession through torture? Wang Hao looked at him in astonishment. He was not surprised by the possibility of coercive interrogation. Rather, he was taken aback by the honesty of this law enforcement officer. If you refuse to cooperate, we will have no choice but to resort to such measures, Lu Quan stated earnestly. Very well. I am quite curious to witness how you law enforcement officials carry out coercive interrogations and force confessions from suspects. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes, looking at Lu Quan with a knowing expression. It seems you truly will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Lu Quan's expression darkened as he rapped on the table. Bring him in. Escalate the intensity. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 law enforcement officers entered the interrogation room, each wielding a baton. Without a word, they lunged at Wang Hao with their clubs. Wang Hao quickly retreated to avoid their blows. But the 2 officers relentlessly pursued him, cornering him against the wall. With nowhere left to escape, Wang Hao had no choice but to fight back. Run, little one. One officer sneered as he swung his baton at Wang Hao's head. The officer was robust and imposing, with a fearsome expression reminiscent of a bandit. It was a mystery how such a man had become a law enforcement officer. Indeed, the saying rings true. Today's bandits may very well become tomorrow's officials. As the baton swung down towards him, Wang Hao made a swift decision, darting forward and delivering a powerful elbow strike to the officer's face. Although assaulting a law enforcement officer is a grave offense, in such dire circumstances, he could not afford to remain passive and endure the blows. When it was time to retaliate, he would do so decisively. The impact sent the burly officer crashing to the ground, his face bloodied and his nose broken. As he lay there, blood gushed from his nostrils. How dare you strike back? The other officer bellowed in fury, raising his baton to retaliate. Wang Hao easily dodged the first 2 strikes, then seized the officer's wrist and twisted it forcefully. A sickening crack echoed as the officer's wrist snapped, and the baton was wrenched from his grasp. Wang Hao then swung the baton back at the officer's forehead, rendering him unconscious before he could even utter a cry. Lu Quan was instantly horrified. He had never anticipated that Wang Hao would dare to assault a law enforcement officer. What was more alarming was how effortlessly Wang Hao had taken down two armed officers. Lu Quan instinctively sensed the situation was spiraling out of control. Just as he contemplated escaping, Wang Hao lunged forward, seizing him by the collar. Why you mustn't act recklessly. Assaulting a law enforcement officer is a serious crime. Lu Quan stammered, attempting to intimidate Wang Hao. I am aware, but compared to murder, this should be of lesser consequence, wouldn't you agree? Wang Hao held the baton aloft, preparing to bring it down upon Lu Quan's head. Please, don't, Lu Quan exclaimed, raising his hands to shield his head. I am merely following orders. The chief instructed me to find a way to convict you. I am left with no choice. Is that so? Then you are complicit in abusing your power, even resorting to coercive interrogation against an innocent person. Wang Hao's cold smile pierced through Lu Quan. Lu Quan opened his mouth, but found himself unable to defend his actions. Consider this. If a person is sound asleep in their home, and suddenly 5 hulking men with weapons break in with the intent to kill, would they be wrong to resist? Wang Hao pressed. No, they would not be wrong. Lu Quan quickly shook his head. Then why must you insist on convicting him and labeling him a murderer? Wang Hao continued his interrogation. This is not my decision. The chief commanded it. Lu Quan was on the verge of tears. Very well. Then take me to your chief. I shall confront him directly, Wang Hao declared, forcefully pulling Lu Quan out of the interrogation room. However, the commotion had already attracted the attention of other law enforcement personnel who rushed to the scene. Upon seeing Lu Quan being held hostage by Wang Hao, they drew their firearms, aiming at him. Release Officer Lu immediately, or we will open fire. One of the officers shouted. Do not shoot. Lu Quan quickly raised his hands, urging the officers to lower their weapons. After all, Wang Hao was positioned behind him. If they opened fire, they would likely hit him first. Step back. Otherwise, I will kill him, Wang Hao threatened, pressing the baton against Lu Quan's head while advancing step by step. The officers had no choice but to retreat continuously. Chapter 64. The dread of a 3-star general soon. Wang Hao had maneuvered Lu Quan into the lobby of the Law Enforcement Bureau. More officers arrived, all drawing their weapons and surrounding Wang Hao. His position was precarious, yet he had no means of retreat. You have some audacity to openly take a law enforcement officer hostage within the bureau. What are your intentions? Sun Jiaming had also arrived. Upon witnessing the scene, he felt a surge of satisfaction and shouted at Wang Hao, given that you have taken an officer hostage, there is no reason not to execute you on the spot. Bring forth the order to shoot. As he contemplated this, Sun Jiaming issued the command without hesitation. Stop. No. Lu Quan exclaimed in alarm. This would surely lead to his own demise as well, just as the officers prepared to fire at Wang Hao and Lu Quan. A sudden voice called out from the entrance of the bureau. Hold it. Yang Ning strode in confidently, followed closely by a man in military uniform. The man exuded authority, his demeanor commanding, and notably, he bore the insignia of a 3-star general on his shoulders. Upon recognizing the middle-aged man, Sun Jiaming's expression darkened considerably. He understood that the situation was far from simple. While he would not have cared about an ordinary soldier, the arrival of a general from the Great Wall Guardians was an entirely different matter. Moreover, the woman who had shouted for them to stop looked strikingly familiar. She appeared to be the daughter of the commander of the Great Wall Guardians. Although Commander Yang has passed away, the profound legacy of the Yang family must not be overlooked. It is not merely a matter of him being a minor director of the Law Enforcement Bureau in the South District. Even Li Guohua, the head of the Law Enforcement General Bureau, would likely think twice when faced with the daughter of such a commander. Sun Jiaming was instantly drenched in sweat. Step aside. Yang Ning strode forth, effortlessly kicking away the several law enforcement officers surrounding Wang Hao. Even with firearms in their possession, she regarded them with utter disdain and took immediate action. The law enforcers were not foolish. They certainly did not dare to fire upon Yang Ning and could only retreat hastily at this moment. Wang Hao released Lu Quan, confident that with Yang Ning's arrival, these officers would not dare to act rashly, at least not in a situation where gunfire could erupt. Thus, he felt quite safe. Are you all right? Yang Ning approached Wang Hao with genuine concern. What could possibly be wrong with me? If anything, it is they who have issues. Wang Hao retorted, attempting to maintain his bravado. In truth, he had been quite flustered moments ago when confronted by a dozen law enforcement officers wielding guns. After all, those were firearms. even though his perception was extraordinary. Allowing him to evade bullets, it was impossible to dodge multiple shots coming from various angles simultaneously, especially at such close range. Had the officers truly fired, he would have been riddled with bullets in no time. Director Sun, if memory serves me right, our Great Wall Guardians are not under your jurisdiction, correct? You dare to order your subordinates to execute a member of the Great Wall Guardians? Is this a declaration of war against U.S.? A middle-aged man in military attire stepped forward, his expression dark as he addressed Sun Jiaming. General Yu, this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I was merely trying to intimidate him. How could I truly order someone to shoot? Sun Jiaming hurriedly chuckled in an attempt to explain himself. This middle-aged man was Yu Jian, a 3-star general of the Great Wall Guardians, and Sun Jiaming was well aware of his identity. Misunderstanding? Yu Jian scoffed. That misunderstanding seems rather significant. General Yu, I realize that my order to fire was indeed incorrect, but this individual has 5 lives on his conscience. Although the Great Wall Guardians fall outside our jurisdiction, killing someone still warrants legal repercussions, does it not? Sun Jiaming gazed at Yu Jian with a conflicted expression. It was self-defense. Surely the evidence is irrefutable, or have you received some directive to label it as excessive self-defense? Yang Ning turned to Sun Jiaming, her voice icy as she interrogated him. Miss Yang, you've misunderstood. Sun Jiaming quickly replied with a forced smile. I have not received any orders. It was merely that the 3 eyewitnesses revealed the hidden details of the case during their statements. They claimed that those 5 individuals were not assassins, but merely friends visiting Mr. Wang's residence, and that he suddenly attacked and killed them. As for the video being posted online to clarify the situation for the suspect, it was because they were coerced by him and had no choice but to comply. As he spoke, Sun Jiaming turned to Wang Hao, clearly designating him as a suspect, indicating that Bai Qianqian and the others had Yang Ning directly approached and grasped Bai Qianqian's hand. Speaking soothingly to her. Bai Qianqian's emotions began to ease slightly, and she nodded eagerly. Be quiet. Sun Jiaming attempted to interject, but Yang Ning sternly interrupted him, silencing his words. Consequently, Sun Jiaming found himself at a loss for further comment. Retreating helplessly to the side, observing Yang Ning's apparent authority, Bai Qianqian promptly spoke up. They coerced us into uttering falsehoods, framing Wang Hao, and insisted we record videos to post online for clarification. The words we spoke in those recordings were scripted by them. If we refused to cooperate, they would assault us and threaten to detain our family members. Upon hearing this, Sun Jiaming's eyes widened in shock. The surrounding enforcers hung their heads in shame. How could you engage in such despicable acts? As law enforcers, you are aware you are breaking the law, correct? Sun Jiaming suddenly erupted, directing his ire towards the enforcers. They, however, could only be scapegoats, lowering their heads in silence, their thoughts filled with curses. Wasn't this all ordered by the director? Now, you turn the tables and play the good guy while labeling us the villains. Damn it, Director Sun, I expect such incidents not to recur. Otherwise, prepare for accountability from the military. Yu Jian shot a cold glance at Sun Jiaming. Yes, I will ensure strict supervision of my subordinates. Sun Jiaming quickly nodded in agreement. Xiao Wang, let's go. Yu Jian called out to Wang Hao once more. However, Wang Hao did not leave immediately. Instead, he stepped forward, coldly regarding the enforcer. Which hand did you use to strike her? He then turned to glance at Bai Qianqian. The enforcer's eyes widened in disbelief. This hand, right? Wang Hao seized the enforcer's wrist and forcefully twisted it. With a crack, the enforcer's wrist was instantly broken. A piercing scream echoed throughout the enforcement bureau. Yet, the surrounding enforcers dared not utter a word, and even Sun Jiaming averted his gaze, pretending not to see. You 3, come with me. Yu Jian beckoned to Bai Qianqian and her companions, fearing they might be subject to retaliation from Sun Jiaming and his cohorts. Particularly Bai Qianqian, who had exposed the dark underbelly of the enforcement bureau to this moment. Sun Jiaming dared not protest further, allowing Yu Jian to escort Wang Hao and the 3 witnesses away. He could not leave. Just as they were about to exit the enforcement bureau, Ding Yang suddenly arrived with a squad of enforcers, swiftly surrounding Wang Hao and the others. Chapter 66. Might determines everything. Ding Yang. What are you doing? Upon seeing the encirclement, Yang Ning's expression darkened. Wang Hao cannot leave. Ding Yang did not respond to Yang Ning, but instead turned to Yu Jian. Cannot leave? Is that what you claim? Yu Jian's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare on Ding Yang. The 3-star general exuded a powerful aura, and Ding Yang felt a strong sense of pressure under Yu Jian's scrutinizing gaze. Nevertheless, he boldly asserted, "Indeed, I say this. Wang Hao has committed murder, 5 lives lost out if you allow him to leave like this. The Enforcement Bureau would become a laughingstock." As the deputy director of the Enforcement Bureau, Ding Yang wielded significant power, and given his high-ranking position as the son of the Political and Legal Committee Secretary, he dared to confront a general like Yu Jian. That was self-defense. The situation is abundantly clear. "Ding's brat, I advise you not to make a fuss," Yu Jian warned coldly. "Murder is murder. There is no such thing as true self-defense in this world." Ding Yang scoffed. Moreover, if he found himself in danger, should he not report it? Why resort to killing? And 5 people at that. Clearly, this was premeditated murder. Suddenly, without warning, Yu Jian slapped Ding Yang across the face. Ding Yang was taken aback, clutching his reddened cheek. Gazing at Yu Jian in disbelief. "You dare strike me?" Another resounding slap followed, causing Ding Yang to stagger. The other side of his face began to swell visibly. "You are courting death." Ding Yang was enraged, drawing his firearm and aiming it at Yu Jian's forehead. "You may report it, but you cannot resist, nor brandish a gun at me." Why? Yu Jian regarded him leisurely. "You?" Ding Yang found himself at a loss for words. Had he not just stated that one's Wang Hao chuckled lightly as he spoke? "Just be careful, and don't indulge too much," he advised, casting a glance at Bai Qianqian and the bespectacled girl beside her. Chapter 67. What a tangled web of relationships. At that moment, Bai Qianqian and the bespectacled girl also alighted from the vehicle, heads bowed, standing to the side like school children who had committed a misdeed. Particularly, the bespectacled girl and Xiao Lin, who had just moments before accused Wang Hao, now found themselves rescued by his associates. The scene was undeniably awkward. "That I wasn't playing around. They merely came to tour the villa," Wang Hao quickly clarified, sensing Yang Ning's misunderstanding. "You needn't explain yourself to me. I have no desire to hear it. Just take care of yourself," Yang Ning retorted, turning her head away. Wang Hao was momentarily at a loss for words. Why did it feel as though she was somewhat jealous? Logically, Yang Ning should not have been. Yet inexplicably, she felt quite irked, especially regarding the girl in the short skirt and white stockings, who seemed to have an intimate connection with Wang Hao. Conversely, she felt no anger towards Wang Hao's liaison with Aunt Shui. Rather, the thought exhilarated her, invoking a sense of wicked delight. It seemed she truly had an issue. Yang Ning couldn't help but slap her forehead. As the car drove away, only Wang Hao, Bai Qianqian, and the others remained. The 4 exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. "Wang Hao, I apologize on behalf of Xiao Lin and the others." Bai Qianqian suddenly broke the silence. "You re quite the decent person." Wang Hao couldn't help but twitch his lips. Bai Qianqian exhibited more principles than the bespectacled girl and her companions. At the very least, she wouldn't bow to malevolent forces or utter falsehoods with open eyes. However, he bore no ill will towards the bespectacled girl and her friends. After all, they had been threatened and intimidated by the enforcers, and few girls could withstand such pressure. Reflecting on how 3 police batons could shatter brotherhood, it was entirely reasonable for them to comply with the enforcers' accusations against him, considering they had no real ties to him. "Wang Hao, I'm sorry. We were genuinely terrified at that moment." The bespectacled girl mustered her courage to apologize. "It's all right. I hold no grudge against you. In fact, cooperating a bit is far better than suffering. Look at Bai Qianqian. Isn't it just drinking?" Wang Hao said as he raised the wine glass in his hand. When he spoke lies, his face remained unflushed and his heart untroubled, unlike Bai Qianqian, whose bashful countenance was entirely crimson, evident to any discerning eye. Can drinking truly reduce Qianqian to such a state? "Surely, you haven't engaged in any mischief, have you? Then, did I and Xiao Lin interrupt you?" The bespectacled girl wore an apologetic expression. Wang Hao thought to himself that she at least had some self-awareness. "Don't speak nonsense. There is nothing between him and me." Bai Qianqian hurriedly defended herself, yet it was clear she lacked conviction in her own words, which sounded utterly unassured. "All right, stop teasing Qianqian. She might get shy." Xiao Lin quickly interjected to defend Bai Qianqian. From that moment onward, Wang Hao had no opportunity to be alone with Bai Qianqian, and thus, no chance at all. The group remained in the living room until dawn. Subsequently, Bai Qianqian and the bespectacled girl took their leave to head to school, while Wang Hao ascended the stairs for a brief, in the Ding family villa. Ding Yang, who had been sleepless throughout the night, finally awaited the descent of Shui Hong and Ding Weiya. Both looked at Ding Yong, whose eyes were bloodshot with concern. What is the matter, son? Have you not slept all night? Shui Hong rushed forward to inquire, placing her hand on his forehead. However, Ding Yong swiftly pushed her hand away. What is wrong, son? Have you encountered any trouble? Ding Weiya also looked at Ding Yong in confusion. Dad, our home was robbed. Ding Yong finally uttered the words he had been holding back. Upon hearing this, Shui Hong's face instantly paled. Ding Weiya, bewildered, asked, Our home was robbed. What do you mean? Did thieves break in last night? Did anything go missing? Ding Yong. But it's nothing. What could possibly be missing from our home? Son, don't worry about it. Just go rest. As Shui Hong spoke, she pulled Ding Yong up from the sofa, determined to take him upstairs. Yet, Ding Yong resisted vehemently, shouting at Ding Weiya, Dad, a man's dignity has been lost. What? Are you referring to that girl Yongning? She is involved with that fellow Wang Hao. Ding Weiya looked at Ding Yong in utter confusion. He then comforted. It's all right, son, with our family circumstances. What kind of woman can't we find? If it comes to it, we can find someone even better. I meant your dignity, Dad. Ding Yong shouted while struggling to slap at that moment. Shui Hong suddenly delivered a resounding slap to him. Ding Yong was momentarily stunned, and Ding Weiya stood there, equally shocked. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. What do you mean? Are you saying our home was robbed? Ding Weiya exclaimed. Incredulity etched across his face as he turned to Shui Hong. You needn't look at me. You've had your fair share of affairs outside. Why can't I have someone on the side? Shui Hong retorted boldly, unwavering in her stance, feeling justified in her actions. After all these years, Ding Weiya had dabbled in countless liaisons, even brazenly keeping several mistresses. This was her first indiscretion, and she felt far from guilty, so what right did Ding Weiya have to cast judgment? Fine, fine, fine. Ding Weiya, infuriated, repeated the word thrice. He then nodded and said, You're doing this out of spite, aren't you? If that is the case, you've won. I have nothing left to say. Who is seeking revenge? I am merely learning from you. This is just the first. There will be a second, a third, and perhaps even a fourth, Shui Hong replied with a cold huff. Mom, this is something I shouldn't concern myself with. Nor do I wish to. But why on earth did you choose that Wang Hao kid? Ding Yong looked at Shui Hong, bewildered. What? That Wang Hao kid? Ding Weiya's eyes widened at this revelation. Are you kidding? Have they really lost everything to one person? And how is this even possible? That kid has already taken his fiancée, and now his wife actually. Ding Weiya was utterly enraged. Chapter 69. A catastrophe unfolds. Damn you, Shui Hong. Do you have no shame? Ding Weiya erupted in a furious tirade. And you? Do you have any decency? Shui Hong retorted without faltering. Damn you. Damn you. The two of them fell into a heated exchange of insults, which quickly escalated into physical confrontation, resulting in a full-blown brawl. At that moment, Ding Yong realized the gravity of the situation. However, it was too late for him to intervene, as he could not separate them. Clearly, years of pent-up resentment had reached a boiling point, culminating in this explosive moment, especially Shui Hong, who clawed at Ding Weiya's face, rendering it a mess. In a fit of rage, Ding Weiya lost all rationality. Seizing Shui Hong's hair and slamming her head against the wall, bang, bang. After two violent impacts, Ding Weiya, still unsatisfied, hurled Shui Hong away. She staggered backward, her head striking the marble table with a heavy thud. Bang! Another dull thud echoed. Finally, the dust settled. Shui Hong lay motionless on the ground, while Ding Weiya stood there, panting heavily. Mom. Ding Yong sensed the dire situation and rushed forward. However, when he lifted Shui Hong, he found her head drenched in blood. It was a devastating blow to the back of her skull. Mom. Ding Yong erupted into inconsolable tears, yet no matter how he called out, Shui Hong showed no sign of life. She had succumbed on the spot. Leaving Ding Weiya certainly harbored an intense hatred for Wang Hao, as this was, without a doubt, a profound humiliation for him. Consider the fact that he, as the secretary of the political and legal committee in the isolation zone, a position of considerable authority, had been so brazenly cuckolded by Wang Hao. To make matters worse, his own son had also fallen victim to this indignity at the hands of that scoundrel. Who could possibly endure such an affront? Thus, the Ding father and son were consumed by a desire to flay Wang Hao alive, to reduce him to ashes. Wang Hao, for his part, was acutely aware of the animosity directed towards him. His heightened perception allowed him to sense the lethal intent emanating from their glances. However, he was undeterred. After all, when one is beset by numerous lice, one cannot fear the itch. The Ding family had long desired his demise. So what difference did it make if they loathed him even more? Following the conclusion of the funeral, Wang Hao and Yang Ning departed from the Ding residence without lingering for the banquet, as remaining in such an awkward situation would have been rather uncomfortable. Are you prepared? Yang Ning suddenly inquired during their journey home. Prepared for what? Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback, but T.O. entered the microcosm. Of course. Have you forgotten about it? Yang Ning remarked, rolling her eyes, thinking to herself that this fellow was perpetually entangled in romantic affairs, neglecting the pressing matters at hand. Chapter 70. The Apocalypse in the Microcosm. Oh, I've been preparing for that all along. I'm ready at any moment. Wang Hao quickly affirmed he indeed yearned to enter the microcosm, for traversing between two dimensions would greatly expand his mind and consciousness, unlocking his potential, a pursuit of utmost significance for him. Then let us proceed at once. We must hasten to enhance our abilities, as the time available to us may be fleeting, Yang Ning declared with a serious expression. What do you mean? Wang Hao raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Based on the information we currently possess, a vast horde of corpses and spirits is gathering outside the isolation zone, and soon it may lead to a tidal wave of the undead. At that point, the isolation zone could very well fall, so we must prepare for our escape, Yang Ning explained, taking a deep breath. Surely not. With such towering walls, how could they possibly climb over? Wang Hao expressed disbelief. The undead are far more terrifying than you can imagine. Yang Ning shook her head. These beings can evolve, and crucially, they are not mindless zombies, especially those awakened undead possess intellect that transcends humanity. Thus, these high walls cannot indefinitely impede them. That if they breach our defenses, wouldn't we be doomed? Are you certain we would still have a chance to escape? Wang Hao's face reflected despair. If we could fully unlock our brains and realize our potential, perhaps there may be hope. Yang Ning nodded. She added, moreover, according to our current research, achieving full brain capacity could allow us to exist in a state of consciousness, possibly even permitting direct entry into the macrocosm. Entering the macrocosm, Wang Hao felt a surge of excitement. He had long been aware of the existence of different cosmic dimensions and had embraced this perspective. Thus, he understood the implications of entering the macrocosm. It was akin to bacteria residing within the human body. For them, the world inhabited by humans represents the macrocosm. By this logic, it is conceivable that we might exist within the belly of a giant. In other words, there lies a grander world beyond our current existence. Should humanity truly manage to enter this macrocosm, everything in our current world would lose its significance, for no matter how it decays, collapses, or dies, in the macrocosm, it would merely signify the demise of a single organism. This is comparable to how a person is a vast world and ecosystem to the microorganisms within them. Yet to us, they are merely a living being. Much like Yang Ning's father, Wang Hao had once entered his body and thus grasped the sheer magnitude of that world from the perspective of microorganisms. Yet to the observable universe, he was just an ordinary man, nothing more. Reflecting on this, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. He murmured to himself, "We are as magnificent as the bright moon, yet as insignificant as ants." Indeed, Yang Ning nodded in agreement. We are both a singular life and an entire ecosystem. Wang Hao couldn't suppress a bitter smile. The essence of existence and the truth of life were indeed astonishingly difficult to accept. 20 minutes later, the vehicle halted before the Miracle Company. Upon disembarking, Wang Hao and Yang Ning made their way directly to the laboratory. Within the sterile, hospital-like confines of the lab, Professor Su had already prepared everything. Inside a transparent glass chamber resembling a coffin lay a male corpse, covered in necrotic spots. The body was clearly beginning to decay. Had it not been for the chamber's airtight seal, the room would have been rife with the stench of death. On either side of the glass chamber, surgical tables awaited, where Yang Ning and Wang Hao lay down. Needles connected to wires were inserted into their scalps, causing their eyelids to twitch, yet they remained unconscious. Having already been administered anesthesia, with all preparations complete, Professor Su pressed the button to initiate consciousness transfer. Following this, everything became indistinguishable to the naked eye. According to protocol, once the transfer was complete, nanobots would be injected along with the transparent liquid into the cadaver. In this world, utterly devoid of life, mountains crumbled and the earth decayed, blood flowed like rivers. Wang Hao gazed upon the scene before him, feeling as if he had arrived at the apocalypse for this world. It had indeed reached its end. All living beings fled in one direction, akin to humans scrambling for survival in the face of doom. Enormous red monstrosities voraciously devoured other creatures, their bodies swelling as they sought to withstand the cataclysm. The world was now utterly transformed since their last visit. Chaos reigned, and all creatures had morphed into grotesque forms. The previously seen white, tentacled monstrosities were nowhere to be found, replaced by numerous hideous and bizarre life forms. Each colossal in size that it seemed as if every organism was engaged in a brutal struggle for survival, a scene emblematic of the apocalypse. Should humanity's world descend into ruin, it would likely mirror this chaos. Yang Ning unsheathed the long knife embedded in her arm while Wang Hao drew his blade from his back. Monsters lurked everywhere, and those creatures would show no mercy upon encountering their nanobots. After an intense battle, they swiftly embarked on their escape. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. They could not possibly slay them all. Soon, both were drenched in the blood of their foes, resembling vengeful spirits emerging from hell. Yet amidst this carnage, their combat prowess did indeed see improvement. The monsters, howling in anger, pursued them relentlessly until Wang Hao dragged Yang Ning into a narrow cave, finally evading immediate peril. Compared to their last venture into the microcosm, they had managed to survive a considerably longer duration this time, thus deeming it a relative success. Wiping the blood from his face, Wang Hao turned to Yang Ning, who was equally smeared in blood, with remnants of monster flesh clinging to her shoulder. "What are you staring at?" Yang Ning shot him an irritated glare as he scrutinized her. "Your nanobot seems custom-made, rather reminiscent of you," Wang Hao remarked. Observing the armored warrior before him. "Of course, the nanobot was designed based on my model," Yang Ning replied, wiping the blood from her face and brushing off the remnants from her shoulder. "Then this nanobot must be indistinguishable from a bionic robot, correct?" Wang Hao inquired, gesturing towards her, pondering its anatomical structure and various organs. Is it realistic? Chapter 71. A new beginning. What exactly are you trying to say? Yang Ning furrowed her brow, gazing at Wang Hao. "I merely wish to inquire whether it possesses all sorts of organs," Wang Hao admitted, slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head. "What on earth are you thinking?" Yang Ning quickly grasped his implication. Unable to suppress her exasperation, "Isn't this an apocalypse? Seeking pleasure in the moment isn't a crime." Wang Hao shrugged nonchalantly. "We are in the microcosm. This isn't the actual apocalypse. Even if we were to perish here, we would still return to the observable universe, wouldn't we?" Yang Ning rolled her eyes in response. "And how can you be certain we will return to the observable universe?" Wang Hao countered. "That we returned last time. Didn't we?" Yang Ning replied matter-of-factly. "Last time was last time. This time is different. Perhaps our previous return was merely coincidental. What if we die here, and our consciousness simply ceases to exist?" Wang Hao's tone turned pessimistic. Upon hearing this, Yang Ning fell silent, fully aware of the possibility. After all, those who participated in the experiment prior to them may have perished within this microcosm. "So what do you intend to do?" Yang Ning pondered before frowning at Wang Hao. "I desire." Wang Hao began without hesitation. "I want." "What are you asking for?" Yang Ning was on the verge of losing her temper. Regardless, at this moment, she simply wanted to express her frustration. Wang Hao, with a look of profound grievance, lamented, "It's the end of the world. We might all be doomed. Shouldn't we at least indulge in some pleasure?" Fine. What do you wish to do?" Yang Ning replied, exasperated. After all, given that it was merely nanorobots, allowing the other party to take some advantage was of little consequence. "Let me just touch it," she added. Wang Hao, with an exceedingly lascivious demeanor, reached out his hand. "You rascal!" Yang Ning, unable to contain herself at his repulsive behavior, landed a punch on Wang Hao's face. Yet, it caused him no pain. Being on a nanorobot, the sensation was negligible. This realization somewhat dampened Wang Hao's spirits, as he knew that the absence of pain likely meant a lack of pleasure as well. After a prolonged struggle in the microscopic realm, both Wang Hao and Yang Ning ultimately perished in that world. By this time, the entire microscopic universe was beginning to collapse, and it was evident that their bodies were rapidly decaying. When Wang Hao next awoke, he found himself in a medical room. He opened his eyes with great effort, surveying his surroundings, feeling as though he had risen from the grave. "How do you feel?" inquired a doctor in a white coat, expressing concern for his condition. "I feel as if I have already died," Wang Hao replied, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Upon uttering those words, a sense of familiarity washed over him. It was as if he had spoken them before or had awakened in this very room previously. Where am I? Wang Hao could not help but question the doctor before him. You are in the medical room. You were in a car accident. Do you remember? The doctor asked. A car accident. Wang Hao's head throbbed as he strained to recall. And eventually, the memory of the accident surfaced. No, wait, hadn't I crossed over to the quarantine zone? How am I back in the real world? He questioned, bewildered. What is this place? Is it the quarantine zone? He hastened to ask the doctor. The doctor's expression turned peculiar at the mention of the quarantine zone. Before he glanced at another doctor behind him and whispered, he might be referring to a location in the microscopic world. What? Wang Hao's countenance shifted dramatically upon hearing the doctor's words. Are you saying that that world is also a microscopic world? So, I haven't crossed over. I was sent to the microscopic world, correct? Precisely, due to the car accident. You sustained severe injuries and may never awaken again. Therefore, with your wife's consent, we conducted an experiment to upload your consciousness into a nanorobot and sent you into the microscopic universe, the doctor patiently explained to Wang Hao. How is that even possible? That world IT is as real as our own. How could it be a microscopic universe? Wang Hao exclaimed. Incredulous, he simply could not fathom the idea that everything within the quarantine zone existed in the microscopic universe. Did this not imply that the inhabitants of the microscopic universe possessed self-awareness and life, akin to humans in the macroscopic universe? And what of Yang Ning? She must have crossed over as well. Meaning she too had entered the microscopic universe, right? Struggling to rise. Wang Hao soon discovered that his legs were completely immobile. What is wrong with my legs? He shouted in shock, realizing he had no sensation in them. Mr. Wang, please remain calm. As I mentioned, you experienced a very serious accident, resulting in near-total paralysis. However, the good news is that your upper body has already recovered, so I believe your lower body will regain sensation as well. The doctor quickly reassured him. Total paralysis? Wang Hao felt himself unraveling. He could barely distinguish which reality was genuine. After a considerable time, he finally accepted the grim reality of his condition. He also accepted that the quarantine zone existed within the microscopic universe. But if that were the case, what world had he and Yang Ning entered? A supermicroscopic universe. And where was Yang Ning? Wang Hao settled into a wheelchair prepared for him by the medical staff. Maneuvering through the corridor, observing the myriad of unfamiliar faces, suddenly, a girl dressed in a patient gown and seated in a wheelchair caught his eye. Her complexion was pale, exuding a sickly aura. Although she bore no resemblance to Yang Ning, Wang Hao sensed a strangely familiar essence emanating from her at that moment. The girl seemed to sense his gaze and looked over. Their eyes met, and a flood of memories surged in their minds. It was indeed her. A smile graced Wang Hao's lips. Yang Ning returned the smile. They had been completely oblivious to the fact that the realm they had traversed was the microscopic universe. Even more astonishing was the realization that after perishing in the supermicroscopic universe, they had returned directly to the macroscopic universe. 3 days later, Wang Hao and Yang Ning strolled through the courtyard. Having finally abandoned their wheelchairs, I believe our miraculous recovery is a result of our brains developing further. What do you think our brain development percentage is at now? Yang Ning inquired with great interest. It should be over 50%, right? Wang Hao pondered thoughtfully. Incorrect. It has surpassed 60%. You are lagging behind by 3%, Yang Ning replied, closing her eyes. Immediately, the air around them began to vibrate, and soon,